He didn't understand what was happening. Sweat appeared on his face. His open eyes showed purple veins. They looked straight, staring at one point. He slowly looked down and saw something incredible and couldn't believe his eyes. Jin-hyuk sat on his bed and stared at his clothes. He saw that he was wearing a red t-shirt which used to be called the Red Devil. He remembered that when there was the World Cup, these red t-shirts were very popular all over the world. Scratching the back of his head, he remembered that back then they were sold very cheaply, and that's why his mother bought a lot of these t-shirts. And now t-shirts called Red Devil have become an incredibly fashionable rarity. This is his room. The bed is near the window and a family photograph hangs above the bed. He stood up, still not understanding what was happening. Looking at his hands with wide-open eyes, he did not understand whether this was a dream or reality. But a second later, he remembered something and looked to the side with alarm. At that moment, the door to the room opened. His father stood there and said that they agreed that from today they would go to their bakery together. Jin-hyuk, opening his mouth, was very surprised that his father was standing in front of him, as if he was seeing him for the first time in his life. At this time, his father was looking at him carefully. He waited for his son to be ready to go out. Grabbing his head and crouching a little, Jin-hyuk tried to understand what was happening here, while his father continued to calmly look at him. The guy instantly approached the mirror. He looked closely at himself, not understanding what was happening here, and noticed that he had short hair. He ran his hand through his hair and thought that his hair was so short when he returned from the army. And at that very second he remembered with horror that day when something happened that he had regretted for a long time and plunged into memories. On that terrible day, turning his face to the wall and putting his hand under his head, he tried to get some sleep after returning from the army. Then his father opened the door to his room and said that from today they agreed to go together to their bakery, to which Jin-hyuk, closing his eyes, angrily replied that they could go tomorrow. The room was dark and only a strip of light illuminated the room a little from the open door. The father continued to insist on his own and they quarreled very much. Jin-hyuk was very irritated and didn't understand why after returning from the army he couldn't just sleep. But his father did not listen and left the room, slamming the door. The angry father went to the bakery himself. Walking down the street, he was completely lost in his thoughts and did not notice anything around him. Immersed in memories of a quarrel with his son, the man looked at his feet but still did not see where he was going. At home, the phone was on the table. Suddenly it vibrated and rang, and an unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. Jin-hyuk was sitting and playing a computer game, and when the phone rang he picked it up. It was he who received a call from the hospital, which he was very surprised and concerned about. When after their quarrel father left the house, he fell and received many injuries. There were several abrasions on his face and a fracture on his right arm. He ended up in the hospital. And when his son and his wife came to visit him, the doctor said that he would be able to use his right hand only after 3 months of rehabilitation. After my father was in the hospital, he and my mother needed to start a bakery. For pieces of baked goods were lying on a tasting plate and a hand with a fork was reaching for one piece. Standing in the store, 2 girls tasted the baked goods. One of the girls said that the taste of this bun was very strange, and the second girl confirmed this. After a shift at the bakery, Jin-hyuk and his mom tried a new recipe for baking, but they didn't succeed. And mom said that if there are fewer customers, then P will have to close the bakery. There was another bakery across the street from their family bakery, and Jin-hyuk got a job there, but still there was not enough money even to pay the rent for their family bakery. Father and son were sitting in the living room and discussing financial problems. Jin-hyuk was dismayed that father was offering to take out a loan, but the father really didn't want to lose his bakery and said that the customers would return when his hand recovered and he could start working. But a year later their house and family bakery fell into the hands of creditors and their father's hand never recovered. Jin-hyuk rushed to his mother to hold her when she suddenly started coughing very hard in the room and almost fell. Family problems greatly affected her health and they went to the hospital. After leaving it, they waited for a call from the doctor. Jin-hyuk, holding his mother by the shoulder, said that everything would be fine and that she should not worry. And the father walked ahead with a calm face. Then the phone suddenly rang and Jin-hyuk picked up the phone to talk to the doctor. The doctor said that his mother had stomach cancer. When everyone heard this diagnosis, they were shocked. Looking at her son, the mother covered her mouth with her hand and the father turned to them. When they heard the diagnosis, At that moment they were crossing the road, and the father did not see that a huge truck was rushing towards him. Jin-hyuk reacted quickly and pushed his father to the side to save him, and thus he himself fell under this truck. He was hospitalized in a comatose state. The entire time he was in a coma, his parents did not leave his bed and cried constantly. Mom always sat near his bed and held her son's hand, and his father stood next to him. Remembering that terrible day when he was lying in a coma, Jin-hyuk thought that at that moment he was surrounded by eternal hell, and the feeling of guilt grew more and more in his soul, but he could not die. But one day, when in this world he was still lying in a coma, he opened his eyes and found himself in another world. In the world of Murim. He stood under the blue sky holding a sword in his right hand, and his long hair tied in a ponytail fluttered in the wind. He recalled that, in the world of Murimov, in order to survive he had to master martial arts, but he could not return to his real world. For about 100 years, he lived in the body of a student of the Ilwal Church and diligently honed his fighting skills. He had to master the sword and other various techniques. He was attacked by various opponents, but defending himself with his sword, he desperately tried with his last strength to survive in the world of Murim. Jumping up, he swung his sword to hit his enemy. He went through such trials that even hell could not compare with. All the time he had to balance on the brink of life and death. He learned new techniques so that when faced with enemies he could always win. He mastered magic and defeated his opponents again and again. He became an excellent martial artist, everyone bowed to him, and after overcoming many obstacles he became the head of the Ilwal Church and received the name Kanma. Looking forward, Kanma is confident even though he failed to reach Talma's level. He still became a heavenly demon nicknamed one of the best. Clenching his hands into fists and shaking his head, Jin-hyuk returned from his memories back to his real world. He put his hand to his chin and wondered what happened. He thought that great providence could give him a chance. He remembered that the Ilwal Church was not a simple group of Murim, and it practiced not only martial arts but also magic. Jin-hyuk looked at himself in the mirror but saw the reflection of Kanma from the Murim world and thought that as the head of the church he knew many secrets, and one of them was the reality of the great providence. Kanma's reflection looked sternly at him from the mirror, and he remembered that in the world of the Murim there is a great providence that no one else knows about. Jin-hyuk continued to think that knowledge about the great providence is passed on by word of mouth and only to teachers. But after a moment he looked down and thought that now the great providence and the world of the Murims are not the most important thing, but the most important thing for him now is family. He turned his head and through the open door saw Mom P putting her hand on her father's shoulder and talking to him. Jin-hyuk was glad that his parents were now in front of him. Even being in another world, he never forgot about his parents. Mom tried to calm down the father, who was a little angry that Jin-hyuk did not leave the room, and the mother said that their son had just returned from the army and that he needed to rest a little. Jin-hyuk P walked up to the door and looked at his father, who in turn stood with his back to him, and adjusting his glasses asked his son who he looked like and when he would grow up. Jin-hyuk continued to look at his father, whom he never forgot even while in another world. He always wanted to return to the day when there was a quarrel between them, and he was even ready to sell his soul so that he could have this opportunity. But he again remembered the world of Murimov. How he continued to endure and overcome himself, fought with different opponents, and held on only to the dream of seeing his parents. Jin-hyuk looked at his father. He thought that he would never see him again. But now he was next to him again, and tears welled up in his eyes. Standing in the middle of his room, he decided that right now he had to do something. He stood barefoot on the floor and turned sharply towards his parents. He ran with tears in his eyes and joyfully shouted that now he and his dad would go to the bakery together. He approached his parents and decidedly thought that since he had returned to that period of his life that he always wanted to change, then from that moment on he would take everything into his own hands. Jin-hyuk told his father that he would quickly get ready and they would go together. His father was very surprised by this statement and said that his son returned from the army and became a man. Looking at his son, the father smiled and was very pleased that no matter what they would still go together. Jin-hyuk thought to himself that all his changes were not because of the army but because he returned from the world of Murim. Jin-hyuk was already heading towards the exit, but his father stopped him, telling him not to go in his home clothes but to change his clothes. The guy stopped and fell into a slight stupor. He completely forgot that he needed to get dressed before going out. He looked around and realized that he was now wearing a red home shirt called the Red Devil and pajama shorts. He looked at his muscles and thought that thanks to the army, he was able to pump up a little, but he was still very far from reaching the level of Kanma from the world of Murim. He sighed and was a little upset that his old body was so weak and told his parents to wait for him a little. Jin-hyuk turned around and a little strangely it was like a robot went to his room. And his parents watched him go. They were very discouraged by their son's behavior and were a little confused about what was happening to him. Jin-hyuk returned to his room and began to look for clothes. He squatted down near the lockers and thought. He thought that his dad looked very young and that the older his father gets the worse he understands his son. Jin-hyuk remembered the face of the bloody lord from the world of Murim and thought that his father was younger than this lord. Jin-hyuk compared himself from the Murim world and his father and realized that his father was much younger than him. He remembered that he found himself in the world of the Murim at the age of 24 and lived there for more than 100 years. But now he has returned to his world and now has to take care of his family. Squatting in his room in front of the closet, he grabbed the drawer door with both hands. He pulled the box towards himself with such force that it immediately flew out of the closet. Jin-hyuk jumped back a little and 2 batteries and a phone charger flew out of the box that hit the floor. Jin-hyuk immediately caught the charger and batteries in one hand with incredible ease. He caught them so that a small tower was lined up and he thought that he would never have succeeded in this before. He sat near the fallen box smiling, looking at his hands and thinking that although the body was different to me, it was the same as in the world of Murim. The technology remained the same. But at that very second he realized that he had opened the drawer with such force that it flew out of the closet and began to think why this happened. He suddenly lifted the box and looked at the bottom. Jin-hyuk remembered that he is now in the modern world and therefore the lockers open easily. Forced to open something because there was very ancient and heavy furniture. Jin-hyuk sat in the middle of his room with his hand to his face and staring at the fallen box. He wondered how much force it would take to open it. But leaving this idea behind, he thought that he needed to find clothes first. He opened the next drawer very carefully. Jin-hyuk recalled that in the Murim world, he always had to wear outfits that suited the head of the church. These were very elegant outfits. After he was proclaimed a teacher, he had to wear dresses made of silk fabric and a silk robe on top even when riding horses. Jin-hyuk really missed ordinary clothes and was glad that now he would put them on. All he had to do was find them. He looked at the closet door and thought that the clothes might be hiding there. He grabbed the door, carefully pushed it aside, and was glad that he had finally found his clothes. The guy stared at her and putting his hand to his chin couldn't figure out what to wear for a long time. He couldn't choose anything inside and thought that in the last 100 years he hadn't had to choose what to wear at all. Scratching the back of his head, he looked at his t-shirts, sweatshirts, jackets, and trousers that were hanging in the closet. Jin-hyuk recalled that when he was the head of the church, a special department dealt with his clothes, and every morning specially trained people brought him not only clothes but also shoes and much more. Having come to his senses, Jin-hyuk thought that he would put on the first thing that came to his hand and pulled out a blue t-shirt. Looking at the t-shirt hanging on the temple, he thought that he had already forgotten how to choose his own outfits. Looking at the t-shirt that was hanging on the temple, he thought that he needed to wear something normal to go to the bakery. But then a thought suddenly occurred to him and he stopped his preparations and threw his blue t-shirt on the floor. Jin-hyuk frantically began to rummage through his things and look for special clothes to wear to the bakery. Among all his things he was looking for something white, but there were only t-shirts called Red Devil military uniform, a yellow sweatshirt, and a blue and white sweater. At that moment, when he was frantically trying to find special clothes for going to the bakery, his father urged him so that Jin-hyuk would get ready faster. A moment later, the guy stopped his search and froze for a couple of seconds, not understanding why he was so worried. He realized that in the real world no one wants to kill him and he does not need to be afraid of betrayal because this is not the world of the Murim. He realized that the people he could turn to for help were his family, and asked his mother where his uniform for working in the bakery was. His parents stood in the hallway, dumbfounded by this son's question and did not understand what form they were talking about. Dissatisfied with the fact that Jin-hyuk was taking so long to get ready, his father angrily shouted that his apron was already in the bakery. Jin-hyuk remembered that what he was looking for was an apron and exhaling thought that he could then wear something simple. He opened his closet again, quickly picked out what to wear and picked out a matching t-shirt. He took it off the hanger and took it with both hands and thought that he needed to put it on very carefully so as not to tear it. He carefully put on a gray t-shirt and blue trousers and carefully buttoned them. Leaving the room, he told his parents that he was ready to go, but his father and mother just looked at him questioningly. They asked B if Jin-hyuk would wear socks. He was very surprised by this question and tried to remember what socks were. A second later he realized that the things that need to be put on your feet are called socks and told his parents that he would not wear them. The father looked intently at Jin-hyuk, exhaled, and threw the socks to his son and told him to put them on. Jin-hyuk looked out the window and saw that it was the height of summer and it was very hot outside. He picked up his socks from the floor. They were very warm and he asked his father why he needed such thick socks now. To which his father replied that Jin-hyuk told him that after a whole day of work in special shoes his feet hurt. And Jin-hyuk remembered that on that day 100 years ago when he and his father quarreled, his father prepared these socks especially for him. Father and son looked at each other and smiled. And the guy realized that his father was taking care of him. They went outside. His hometown could be seen under the blue sky. Buildings and houses stood close to each other, but trees and lawns were visible between them. The bright signs of convenience stores attract attention day and night. There were a lot of cars everywhere, and Jin-hyuk really wanted to walk around the city he missed so much. But all the time he did not take his eyes off the paving slabs. The father noticed his son's strange behavior and told him to better look forward and just walk. But Jin-hyuk continued to look at his feet and look for a pebble sticking out of the sidewalk. He thought that he would not allow his father to repeat the past again and fall like then and get serious injuries. He waved his hand and realized that he needed the energy of the master Kanma, whom he was in the world of Murim, to understand where that ill-fated stone was. Jin-hyuk stopped, closed his eyes, and folded his hands and began to collect energy so that it could spread out and he could examine the sidewalk and road. The guy thought that if he were in an old body he could easily accumulate this energy and nothing would be hidden from his gaze in the entire city. He opened his eyes and exhaled. He didn't understand what was happening to him. He didn't feel any energy inside him. Jin-hyuk thought that he still had the power that he acquired in the world of Murim, but with horror he realized that he was wrong. But Jin-hyuk did not give up trying to get his strength back. Walking down the street he peered carefully and passed energy through his skin. Putting his foot on the sidewalk he tried to identify any unevenness on the earth and did not stop breathing, and with every step he succeeded in getting better and better. His energy slowly returned to him and it became more and more. It spread along the sidewalk, leaving nothing unnoticed. While they were walking, Jin-hyuk noticed tired people on the street and someone's chewed gum stuck to the sidewalk. He also noticed that they walked past a very large dandelion. But this is not what Jin-hyuk was looking for. Knitting his eyebrows, he looked for that same ill-fated pebble that caused all the troubles in his family to begin. Because of this stone, his father could never bake baked goods again, his mother developed cancer, and Jin-hyuk himself ended up in a coma while saving his father from a truck. Remembering all this, Jin-hyuk became very angry and the energy became much more in his body, and it spread like a stream all over the sidewalk. Now he easily found that protruding stone and immediately destroyed it, so that not a grain of sand remained from the stone. He was very surprised and could not believe that because of such a tiny pebble their entire family life went downhill. The father called out to his son and told him that it was getting sharply cold outside. Jin-hyuk turned and looked in surprise at his father, who was trembling all over. He peered at his father and thought that he felt his strength. And the father, not suspecting anything, smiled and said that it was very strange. It seemed like it was summer outside, but suddenly it felt so cold. Jin-hyuk looked at his father and could not believe that all this was really happening to him and that he had really returned to his world. He remembered how in the world Murimov had been engaged in self-improvement for 40 years, training alone in the trees, and then after many decades he became the head of the church and lived for another 100 years. Jin-hyuk looked at his father, surprised that he looked so young. They continued walking along the sidewalk. The guy, without letting it show, told his father that it was a little strange that he was cold. To which the father replied that his son is strange today because he is so obedient. The father looked at his son with a kind smile which made Jin-hyuk a little embarrassed and put his hand on his neck. They walked the rest of the way without incident and arrived safely at the family bakery. Jin-hyuk turned his head towards his father, who asked him to help open the bakery. The guy was very happy that his father got to the bakery without incident and that he was able to change the future. Father and son began to open a bakery, and the father again said that his son returned from the army as a real man. Jin-hyuk thought to himself that he had returned not from the army but from the world of Murim, and with one movement of his fingers, he easily opened the heavy gates of the bakery. At 6 o'clock in the morning, his father walked through the entire store looking at all the baked goods and checking that everything was fine. He opened the sales book, checked everything carefully, and chose what he would bake now. He kneaded the dough himself, adding all the necessary ingredients, and began kneading it to make the dough perfect. With a mop in his hands, Jin-hyuk watched from the side as his father prepared the dough and admired his skill. Watching his father from behind, Jin-hyuk thought that his father never trusted anyone to prepare baked goods without his knowledge. He looked at him worriedly and thought that it was very difficult for his father to work alone, especially when he was sick. Then Jin-hyuk went to the store hall and started cleaning so that when the store opened everything would be clean. He mopped the floor and was glad that after so many years of living in another world, he was pleased to finally help his father. Jin-hyuk washed the floor and at the same time watched his father cook. He could not take his eyes off him and watched his movements all the time. How his father breaks an egg, separates the white from the yolk, spreads the yolk on the dough, and places it on a baking sheet. Looking at his father, Jin-hyuk was amazed at his movements. They were so precise it was as if he was dancing to a clear rhythm without stopping for a moment. His father's precise movements while cooking reminded Jin-hyuk of perfectly practiced martial arts techniques. The guy admired his father, who could so skillfully prepare any pastry and bring it to perfection. At the moment, he was preparing golden brown bagels. This is the best-selling baked product in their bakery. A first-class baker kneaded the dough into many small circles and then leveled them with his hands so that they became perfectly even. At this time, Jin-hyuk was cleaning the entire bakery and at the same time preheating the oven to bake bagels. When the bagels were ready, he put on gloves so as not to get burned and took them out of the oven. While his father makes a new batch, Jin-hyuk cools the already prepared bagels, packages them, and then puts them on display. Jin-hyuk looked at his father again and unexpectedly for him noticed something strange in his movements. He continued to watch his father cook and realized that something was wrong with his right shoulder. The guy noticed that his father's shoulder was slightly injured, but without noticing the pain, he continued to knead the dough and bake the pastries. Jin-hyuk stood for a few seconds and intently watched as Dad made another batch of bagels. Then he said that he also wanted to learn how to bake bread. His father stopped at his son's unexpected statement and looked at him in surprise. The father warned his son and said that this is a very difficult process and it will be difficult for him to learn this craft because the taste of the baked goods should always be the same, but for a beginner it always turns out different even if he follows the instructions exactly. Jin-hyuk, as if continuing the idea that his father wanted to convey to him, said that if the taste of baked goods is always different, then they will betray their customers. The father was amazed at his son's words and asked if he had said that before, to which Jin-hyuk, smiling, replied that his father had said that phrase a bunch of times. Jin-hyuk remembered his past life. How his father once taught him how to bake and constantly underestimated his abilities. He was dissatisfied with his results, scolded him for every little thing, and never noticed his efforts. Because of all this, then father told Jin-hyuk everything was callous. Returning from his memories, Jin-hyuk said that his father had some problems with his right hand. Exhaling and placing his hand on his right shoulder, father said that he has been getting tired a lot lately. Jin-hyun continued to insist that he still wanted to learn how to bake and said that he couldn't be a cleaner forever. With great enthusiasm, the son tried to convince his father that he could be a first-class baker and wanted his father to teach him how to bake their signature pastries. During his son's fiery speech, his father peered at him intently to see if Jin-hyuk was ready to learn the secrets of preparing their family baked goods. Jin-hyuk was lost in his memories again. Before he went into the army, while walking in the living room, his father told him that when he returned he would teach him how to bake bread. But Jin-hyuk was not happy with this idea at the time. Then he was not happy about having to get up early and go to the bakery at 5 in the morning to do the cleaning. He was reluctant to carry out his duties. He wanted to sleep all the time, and routine cleaning kept him depressed. But now he realized that then his father needed his help and told his father that he understood that he had not yet earned his trust. Jin-hyuk continued to insist on his own and convince his father that he was still worthy of learning how to bake pastries. His father smiled and said that they could start training today. Jin-hyun was glad that his father finally recognized him and agreed to teach him the family business. The father turned his head to his son, looked at him, and said with a smile that they would begin their training with a baked goods called the cathedral. Jin-hyuk looked at his father with rapture and was happy. He thought that if this was a dream, he didn't want to wake up. A month has passed since Jin-hyuk returned to his world and continues to work in their family bakery. He began to get used to this new reality. He is already standing behind the counter and happily dismisses the visitors who come to them. But Jin-hyuk does not forget his previous lives. how in the past he ended up in a coma and then ended up in the world of Miramov. He again remembered that when he got into the world of Miramov it was very difficult for him because at the very beginning of his journey he had a weak and untrained body unlike others. Looking at his sword, he realized that he would have to learn everything on his own. At night he looked sadly at the moon. It was difficult for him to survive alone and adapt to everything in a world that he did not know at all. The timer rang and Jinhyuk, happy that he had returned back to his world, went to take freshly baked pastries out of the oven. He took out his first pie which he had prepared himself and was very pleased with the result of his work. He again remembered the world of the Muramovs and realized that he did not miss it because he was always alone there and there was never a truly close person next to him. His only comrade in the Muram world was Guanonma, to whom Jinhyuk talked about his real world over a cup of sake, but his friend never believed in his stories. Returning from these memories to the world where his parents are, Jinhyuk was still happy that by some miracle he was able to be here again. He was glad that he could change his future and the future of his family. And now his father teaches him all the secrets and secret techniques for baking their family pastries. Son's work, the father said that he is doing very well, and Jinhyuk's baked goods turn out perfectly exactly the same as his father's. Jinhyuk looked at his father with affection and thought that he used the same ingredients and techniques as his father. The father, holding the bread prepared by Jinhyuk in his hands, said that his son is a genius and that in just a month he mastered the entire assortment of the bakery. While the father was tasting his son's cooking, Jinhyuk said that he was able to master all this only because his father is a very good teacher. But Jinhyuk had one secret that he did not reveal to anyone: what he was doing when evening came and the bakery closed. At night he stayed alone in the bakery to practice his magic. He sat in the lotus position and, accumulating energy over these months, was able to reach the 3rd star. During the day his father taught him new techniques and recipes. Father showed how to work with the test from Jinhyuk, listened carefully and wrote everything down. And his father also taught him how to properly serve customers. Every day while practicing he rolled out dough and studied all the bakery recipes. He was able to master all aspects of his father's work, who had been in the bakery business for 30 years, in just 1 month with the help of his spiritual eye. A friend from the world of Murim, Guanonma, taught him this technique, and with the help of the spiritual eye Jinhyuk could quickly remember all his father's movements. When Jinhyuk lived in the Murim world he was able to master this skill. In the Ilwal church only 2 people owned the spiritual eye, he and Hel Dokek. Sitting in the lotus position they mastered this skill because it was a weapon in its own way. Spiritual eye is a martial art that strains the eyes to the limit and allows one to see through objects and living beings. Thanks to this skill Jinhyuk could glimpse what might happen in the future. His friend Guanonma used the spiritual eye to recognize possible danger or anticipate enemy tactics to dodge a blow and strike back at his opponent. In the real world, with the help of the spiritual eye technique, Jinhyuk could remember exactly how much flour to pour into a bowl. He easily remembered all the details and then could perfectly reproduce all the movements and techniques of his father. He trained while sitting in the lotus position, and thanks to this he was able to master the 3rd star of the spiritual eye. Jinhyuk, continuing to learn how to cook baked goods using this technique, caught even the most insignificant movements of his father and remembered them. When they finished, the guy asked his father if he was proud of his son, to which the father proudly replied that of course he was proud of him. Then the father began to pat his son on the head with a smile and say how cute he is, to which Jinhyuk embarrassedly said that he was already an adult. The father said that age does not matter and that his son is very young because he is only 25 years old. These words from his father sounded like a bolt from the blue to Jinhyuk. Jinhyuk looked at his father, who was thinking about something, and at that moment thoughts were spinning in his head that mentally he was much older than his father and he kept forgetting about it. When they finished training at the end of the day, my father usually stayed and kneaded the dough for the next day. But for half a month now Jinhyuk himself remained in the bakery to knead the dough for tomorrow, and he sent his father home to rest. And so as soon as his father left the bakery and the door closed behind him, Jinhyuk could freely use magic without any obstacles. He really liked to use his power, and with the help of this energy he could instantly break several dozen eggs. Then, without the help of his hands, but only with the help of magic alone, he separated the yolk from the white in a second. After that, he perfectly kneaded the dough in several containers at once. And this whole process takes him 10 minutes. And when his father is nearby, he has to work with his hands, and all this takes 3 whole hours. But with the help of magic, the perfect dough is almost ready in just a few minutes. All he has to do is add sugar nuts and chocolate flour and everything will be ready. Looking at his work, the guy crossed his arms on his chest smiling and was pleased that the dough for the tartlets and everything else was already done. He took cling film, covered all the containers with it and left it for a day. While carrying the last container for today, he thought that when everything was done he could start training. It was dark outside and the sign was no longer lit. In the bakery, the lights were turned off everywhere except the room where Jin-hyuk was training. He sat in the lotus position and thought that even though some time had already passed, he could not fully accept and understand this reality. He wanted to become stronger and therefore began to practice the Sajikan technique, thanks to which all the toxins accumulating in the body are eliminated. Opening his eyes, he thought that even though his internal energy continues to accumulate, his body still remains weak. Therefore, he decided to move on to the energies of Im, Dan and Yang. And if he manages to develop them, he will be able to master the Daejikan technique. But he thought with concern that if he made too abrupt a transition, it would be very bad and everyone would notice the changes. Continuing to sit in the lotus position, he remembered that when he did this last time, he grew 10 centimeters and seemed to have lost weight. He decided that at first he would undertake to master only Yang energy for now. Opening his eyes, he remembered that before this training, he needed to remember to prepare his magical channels. Closing his eyes, he thought that in the Muramov world, he had completed this task in just 100 days and now intends to repeat it, but very slowly and carefully. In the kitchen there are a lot of oven appliances, containers and jars for storing ingredients, kitchen scales and many small items. In the hall of the store, where the lights had long been turned off, there were cakes and other various pastries on the counters. But suddenly, where Jin-hyuk was working, a very bright light poured down and illuminated the trading floor. Sitting on the floor in the lotus position and putting in a lot of effort, he slowly and carefully tried to collect some Yang energy. But then energy flowed towards him in a stream and he did not understand where all this flow of power came from. He closed his eyes, trying to reduce the flow of energy because then he would make the transition very abruptly. He tried to understand what his mistake was. Sitting in the lotus position and crossing his fingers, he completely relaxed and allowed the energy to flow slowly through his body. He thought that this insignificant amount of Yang energy was only a tiny drop from his previous strength. Concentrating, he sat still and took slow, deep breaths. Energy flowed evenly through his body. Closing his eyes, he listened to his body and thought that this could be done as easily as possible, especially for him because he was the best warrior in the Muram world. He directed energy into his fingertips so that his body began to change. At this moment he felt a little pain, but he remembered that when he lived in the world of Muram, he fought with his enemies, and the pain that he felt now could not be compared with the hell that he experienced in the world of Muram. By collecting Yang energy for 100 days, he will secretly improve and change from everyone. Then something went wrong and he felt the energy begin to circulate too quickly. He directed all his attention to his body to immediately stop the energy because it was impossible to pour more water into an already full glass. He concentrated even more to stop all this flow of energy, but he could not do anything about it. The heavenly energy that flowed through his body instead of a calm current became stormy sea waves. Sweat beaded on his forehead from the exertion. He could not understand whether there was a way to connect his body in this world with his body from the Muram world. Toxins began to flow from his body in yellow lumps. He felt how his former strength returned to him and how it spread throughout his entire body. Toxins flowed from his face, from his neck, from his arms, from his legs, and he felt how his whole body began to rebuild. Jin-hyuk looked at his hand. These toxins began to corrode all his clothes and they began to tear into pieces. He clenched his teeth in anger at himself because his plan had gone awry and he was unable to complete the transition correctly. Out of disappointment that he didn't succeed, he hit the floor with both hands without calculating his strength, and the tiles on the floor cracked. The guy looked at his hands, discouraged, and could not understand what was happening to him. He looked at the floor and couldn't understand where the cracks were coming from because his father had just recently laid new tiles. He looked at his legs, they became a little bigger. And when he stood up and looked at his body, he realized that he had grown a little. Jin-hyuk hoped his face didn't change. But he noticed that his nose was slightly smaller, his cheekbones became sharper, and his skin overall became much clearer. He left the kitchen and entered the dark hall of the store. He walked past counters on which there were cakes, bagels, and other confectionery products that he and his father baked. He went into the locker room because due to the toxins that had corroded his clothes, he had to look for new ones. He looked into the locker and took a whole set of untorn clothes to go home in. When he put on a white shirt, his thoughts were only about one thing. How can he hide all his changes from his parents, especially how can he hide his slightly changed face? He put on black trousers, and when he buttoned his shirt, he thought that all his plans had gone to waste. He found a way to hide his face and put on a mask. He told himself that he would have to wear the mask for at least some time so that his parents would not notice anything. He left the bakery. The sun had already set to the horizon, and it was already dark outside. The street lights were shining, and many windows in the houses were already burning. When he came home, his mother opened the door for him. She was surprised that her son came home wearing a mask and asked him if he was sick, to which Jin-hyuk replied that there was a lot of dust in the air, and that was why he was coughing. He entered the house trying to have as little contact with his parents as possible. Walking past his father, he lowered his head a little. Half squatting like a mouse, he quickly went into his room. The father and mother watched this picture with surprise at what had come over their son. The father in bewilderment looked for a few more seconds at the door that led to his son's room and tried to understand what was happening to him. Jin-hyuk walked into his room and closed the door behind him. There was a teapot on a small table near his door and oatmeal next to it. He immediately went to the mirror and began to look at his face. He looked at his changes in horror, touching his face with his hand. He thought that it was very good that today his parents did not notice his changes and that he would try not to catch their eye for a few more days. He sat down on the bed opposite the mirror and thought that it is very easy not to attract attention to yourself when you are among strangers. Lowering his head a little, the guy quietly told himself that hiding his face from his family is a very difficult matter. But the next second he put his feet up on the bed and sat in the lotus position again to practice again. He closed his eyes and concentrated. After a partial transition, his hearing became sharper and he heard something. It was his parents' conversation. He turned to the door and heard his father say that his son's help was very helpful and his work became much easier. Father and mother were sitting in the living room. They sorted and folded their clothes. The father said that their bakery's sales had plummeted. Mom said in surprise that this couldn't be true, that Jin-hyuk never learned how to bake well. Jin-hyuk strained his ears even more to hear his father's comment and verdict on his cooking. Rubbing his chin, the father said that it wasn't about his son's cooking, but that the whole point was that a new sweet baguette bakery had opened across the street, and that they were having a discount for the second week. Jin-hyuk, wanting to hear their conversation in as much detail as possible, got out of bed and walked closer to the door. His parents continued to cover him with clean clothes. Mom suggested to father that he also make discounts in their bakery. My father said that he doesn't know how to do this because even if they make these discounts, people won't know about it because they don't have advertising. Then my mother suggested making a discount called B. She offered to give all customers with a name starting with the letter B an extra bun as a gift. This idea made my father laugh very much. And he and my mother began to laugh very loudly and merrily. The father looked with a slight smile at the mother, who was trying to support him. She said that the Sweet Baguette Bakery had once opened but quickly closed, and that this time it would also not be open for long. Jin-hyuk, standing in his room at the door, heard his mother telling his father that their son was helping in the bakery with all his might and that together they would cope with everything. Clenching his hands into fists, Jin-hyuk heard his father say that lately his arthritis has hardly bothered him. Jin-hyuk thought that his parents didn't even know why all the diseases passed them by. Every night the son secretly sneaks into his parents' room and begins to use magic. While the parents are sleeping, Jin-hyuk stands next to their bed and uses his energy to heal them. Therefore Father P.'s arthritis is already going away a little. Jin-hyuk scratched his head with his hand and, closing his eyes, tried to remember how it was in his past life and whether the Sweet Baguette Bakery was closed then. Opening his eyes, he remembered with alarm that in a past life this bakery had not closed, but on the contrary their business had gone uphill. In front of the entrance to the Sweet Baguette Bakery, which is located across the street from Jin-hyuk's family bakery, there were two inflatable dolls that fluttered in the wind. Father and son stood across the street from this bakery and watched as their competitors invited customers to their place. Then the father remembered that the owner who opened the Sweet Baguette Bakery was once his student. Returning home, Jin-hyuk thought with anger that if his father's student had not been there, and he had not opened a new bakery right opposite them, then everything would have been fine. He looked into the memory of his past life. He remembered everything very vaguely because at that moment when the business of their family bakery went downhill he was lying in a coma. He barely remembered how his father and mother discussed near his bed in the hospital that they barely had enough money to pay the rent for the bakery and they had no expenses for treatment. And how his sister Jin-hee tried to give money to her parents. Returning from these memories, Jin-hyuk stood in the middle of his room and thought that he could not leave everything to fate. Turning to the window, he looked at the houses and decided that he needed to take the entire situation into his own hands. He strained his eyes to use his spiritual eye. His eyes began to glow with yellow lights. Thanks to the eye technique, he was able to transfer his spiritual body to the street first, and then quickly making his way through the city streets, he reached a competitor's bakery. From home thanks to this technique, he was able to look at the assortment of the sweet baguette bakery and saw that a cheesecake in this bakery costs only 19,000 won. Clenching his fists in anger, Jin-hyuk thought that everything in the competitor's bakery was much cheaper than theirs. Continuing to observe the competitor's bakery, with the help of the wind, Jin-hyuk saw the owner talking to his employee. Jin-hyuk watched as his father's former student strictly spoke to his worker that he needed to sell yesterday's baked goods cheaper, but the worker did not want to do this because it was yesterday's baked goods and should not be sold. To which the owner of the sweet baguette bakery, pointing at the price tag, said that this must be done. When Jin-hyuk heard his words, he had many ways to deal with him. The first way is that they can talk to him peacefully and go their separate ways. If this doesn't work out, Jin-hyuk can deal with him with his fists. And he can also wait for him somewhere in the gateway and kill him. For Jin-hyuk, this was the best way because hiding one body is easy. The guy was filled with energy. He thought that if the owner disappeared, the competitor's bakery would immediately close and everything would be fine with them. Magic covered him and he was ready to go right now and deal with the owner of his competitor's bakery. But at that very moment when his mind was consumed by the mania of murder, he heard his mother's voice and immediately came to his senses. Dripping with sweat, he looked at his hands and thought that it was good that he heard the voice of his parents because he almost lost his temper. In the living room, the father was sitting on the floor on his knees and the mother stood bending down next to her and smilingly said that they could not kill the tiny insect. The parents watched as Ladybug walked across their floor. Mom said that maybe Ladybug would bring them luck and that she needed to be saved. The parents took the ladybug and went out onto the balcony to release it. When the father unclenched his fist, the ladybug immediately flew off and the mother waved her hand after her and smiled. Jin-hyuk stood in his room and thought that he needed to come to his senses and calm down because in his world the laws are completely different. He thought that he was now not in the world of the Muramov where everything is decided by strength and power but at home. Having come to his senses, Jin-hyuk crossed his arms over his chest and thought that the arrogant owner of the sweet baguette bakery should understand who is in charge here. Jin-hyuk thought that he needed to make a cheesecake 100 times tastier than his competitors without changing his father's technique. He thought that he could use magic and use the power of Sammet instead of the oven. Thinking that he shouldn't give in to his emotions and deciding that he had to do something, Jin-hyuk went to his computer. He sat down in a chair, rested his head on his hands, wanted to turn on the computer and look for some new recipes on the internet. But then there was a strong knock on the door of his room. The door suddenly opened and Jin-hyuk's twin sister, who lives in the dorm and sometimes comes home, entered the room. The girl with red hair was very surprised when she saw her brother sitting in his room wearing a mask. With narrowed eyes, the sister looked suspiciously at her brother and asked him why he was sitting in a mask in his room. Jin-hyuk specially put on a mask so that his sister wouldn't see his changed face and said that he just wanted to be in a mask. They stood opposite each other and talked. The sister folded her hands on her chest and said that her brother had finally matured. Putting his hands on his belt, Jin-hyuk closed his eyes and a little embarrassed said that he was really already quite an adult. Little sister looked attentively at her brother and smiling said that she heard that he was helping dad in the bakery. She said that her father had changed a lot. Previously he was sad when he looked at the baked goods, but now he just glows, and all this thanks to Jin-hyuk. He didn't do anything because he didn't think he was doing anything special. And my sister said that according to her brother, he was born with himself because his father changed only thanks to him. For prevention, the sister decided to tease her brother a little, and Jin-hyuk interrupted her and said that he didn't want to quarrel with her. Then my sister enthusiastically suggested we watch TV together. He didn't really want to spend time with his family now because he needed to be alone, and that's why he hesitated. Looking at his shirt, he thought that he needed a little more time to finally deal with the heavenly energy. But his little sister managed to convince him. She showed her fist as if threatening to beat him, and Jin-hyuk agreed to watch TV together. The sister left his room telling his brother to quickly go into the living room with everyone else and they would all watch TV as a family. Jin-hyuk opened his wardrobe and took off his white shirt. He thought that, in principle, he could practice in the living room. Taking a red t-shirt, he decided to train in tunpop techniques because in order to train this technique it would make no difference to him whether he was sitting or lying down. When he went out into the living room, the TV was already turned on and there was some kind of program going on. The whole family was already assembled and he sat down next to the sofa. He sat on the floor in the lotus position and the sister who was sitting next to him noticed that he was sitting in a strange position. To ward off suspicion, Jin-hyuk waved his hand and said that he was taught to sit like that in the army. On TV, a man standing with a microphone in his hand said that now they would take a look at one of the bakeries in their area. The sister smiled. She carefully followed the TV show and said that now the most interesting things should begin. Understood from his sister's reaction why she called all family members to watch this program. The whole family sat in the living room with their eyes fixed on the TV. Brother and sister were sitting on the floor, mother was in a chair, and Father S walking on the sofa said that they had not all been together for so long. The TV program was about how to bake bread. Someone's hands were rolling out the dough and a voice behind the scenes said that you need to put your whole soul into the product and then you will get super bread. Bakery owners were asked what the composition of their bread was. And while the owner was telling me that it included milk rice and that this bread was ideal for people with diabetes, many buyers took this bread. Mom looked in surprise at her father, who crossed his arms on his chest and said displeasedly that there is no such thing as bread being healthy and tasty. Adjusting his glasses, the father added something bread tasty and harmful, or because it's the other way around and there's no other option. Jin-hyuk listened to his father and thought that although he speaks with such disdain, he is actually jealous of that bakery because customers come there again and again. The host of a television program asked the bakery owners what made them happy and held a microphone for them to answer. The owners packing buns and bread in bags said that what makes them happy are the regular customers who come to them again and again. The man hugged his wife and said that he was very touched when their son told them that he would also become a baker like his parents. My father, looking a little with envy at the couple of bakers on TV, saw how happy they were and wanted everything to be just as good in his family. My father said that this couple from the program looks very good when they work. Jin-hyuk looked at his father lovingly, and he decided for himself that he would definitely fulfill his father's dream, and no difficulties would prevent him from doing this. When the broadcast ended, my mother suggested that my father go to their room and slowly go to bed. When the parents said goodnight to their children and went to their room, Jin-hyuk was also about to go to his room, but his sister stopped him and said that her brother definitely needed to take a look at the new program. The program that was on TV talked about confectionery products. About rainbow cookies in the shape of bunnies and deer. Pastry chef in the world who magically makes different and very tasty desserts. Sitting down on the sofa, sister said that this was the beginning of Adriano Janbu's first show, and that he was an outstanding pastry chef. Then she added that her brother should also try his hand at confectionery. The television program said that whoever becomes the winner of the culinary show will become Adriano's student. Jin-hyuk became interested in this program. He was impressed by the greatest pastry chef Adriano Janbu and did not take his eyes off him. The sister looked at her brother with disbelief and asked if he felt stuffy in the mask, to which Jin-hyuk replied that he was a little sick. He coughed a little to be more convincing, and like a caring sister, she offered to give him an injection so that he would recover faster. Jin-hyuk exhaled. He remembered that his sister works as a nurse at the hospital, but he did not want her to give him an injection. Because if she gives him an injection, then due to the amount of force in his body, the needle will not be able to pierce the skin and will simply break. He said that he didn't want injections, got up abruptly and went to his room. And the sister, sitting on the sofa with misunderstanding in her eyes, watched him go. Jin-hyuk returned to his room, turned on the computer, and began looking for different recipes. He came across a video that showed how to make galactic cheese mousse. He included one of Adriano Janbu's videos on YouTube in which he explained in detail how to make galactic mousse. He said that this future masterpiece should be sprinkled with 2 types of cheese. When the dessert was almost ready, Adriano Janbu sprinkled it with silver powder and said that thanks to this it would look like the night sky. Jin-hyuk looked at this video and put his hand to his chin and thought that it doesn't look difficult, but making this dessert without proper practice is unrealistic. He hovered his mouse over the video and decided to look at the comments. But in the comments people wrote that no one could make this dessert. Jin-hyuk tensed up and thought that this was a little strange. It seems like the recipe seems easy but still no one succeeds. But at that very second he smiled smugly and said that if he uses his strength and magic then everything should definitely work out for him. He quickly got up from his chair, so that he was already spinning, and headed to the kitchen to try to prepare a new dessert. The guy put on an apron and while everyone was sleeping got to work. While preparing all the ingredients he thought that his father's baked goods were very tasty but it looked too simple. He was determined to study Adriano's style in detail and improve his father's baking. Jin-hyuk watched how the best pastry chef in the world worked and memorized his movements. Replaying videos in his head of Adriano making cakes and desserts, Jin-hyuk thought that by copying the skills of an outstanding pastry chef and based on his technique, he would be able to prepare the perfect bread. Having laid out all the necessary ingredients and all the necessary utensils, he began to accumulate energy to open the spiritual eye of the third star and move through space. With this skill sitting at the computer, he could thoroughly study Adriano's technique and movements and copy them exactly. Using the skills he learned from the video, he began preparing a new dessert. He kneaded the dough exactly repeating the movements of the best pastry chef Adriano. Then Jin-hyuk put the spoon on the table, shook his hands, and thought that unlike the others he could cook without the help of his hands using only magic. He crossed his arms over his chest and used his magic to take out the crackers and butter without even touching them with his hands. Using levitation, the butter and crackers floated in the air while Jin-hyuk stood and simply watched them. First he crushed the cookies using his energy and then thoroughly mixed them with butter in the air. Then he molded the resulting mixture into a perfect circle shape and immediately made a perfect crust, so I had to dirty the baking ring. Looking at the result he got, Jin-hyuk was glad that he had magic and could use it when preparing baked goods. Then in a bowl he added cream and powdered sugar to the gelatin. And now he needed to beat this whole mass very well, and usually a mixer is used for this. But instead of a mixer, Jin-hyuk put his hand forward, channeling his energy through it, and decided to use Tanji's blade. When he lived in the Murim world, he used this technique very often in battle. He launched this technique at the enemy so that his enemy thought that he missed and relaxed. But unexpectedly for the enemy, Tanji's blade struck him right in the back. The Tanji blade is a spiral-shaped stream of energy and is ideal for kneading dough. Jin-hyuk directed this technique into a bowl of future dough and began to stir it. He watched as the dough kneaded and spiraled in the bowl and gradually turned pale yellow. Jin-hyuk looked at the microwave. He needed to melt the mixture of gelatin and everything else so that it had a liquid consistency. But he did not dirty the microwave oven and again used magic. The bowl stood on the table and Jin-hyuk, using his energy, created a fire whirlwind and melted the entire mixture in an instant. He was pleased with how cool he was at cooking with magic. Now he stirred the mixture in the bowl faster and faster so that not a single lump remained there. Then he concentrated, folded his hands, and transforming his energy was able to create an ice ball with which he could control the temperature himself and cool the cake a little. After all his experiments with magic, he was able to create a dessert with a perfectly semicircular shape. The cake was almost ready. He just had to do the final touch. And to create the galaxy effect, he created a deep blueberry-colored frosting to achieve the result he wanted. When he finished preparing the cake, he raised it on a board to examine from all sides how it turned out and said to himself that this dessert looks perfect. Jin-hyuk decided to check if the cake smelled like cheese, but after sniffing it, he discovered that the smell of cheese was completely unsaturated and almost inaudible. Having placed the dessert on the table, Jin-hyuk folded his hands and thought that he should have gone for another cheese, so that the aroma of the dessert would be more pronounced. He scratched the back of his head with his hand and thought that in principle it had turned out quite well, but he could do much better. He decided that tomorrow the whole family would try this cake and give their verdict. The sky was blue and clouds floated calmly and slowly across it. In the house, the whole family had already woken up and was wide awake. Parents and sisters saw what a masterpiece Jin-hyuk had prepared and began to admire this cake. At first they couldn't believe that Jin-hyuk made it, and then father said that this cake looks magical. The father, with childish joy, wanted to try the cake as soon as possible and taking a knife intended to cut it. Jin-hyuk, not understanding why his whole family so wants to try this dessert, said that you shouldn't indulge in sweets in the morning, to which the father replied, getting ready to cut the cake, that since this dessert was made by his son, then for the sake of exception you can have a sweet breakfast. The father looked at the cosmic cake and could not take his eyes off it. The head of the family did not want to cut this dessert because it reminded him of a work of art. Unable to stand waiting for Dad to decide to make the first cut, my sister, as if going mad, pulled out a knife and said that she would cut this cake herself. My sister cut the dessert into 2 equal halves, and everyone was delighted that there was cheese filling inside. Jin-hyuk, standing in the kitchen in a mask, watched this whole picture and looked forward to when everyone would try his cooking and appreciate the result of his efforts. And now the moment of truth has come for Jin-hyuk. Parents and sister, breaking off a piece of cake with a fork, began to try it, and Jin-hyuk froze in anticipation with excitement. When all family members tried a piece of his cake, everyone was delighted with its incredible taste. The cake was so delicious that they wanted to eat it again and again. When the whole family praised Jin-hyuk's cooking at that moment, he thought that since everyone liked the cake so much, then they could not change anything in its recipe and leave it as it is. The guy put his hands on the table in which his energy flowed and thought that he could prepare such a delicious cake with the help of his magic. The father, holding a fork in his hands and with a smile on his face, told his son that since he was able to prepare such a gorgeous dessert, he would definitely be able to impress everyone at the confectionery show. And placing his hand on Jin-hyuk's shoulder, the father added that his son was a very capable student. The guy was a little embarrassed and very happy about his father's words. Mom and sister, who was slowly eating the cake, were sitting at the table. The father stood opposite his son and asked how he was able to prepare such a dessert, to which Jin-hyuk replied that he learned to cook it from a video. With her hands clasped, the mother looked at her son with curiosity and asked whether the process of preparing this cake was complicated and whether they could sell such a dessert in their bakery. Jin-hyuk said that he did it on purpose. I learned how to cook this dessert so that sell it in their bakery. But here's my father inquired enough whether everyone ingredients what available in their bakery. Turning to father, Jin-hyuk said that he will buy everything you need ingredients for this cake and added what more wants to go to a pastry shop to try their desserts. Sister, carefree eating another piece of cake, asked her brother what time he wants to go to the pastry shop, for what Jong-hyuk answered what this confectionery Adriano. The sister was very surprised and said with admiration that same wants visit confectionery, the world's best pastry chef Adriano Janbu. They came out of the house and headed to the very known confectionery in the world. The weather outside was good, and in the center cities towered huge skyscrapers. When they walked down the street, Jin-hyuk started a little cough. His bothered dust, and he thought what's so dirty air very difficult to get used to. At that time, like Sister Nuna admired good weather, Jin-hyuk continued their thinking and came to an idea what in the world Muramov it was ain't so bad because there was very pure nature. He again remembered myself when I lived in the world of Muram and thought what even if dust and dirt appeared there, then it can be easily was removed with magic. Being in their thoughts and memories, Jin-hyuk hardly noticed how I reached the candy store I wanted so bad hit. His sister called him and said what they have already arrived. He raised his head and saw signboard, the confectionery itself. She looked like magnificent snow-white castle which was in the very center cities. All the people when they passed by him admired this establishment. When they entered inside them, we were met by 2 waiters who unanimously said welcome. It was clear that waiters very glad new guests. In the hall stood behind the served a table on which stood many desserts and cups for tea. There were cakes and pastries on the dishes which were served for tea today. Brother and sister sat down at the table. Jin-hyuk, the situation in this confectionery not very I liked. Nuna was in full delighted and wanted do order quickly. When waitress went to the table to take order, Jin-hyuk showed the menu and asked to bring him all the desserts which available on these 2 pages. Young woman, I was amazed by this order. When the waitress, having recovered from the shock, began fluently write down the order of the sister, who was no less, I was surprised and asked my brother in full, is he serious? Got ready, eat 10 cakes and 10 pastries. Jin-hyuk a little leaned towards his sister, put his hands under chin, and announced mine insidious plan. He said in a half-whisper to her, what if he tries everything? I'll understand how this need to cook. 2 waitresses carried Jin-hyuk's order on trays containing the most delicious desserts in the whole world. One of the desserts was the cake that Jin-hyuk made in the morning. When the waitress put this dessert on the table, Nuna, holding a knife and fork in her hands, was ready to try it again. He and his brother broke off a small piece of this galactic cheesecake and began to chew it slowly to try this dessert. They had many different desserts on the table, but at the moment they were enjoying this magnificent cake. Closing their eyes in pleasure, they tried not to miss the slightest detail and remember the taste of this wonderful cake. When Nuna finished her piece, she delightedly told Jinhyuk that this cake was almost exactly the same as the one he made in the morning. Jinhyuk looked at his sister, who was happily eating the cake on both cheeks, and thought that there was definitely a difference between his cake and the cake from this pastry shop. When he looked at the dessert, he thought that the video showed not the real recipe and that most likely there was some kind of secret ingredient. All his attention was focused on this galactic cheesecake. He continued his thoughts and thought that not fully revealing the method of preparation was a trick, so that the real recipe would not fall into the hands of competitors. He remembered that, in the Murim world, there were also tricks during battle. Enemies were always trying to figure out how to win the battle and use tricks such as a chain wound around the enemy's weapon. But here and now, trying the best dessert in the world, Jinhyuk had to concentrate. Having tried the galactic cheesecake again, he sharpened his taste and thereby felt every crumb. He opened his eyes and was struck by lightning with the realization that the answer lay within the desserts themselves. He clearly tasted all the ingredients that were in it and understood everything. Then he began to try other desserts, and thanks to his taste buds, he realized that in one of the cakes honey was added instead of sugar, and the tartlet dough was kept at a low temperature. Holding the mask to make it easier to eat without taking it off, Jinhyuk tried all the desserts he ordered and remembered all the tricks and secrets of their preparation. When he looked up at his sister, he was amazed at how she happily devoured all the desserts that were on the table. When they finished their meal and decided to go home, it was already evening. The sun was setting behind the horizon, illuminating the city and the entire sky with its last pink rays. Brother and sister were walking down the street on their way home. Nuna said that all the desserts they tried were simply magical. Jinhyuk looked at her and said that from now on their family bakery will have the same delicious desserts as the ones they tried today at Adriano Jamba's pastry shop. Following his brother Nuna, she said that it would be very cool and then their mother would not need to work as a maid. And then, teasing her brother a little, she added that he should name the bakery in her honor. How to become famous. Jinhyuk listened to his sister talk about the near future, how their family bakery would become famous, and how one day she would quit her job as a nurse and help them. He remembered that in a past life, when he was in a coma and his parents did not have enough money, Nuna helped them with all her might. She gave her mom money so she could pay her hospital bills. Looking somewhere into the sky, Jinhyuk told his sister that he would definitely name the pastry shop after her. Nuna was at first surprised by his words, but then she exhaled and smiled. She lightly hit Jinhyuk, began to tease him, and said that until recently he was very small and now he has become such an adult. From an unexpected blow to the back, Jinhyuk jumped a little and asked his sister not to do that. Walking down the street, brother and sister were fooling around. They had a lot of fun and laughed joyfully. At this point, Jinhyuk again remembered the world of the Murims. How he stood alone over a cliff looking somewhere into the distance, immersed in his thoughts, and at that time the wind was blowing in his face, leaves were spinning in the air, and his hair was developing in the wind. He thought that in his entire life in the Murim world, he had never lied to anyone, and therefore he did not intend to deceive anyone in his current world. Jinhyuk looked into the pink sky and thought that he would do his best to make his dreams and the dreams of the whole family come true. He remembered a family photo where everyone was happy. His father holds him by the shoulder and his mother hugs his sister, who shows 2 fingers for the photo. He imagined himself from the world of Murim in a big city and was ready to do anything so that his family would never have to regret again. And now it's time for his main battle. After Jinhyuk visited Adriano's bakery, he decided to visit other famous bakeries to try different desserts. In one of the bakeries, when Jinhyuk as usual ordered a lot of desserts, and when they had all been tried, Nuna hung over a half-eaten piece of cake and said that she wouldn't fit in anymore. Jinhyuk, having written down the information received in this pastry shop in a notebook, told his sister that they were now going to the next one, to which Nuna was surprised that her brother had so many sweets and said that she had had enough for today. Jinhyuk decided that his sister should definitely go with him, and taking her hand began to lift her from her place. Nuna gave in and said she would go with him. Clusters of stars were visible in the dark blue sky hanging over the large city. Most people have already gone to bed, but there are still lights on in some windows. When night falls, Jinhyuk, on the sly from his family, he begins to prepare desserts using his magic. Allowing the products to fly in the air and mix, he thought that if he gave his best today, he would do everything in just 3 minutes. Throwing the mixed dough onto the board, he looked at it and thought that no one could repeat this because only he had magic. Now he decided to prepare desserts that he tried in different pastry shops. He closed his eyes to remember all the recipes down to the smallest detail. After that, he began to prepare. He called upon his energy and began to cook with it. Everything worked out smoothly for him, and he thought he could speed up the cooking. Using various techniques, he could already knead the dough with one hand. Jin-hyuk smiled while cooking because it brought him pleasure. He began to mix the ingredients for the fillings, placing his hands over the bowl and passing energy through them. When he got to work, it was almost 2:30 in the morning. And after just half an hour, he finished all the desserts he planned to prepare. Jin-hyuk made a cheesecake called Sunset. These are 3 cake layers covered with icing the color of the setting sun. Another dessert called layers of chocolate. This is puff pastry and a huge amount of chocolate on top. He prepared 3 such desserts. Then there is the Saboro dessert with homemade butter and red bean paste. More sweet and tender cannellini with milk chocolate cream and whipped cream. And the last dessert he prepared that night was a tartlet filled with caramelized onions and black vinegar. In the morning, when the whole family woke up, they saw that Jin-hyuk had prepared a lot of desserts and were pleasantly surprised. Jin-hyuk put all the desserts on the table, and his final touch was to add pink Himalayan salt for taste and aroma. Nuna, holding a piece of cheesecake in her hands, admired it and asked how much they would sell these masterpieces for in their bakery. And my mother suggested that they would sell one piece for 5,000 won. Then she turned to her son and carefully said that Jin-hyuk was probably very tired of preparing such exquisite desserts every day, and added that her son was a great fellow. Jin-hyuk was a little embarrassed by his mother's praise, and thought to himself that his mother should not worry because for him this does not pose any difficulty. Then the father, folding his arms across his chest, offered to help, but Jin-hyuk abruptly shook his hands and said that he didn't need help and that he would prepare everything in advance and leave it in the refrigerator overnight. Jin-hyuk did not want to tell his father the secret of preparing desserts and added that his father would trust and rely on him. And the father smiled approvingly in response. Then Jin-hyuk announced that they would sell one piece for 2,000 won. All family members were very surprised and discouraged by such a bold statement. Standing in the kitchen near the dessert table, the whole family discussed the future of their bakery. The father did not understand how it was possible to sell such luxurious desserts so cheaply, to which Jin-hyuk replied that such a price would only be available at the beginning. He continued to reveal his plan and added that such a price would be a bait for buyers. If they try a piece of cake for 2,000, they will definitely want something else and will buy it. Nuna looked at her brother incredulously and asked him if all the expenses would pay off. Jin-hyuk confidently answered his sister that he didn't even doubt it. Looking at the cut cheesecake, he added that one piece of cake would cost 2,000 won and the whole cheesecake would cost 8,000. Mom understood her son's idea and folded her hands and rejoiced that since they were so cheap, there would be many buyers. And at this time, the father sighed. He didn't really like this idea and incredulously asked his son how long this action would last. Jin-hyuk firmly answered that they will have such prices until the Sweet Baguette Bakery, which is located right across the street from their bakery, closes. Remembering this bakery and how Jin-hyun's customers come there, added that the owner of the Sweet Baguette Bakery specially opened it opposite their bakery. The father tried to make sure that his son knew what he was doing and was confident in his actions. Jin-hyuk told his father not to worry because he fully knows what he is doing, and then he added that his father once upon a time taught Janel everything he knows. Everyone was very surprised that Jin-hyun knew such information and could not understand how he knew it. And Jin-hyuk, plunging into the times when he was in a coma, remembered that his father sitting next to his bed talked to him a lot about this. The father said that Janel is the son of his friend and he is like a nephew to him. That Janel began studying baking and moved to the city, and then suddenly opened his own bakery across the street from their family bakery. While in a coma, Jin-hyuk heard all this and thought that it was obvious that Janel did this so that his father would have to close his store. Returning from his memories, Jin-hyuk told his father that Janel was a heartless and unscrupulous person, and that he would definitely not call him his brother. But the father told his son that Jalil was still his brother. Jin-hyuk looked at his father. The thought flashed through his head that he could simply kill this Janel. But he didn't want to upset his father, and after squeezing his neck a little, he agreed with him. The father was glad that Jin-hyuk supported him and thanked him very much. This awkward conversation was interrupted by Nuna with her delighted cries. Everyone turned to her in surprise to find out what happened to her. And that moment when everyone was talking, the sister quietly devoured the cakes prepared by her brother with pleasure. She had already reached cannellini with chocolate cream and whipped cream, and was amazed that her brother could prepare such deliciousness. Mom lightly hit Nuna for educational purposes because she alone decided to eat everything and leave nothing for her parents, and Nuna in her defense said that how could she resist when the cakes had such a tempting aroma. Jin-hyuk told his mother that there was nothing wrong with his sister eating so much. He prepared all the desserts that are now on the table for the whole family. Mom looked at her son with love and said that he had matured a lot. Then the mother returned to her daughter and told her to take an example from her brother, to which Nuna with her mouth full replied, so that her mother would not spoil her appetite. At this time Jin-hyuk and his father began to laugh. My father suggested that everyone try a cheesecake called Sunset, but Nuna stopped him because she really wanted to take a photo of the whole cake before it was eaten. Looking at how Nuna takes pictures of the cheesecake and Mom and Dad are happy to try it, Jin-hyuk thought that this was his beloved family and that he would always protect these people. A high school student goes home after studying. He has a sweet tooth, and if he sees something sweet, he immediately loses his mind. The boy thought that he was very tired today and licked his lips and thought that he really wanted to go to the Sweet Baguette confectionery and buy something for dessert. But while passing by Jin-hyuk's family bakery, he saw a golden cheesecake. He immediately attracted the boy's attention, and he was delighted with this cake. He decided that today he would try this wonderful cake and immediately went to the pastry shop to buy this wonderful dessert. The boy approached the cheesecake closer to take a closer look at it. He couldn't take his eyes off the cake and admired it for several minutes. This picture was noticed by some grandmother who also went into this pastry shop and drew attention to him. Then she approached the boy and asked what it was, and he happily told her that it was a cake. Grandma was amazed at the beauty of this cheesecake. Looking at it, she said that it was not a cake but a precious stone, and that it looked like molten gold. And the two of them stood and looked at this dessert as if it were a work of art. Leaning closer to the cheesecake, the boy smelled it and said that it smelled very tasty. But the grandmother still did not understand why the boy was looking at him so intently. The schoolboy, inhaling the aroma of this cake, thought that it was the same smell that he could not find in the Sweet Baguette bakery, which is located opposite this bakery. And he decided that he definitely had to try this cheesecake. He turned and asked Jin-hyuk, who was bringing other sweets to the display case, how much a piece of cheesecake cost, to which Jin-hyuk replied that everything was written on the sign below. The boy looked at the sign and saw that one piece costs only 2,000. He was very surprised and at the same time delighted at the price. He thought that one piece would cost at least 20,000. He turned around and happily asked him to sell him 5 whole pieces of cheesecake. Jin-hyuk was a little discouraged that this boy was asking so much at once. Jin-hyuk gave the boy 6 pieces instead of 5, and when he asked why they gave him one more piece, Jin-hyuk replied that it was a bonus for the fact that he bought a lot. And Jin-hyuk also gave him a chocolate cream puff and said that this was also a gift. The happy boy said that he was very grateful. When the boy left the store saying goodbye to Jin-hyuk, he called him uncle. Jin-hyuk, watching the boy go, was a little puzzled by the fact that he had just been called uncle. Raising one eyebrow, he could not understand why he was an uncle when he was only 26 years old in this world. He was still standing behind the counter. With his arms folded on his chest and his eyes slightly closed, he thought that he should tell that boy to call him big brother and not uncle. He began to wonder who he really was. The head of the church and the best warrior from the world of Murim, or a good son and an excellent pastry chef in this world. But his thoughts were interrupted by his grandmother. She called out to him as a young man and tried to shout to him while he was in his thoughts. Returning to his reality, Jin-hyuk shuddered a little from the unexpected screams. When he came to his senses, he said that he heard her. Grandma looked closely at Jin-hyuk and then, smiling sweetly, said that she really loves mochi. Having not heard a little, Jin-hyuk asked again, and the grandmother, leaning on a stick, repeated that it was very difficult for her to chew because food stuck to her dentures, and that maybe in their confectionery there would be something similar in taste to mochi. Jin-hyuk, after thinking for a while, told her that they have a dessert called golden saburo with red bean paste. Taking one thing wrapped in a plastic bag, he said that perhaps she would like this dessert and invited her grandmother to try it a little. Grandmother was surprised at this proposal. Then she said that she first needed to pay for this dessert, and hanging the stick on her hand, began to look for money in her purse. When the grandmother began to look for money in her bag, Jin-hyuk noticed that this wonderful old lady had rough hands from hard work, and he asked himself if she ever took a break from work. She didn't have time to take out the money when Jin-hyuk carefully grabbed her hands with both hands and said that let her try this dessert first, and then decide whether to take it or not, and smiled affably. Jin-hyuk thought that he had improved the golden cathedral cake a little. He added some adjustments to the filling recipe. To make the paste soft and tender, you need to grind the bean grains and mix with butter. He put on gloves, broke the dessert into 2 halves, and held it out his grandma for her to try him. She said thank you and took half the cake. Taking 1 bite of the bun, she couldn't believe it. What, it can be so delicious? Eyes her sparkled with pleasure. Grandmother began to say with admiration that this bun is very delicious, and what about beans' very unusual taste? Delighted that Grandma, I liked it. Bakery Jinhyuk said, what's in the filling? Except beans, there is also oil. Jinhyuk stood and watched how dear old lady praises his baking. She was very happy this find and said that this the most delicious bun from everyone whatever I tried it. Jinhyuk rejoiced what guessed right with preferences grandmother's and what to her liked the dessert that he prepared in a few minutes. Grandma asked him how called this dessert. Jinhyuk said what this dessert is called gold saboro with pasta from red beans. Grandma with love, I looked at this bun and asked her to wrap 50 of them. The guy is very I was surprised by such a large order and warned Grandma what does one thing cost? 1,000 out. The old lady said that she lives in a nursing home, so what with her lives another 25 people and each she takes 2 things. And she started to admire again this bun which she held in her hands. When Jinhyuk calculated Grandma, he packed all 50 pieces of this dessert in 2 packages. Looking at them, the grandmother asked, can she do it? Whether she convey these packages itself. Jinhyuk looked at Grandma who leaned on a cane and thought what to convey to her these packages most it won't be easy. But then he decided her cheer up and said to her what these buns are very air and only seem bulky. He held out to her packages and said what they very lungs, and when Grandma took them for her in fact was very easy to hold them. She thanked her and started moving towards the exit from bakeries. A Jin Hyun standing behind her endowed her magic. He thought what thanks to his strength this grandmother will be able calmly get to the nursing home without any problems. When this sweet old lady happy with your purchases with 2 bags of buns, I approached the exit and a mother and son entered the bakery. Jinhyuk turned his attention to the new visitors. He noticed that the boy immediately went to the cheesecake. He really liked the cake and told his mother that he wanted to try it. With a little dissatisfaction, Mom told her son to first eat normal food and then start eating the cake. Jinhyuk decided to approach the new visitors and give them some advice. He said it was a cheesecake called Sunset. The boy looked at it admiringly without looking up from this cake. The girl leaned over to get a better look at the dessert and said with skepticism that all the desserts were beautiful on the outside but not all of them were tasty. Jinhyuk invited customers to try the cheesecake so that they could see that his cake was delicious. The girl looked at the young man in surprise and gave her consent. Then Jinhyuk immediately cut off a piece of cheesecake and standing behind the counter divided it into several small pieces so that the girl and her son could try it. Jinhyuk pricked a small piece of cheesecake onto his fork and handed it to the girl. She was amazed by the beauty of this cake and also how pleasant its smell was. The son said that he also wanted to try the cake, but the girl took a fork with a piece of cheesecake and said that she wanted to try it first. The girl brought a small piece to her mouth and stopped for a second. She was still incredulous about this cake, but when she finally decided and took a bite, it was as if the whole universe had opened up before her. The cheesecake was delicious and the cheese literally melted in your mouth. At the same moment, as if enchanted, she told Jinhyuk to wrap her 3 pieces. And the boy stood nearby and asked his mother to let him try it too. Jinhyuk looked at the enthusiastic mother and son and was glad that his efforts were not in vain and the visitors liked what he cooked. He put 3 slices of cheesecake in the box, closed it, and handed the girl her order. While paying for her purchase, the girl asked for forgiveness for the fact that at the beginning she said a little rudeness towards his cheesecake, that all desserts are beautiful but not all are tasty. Giving the order to Jinhyuk, smiling, he said that everything was fine and wished him bon appetit. When the girl took the box of cheesecake, he thought that her words could not be called rude. At the same moment, the thought occurred to him that if they were in the Murim world, he would get angry at such harmless words, challenge her to a duel, and they would immediately begin to fight with swords. But as she was leaving, the girl brought Jinhyuk back from her thoughts, saying that she was the chairman from a house located nearby. When she and her son were almost out the door of the store, she said that at the next meeting she would definitely tell everyone how delicious his desserts were, and Jinhyuk thanked her in advance. After he said goodbye to the girl and her son, Jinhyuk looked around the store and frozen was surprised that his eyes were going to be. There were many visitors in the sales area. Some girl, fascinated by the cheesecake, took pictures of it, and other customers walked around the store and admired all the confectionery products. Some guy entered the store and asked with a smile if he could try the food before buying. And Jin-hyuk, I thought it would be nice to make more tasting portions. Evening has come. Against the background of the night sky, a nursing home could be seen in which all the windows were on fire. When the dear old lady returned safely to her friends, she saw them all watching TV together. Some were sitting and some were lying on the floor, completely immersed in the TV show. But when she said that she had returned with buns, everyone immediately dropped everything they were doing and surrounded her with satisfied smiles, waiting for them to receive their treat. After the store closed, Jin-hyuk and his father began counting the cash register to see how much they earned that day. Folding his arms across his chest, Jin-hyuk said that if you do not take into account non-cash payments, then they earned approximately 800,000. The father was very happy that in just one day they made such a big profit. The satisfied father patted his son on the shoulder and said that his son was just a treasure and that he was very proud of him. Jin-hyuk said that he wanted Yi to stay in the bakery a little longer and cook something new. To which the father replied with a smile that he can do whatever he wants because he trusts him. The Sweet Baguette Bakery across the street from Jin-hyuk's family bakery has also closed. When the time came to recalculate the income for the day, the owner was dissatisfied with the fact that today's profit was so small and demanded an explanation from his assistant why everything was selling so poorly. He couldn't understand why all the cakes were on display and no one was buying them. And they didn't even touch baking today. Standing in bewilderment, he could not understand why the flow of customers had dropped so sharply. After all, they have advertising and promotions with discounts. He thought that he lured customers from the bakery across the street because they had a larger and tastier selection of confectionery and bakery products. He continued to wonder why everything happened this way. Putting his hand to his chin and continuing to analyze, he came to the conclusion that he did not change the recipe and tried to preserve the taste of all products. But then an unexpected thought came to him that all this could be because of the Soman Bakery. And this alarmed him very much. Baker's assistant Sweet Baguette Ilbong, he said that he heard that the bakery across the street was having some kind of promotion and that's why they had a lot of customers. The owner looked at him suspiciously and could not believe his words. He began to tell how he once studied with the cook of that bakery and how he almost beat him with a rolling pin several times because he could not prepare the dough properly. Ilbon had already heard this story several times and was already tired of it. But the owner continued his story and said that the cook from the bakery across the street was his father's best friend and therefore accepted him as an apprentice. But Ilbon did not listen to him, and Dee thought only that he was very much home. He bowed to his boss and said that he needed to go home. Standing behind the counter, the owner of the bakery let him go and Ilbon headed towards the exit. He walked to the exit from the bakery and then passed by baked goods that were not sold today. All the counters were filled with a variety of buns, breads, and cookies. He turned his head and saw beautifully laid out toasted pies, buns, and many other baked goods on the counter. Looking at them, he licked his lips and thought that these pastries looked pretty tasty and then headed towards the exit. Going out onto the street, he walked slowly along the sidewalk with his hands in his pockets and thought that he had specifically chosen this bakery to learn how to bake bread. Looking at the floor, he walked past Jin-hyuk's family bakery and thought that in 2 weeks he hadn't learned anything because they cooked from frozen dough, and he wants to do baking. Having finished his thoughts, Ilbong raised his head and saw that the light was still on in the Soman Bakery, which is located opposite their bakery. He thought that the bakers of this bakery were now preparing the dough for tomorrow. He became very interested and went to the window to take a good look at this store. He put his hand to the glass to better see what was inside, and after a few seconds of close observation, he realized that behind the glass there was a kitchen. A few minutes later, Jin-hyuk, noticing some guy near the window, I decided to go out and ask what he wanted. When he came out of the door, Ilbon was a little scared. Jin-hyuk looked at him from top to bottom with a questioning look, and Ilbong, nervously adjusting his glasses, said that he was not crazy and that he was just curious because during the day he saw that there were a lot of people here. But Jin-hyuk just stood there silently and then watched him. Because of the awkward silence hanging in the air, Ilbon looked away and exhaled, remembering what happened this evening in the bakery where he works. He remembered looking at the baked goods before leaving the Sweet Baguette Bakery and thinking they looked delicious. And looking at his boss, he asked if he could take one bun. And to which the chef replied with folded arms that he would sell them tomorrow at a 30% discount. Ilbong, I thought that his owner was being miserly and the discount wouldn't help because there were so many unsold baked goods left. And when he turned around again and went to the exit, the boss shouted after him that if he bought a bun he would give him a 50% discount. But Ilbin refused his offer, and when he completely left the bakery, he thought dissatisfied that no discounts would help the owner of the Sweet Baguette Bakery in selling his baked goods. When Ilbong returned from his memories looking at Jinhyuk, he thought that bakery chef Soman looked very young. But Jinhyuk broke the awkward silence and asked this guy if he wanted to buy something from him. Ilbong shook his head positively and asked if they still had any pastries, but Jinhyuk calmly replied that he had already sold everything. But Ilbin did not give up hope and asked about the orange-colored cake that was on display. Jinhyuk replied that it was cheesecake, and Ilbin was perplexed and asked how cheese could be that color. And then perking up, he quickly added that you shouldn't ask other pastry chefs this kind of thing, and Jinhyuk, peering at this guy, suspected something. He looked sternly at Ilbin and confidently said that he was from the bakery across the street. Ilbin was surprised by this statement and asked himself how this guy knew such information. Ilbin began to tell me that he studied at Hyanging University at the Faculty of Confectionery and Bakery, and added upset that they hardly taught them how to make cakes, but he was very interested in it. But then Jinhyuk's father appeared out of nowhere and joined their conversation. He happily said that his son also studied at this university, but now he is on academic leave. Ilbong, he said that he is now a second-year student. To which the father replied that he was younger than Jinhyuk and good-naturedly asked why he came to their bakery. The guy was a little embarrassed and said that he came to buy something from them but didn't have time because they had already sold everything. But Jinhyuk's father was a generous soul and told the boy to come in because they always have something tasty. Jinhyuk was surprised by his father's words. Looking after them, he thought that he had left desserts for Nuna and mentally asked her for forgiveness because she would be very upset because today she would be left without treats. They all went into the bakery together and Jinhyuk took out a box of cheesecake, which he was saving for his sister. The three of them stood near the counter, and Jinhyuk opened the box and took out a golden cheesecake. Ilbin, opening his mouth in surprise, thought that he had seen this same cake in the window during the day. At that very moment when Jinhyuk took out the cheesecake and began to cut it, Ilbin thought that this guy was very skillful and confident with a knife. He continued to watch Jinhyuk and thought that this guy was only a year or two older than him but was already so good and could do a lot of things. When Jinhyuk cut off a piece of cheesecake and handed it to the unexpected guest, Ilbong was delighted. He thought that the color of the icing was simply excellent and that the cake looked even better when cut. He placed his plate on the table and began to examine his piece of cheesecake. He saw the combination of yellow and white in the filling and thought that several types of cheese were used in production. He broke off a small piece of his cheesecake with his fork and ate it. Ilbong began to express his admiration for this cake with some youthful words, and Jinhyuk, I thought that the children of this world speak very strangely. Ilbin, closing his eyes, tried to recognize the ingredients of this cheesecake and recognized the notes of rare cheese, but could not understand what other cheeses were used in the preparation of this cheesecake. Jinhyuk, I watched my new acquaintance happily devouring his cheesecake and tried to understand whether the guy had figured out the recipe for this cheesecake. Ilbin admired this cake and said that it had a very rich taste and bright aroma. With eyes full of delight, he naively asked how they achieved such a result. Then he unexpectedly added that he also wanted to learn how to cook like this because this dessert looked like it came from a restaurant with 3 Michelin stars. Jinhyuk looked at the boy in surprise and his father smiled. Ilbong, bringing the plate to his mouth, asked how much this dessert costs, and Jinhyuk replied that one piece costs 2,000 and the whole cake costs 8. And then a second later, Ilbin shouted to the whole bakery that he was buying the whole cake and asked him to wrap it for him. Jinhyuk's family bakery called Soman spread throughout the area. Jinhyuk came to the bakery early in the morning and put everything on display, but this was not enough because there were a lot of customers and they took everything away in a matter of hours. There was a huge line and the father couldn't leave the checkout all the time because he was constantly letting satisfied customers go. What Jinhyuk does is bake bread and put it on the shelves, but the bread is instantly sold out and it's very difficult for him to quickly prepare a new one. When Jinhyuk prepared the next batch of buns, his father came to him and said that he did not expect so many customers to come and that there was not enough time for anything. The father sat down on a stool, took out a handkerchief, and began to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Jinhyuk looked at his father and thought that he looked very tired. Jinhyuk, peering at him intently, I thought that he heals his father with magic every night, but it's still not enough. He put his hand on his father's shoulder and suggested that he make a schedule so that each bread had its own time. Jin-hyuk, ready to give his father a massage, told him that it was better to sell fresh bread at certain intervals, to which his father agreed because customers always prefer still hot bread. Jin-hyuk, analyzing his father's condition, realized that a lot of toxins had accumulated in his body and that he needed a magical massage. He left 2 thumbs on his neck and began to slowly massage it, adding a little light energy. Jin-hyuk thought that the muscles should be allowed to relax, and by pressing on a certain point he added yang to his hands and strength. The father enjoyed this massage and said that Jin-hyuk gives a massage much better than his sister. Jin-hyuk closed his eyes and smiled. He was glad that his massage made his father feel much better. The father stood up, crushed his right shoulder, and turned to his son and said that now everything had worked out for them thanks to him, and that they had plunged into a rich life. But then the father asked how long his son would wear a mask. Jin-hyuk did not expect this question and was very discouraged by it. Then the father added that he understands that it is necessary to comply with sanitary standards, but his son does not even cough. At these words from his father, Jin-hyuk became a little confused and began to knead his neck. The father continued talking and said that mother was already forgetting her son's face. Jin-hyuk, I thought that until this moment he had been able to keep his secret, but apparently it won't be possible to keep everything secret anymore. He hesitated a little and after a couple of seconds reluctantly said that perhaps he could take off the mask tomorrow. When Jin-hyuk came home, he left the mask on the table and he sat on the bed in the lotus position and began to meditate. Immersed in meditation, he thought about what he should do next. After all, if he walked around without a mask, his parents would see changes in his face. Opening his eyes, he thought that he didn't even know that appearance could change so dramatically, because in the Murim world there were no normal mirrors and everyone used copper mirrors. Sitting on the bed in front of the mirror, he looked at his entire changed body from head to toe and thought that he looked like he had crawled out of a drama. Looking at his hands, he mentally told himself that he hoped that his parents would not notice his changes when he began to develop the powers of Imdong and Yang, and that in any case he could no longer stop. He remembered that, in the Murim world, when he was training, a master helped and guided him. With the help of his strength, the master helped to quickly master new techniques. But now he is in his own world, and here he will have to act without anyone's help. He thought that he needed to quickly begin to master the power of Shernan, because thanks to it he could create a reliable illusion and deceive the enemy. He remembered how in the world of Murim this power was taught to him by his comrade Guanonma, and that she had come in handy to him more than once in battle. Once he fought with one emperor, and with the help of the power of Shernan, he continued to confuse him by showing fake wounds. But the emperor understood that Jin-hyuk was using an illusion, and shouting for him to stop doing this, he attacked his opponent with a sword. But at that second, when Jin-hyuk was almost on the verge of death, he concentrated to accumulate more energy and summoned the illusion of a little girl. This girl was the granddaughter of the emperor. She held sweet balls on a stick in her hands and waved her hand to her grandfather with joyful cries. The emperor froze for a second and stopped his attack. Jin-hyuk took advantage of the fact that the emperor stopped and struck a blow that decided the outcome of this fight. Returning from his memories, Jin-hyuk thought that he should master the power of Shernan as quickly as possible so that his illusion could last for a very long time. He thought that if he succeeded, then thanks to this power, he could freely create an illusion and calmly cook in the bakery with the help of his magic so that they would have more sales. Jin-hyuk continued to think. He realized that he didn't need money, but if they could sell a lot and earn money, then his family would be happy. He again remembered the world of the Murimov. How in that world could there be tens of thousands of gold pieces lying in front of him, but while drinking sake, he didn't even pay attention to them and was indifferent to them. When he looked at his reflection in a cup of sake, he thought that he could not begin to perceive gold pieces as real money. Sitting surrounded by his friends, he kept thinking that he was unable to accept this world because everything was different in it, both people and money. He saw the happy faces of his comrades and thought that these people were risking their lives and fighting for him, while Jin-hyuk was overcome by pangs of conscience. Every time he asked himself whether he valued his comrades and whether he was faithful to them, and with these thoughts guilt consumed him from the inside. But years later, with the help of meditation, he was able to find peace of mind and peace in the world of the Murims, and now he is trying to find it in his real world as well. Sweat is dripping from him, but he continues his meditation. And although his whole body experiences such hellish pain that makes him clench his teeth, he does not forget about his family for a second. Sitting in the lotus position, he accumulates and passes energy through himself to achieve the changes he needs. But he suddenly began coughing up blood because he is now experiencing very severe pain as his whole body is now being rebuilt. Due to the fact that the body began to change greatly, it became very twisted and it became unbearably painful, but now it is ideal for storing and using energy. After Jin-hyuk finished his changes, he first looked at the ceiling and then saw a family photo hanging on the wall. He got out of bed out of breath, and because of the changes, the toxins that were in his body began to come out and drip onto the floor. Stench emanated from these toxins, and he covered his mouth and nose with his hand so as not to feel it. He put out his hand so that with the help of his magic he could remove it, and so that his room would be clean. He raised all the toxins into the air and instantly got rid of them, and then he thought that now magic was much easier for him. When he had done all this, he looked at the floor for a second, and then went to the mirror to look at his new transfiguration. Looking at himself in the mirror, Jin-hyuk smiled and thought that he had finally managed to make the perfect transition. The next day, father and son again worked in their bakery and dismissed visitors who left the store happy. Standing behind the counter and adjusting his glasses, my father thought that today there was again a lot of work to be done. But now it's lunchtime and he wouldn't mind having a snack. He thought that he could eat now and happily invited himself to eat tofu. My wife walked in holding a bowl of food in her hands. Approaching his wife, the man said that today was a day off and she needed to rest at home. But his wife replied that he and his son were leaving for work so early that she didn't even have time to feed them at breakfast. When she gave her husband a bowl of food, Jin-hyuk came out into the hall because he heard his mother come. She finally saw her son without a mask and froze in shock for several seconds and did not take her eyes off him. Jin-hyuk looked at his mother and at that moment was a little nervous because he could not predict what her reaction to his appearance would be. But his mother very quickly ran up to him, took his hands and looked at his face with joy. She said that she had not seen him for a very long time, and then like a caring mother she added that now everyone would eat together. Mom and son walked ahead and had a very nice conversation. Jin-hyuk asked his mother what she had prepared, and at this time his father, holding a container with lunch, walked a little behind. When they opened the bowl, there were many very tasty dishes that Mom had prepared with love for her husband and son. When all the food was laid out, they sat down and began to have dinner together. Jin-hyuk looked at his happy parents and thought how good it was that they didn't notice any changes in him. Jin-hyuk ate the soup his mom made and thought that he really missed him when he was in the Miram world. He took the spoon with the soup, brought it to his mouth and ate it. And at that moment he felt the happiest and told his mother that her cooking was very tasty. The lunch break passed, and after a while all the shelves in their bakery were empty, and they had to hang a sign on the door saying that everything was sold out. The happy and joyful head of the family, because sales were going very well, told Jin-hyuk that tomorrow he would need to prepare more of everything. Holding a notebook in his hands, Jin-hyun thought that now it was time for cakes because his father had come up with a new recipe, and in addition it was also very easy to prepare cake right now, to which his father agreed. They went together to try a new recipe. Janel, the owner of the Sweet Baguette Bakery, decided to look into his competitor's store, but when he approached their door he saw a sign that said everything is sold out. He looked at this sign and couldn't understand how they could sell everything when it wasn't even 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And this irritated him very much. When Jin-hyuk and his father went to the kitchen to make the cake, they first began to knead the dough in a special food processor according to the same recipe as before. Jin-hyuk showed his father how to make cheesecake. Standing near the kitchen surface, he held a bowl in his hands and told father that all that was left to add was cheese. My father was watching this whole process at this time. He took the bowl and said that there were already 3 types of cheese in the recipe and that it looked very airy. Jin-hyuk looked at his father and said that the cheese looked fluffy because of the milk. And the father, smiling, replied that his son was great and how he worked until late at night and managed to do everything. When the dough was completely mixed in a special kitchen machine, they poured it into a separate bowl. When all the ingredients were ready and placed on the table, the father adjusted his glasses a little in confusion, and Jin-hyuk looked contentedly at the table and said that it was time for the buttercream. A little embarrassed, the father stepped aside and said that he would like to change the color of the cake, and Jin-hyuk, happy that he was working with his father, looked at him and asked what color he wanted to change to. The father remembered what golden cheesecake looked like and said that it was very popular and suggested that they try decorating the top of the cake with vanilla buttercream as an experiment. Then he looked down and smiled, thinking about his wife who loves butter cakes, and told his son that many people like this. Then Jin-hyuk, without a second thought, moving the bowl of dough towards his father, said that since they had already prepared the dough for the cheesecake, let O'Day make it for now. And at this moment he will prepare the cake layers for the vanilla cake and they can experiment. But the father looked at his son and said not confidently that they would try. And then he looked away and guiltily asked him if they could make a simple vanilla cake. Jin-hyuk looked intently at his father and couldn't understand why he wanted to make a vanilla cake so badly. It dawned on him and he asked his father if today was their wedding anniversary. The father, adjusting his glasses, proudly said that today was indeed his and mother's anniversary. Jin-hyuk was a little upset because he completely forgot about their holiday. He thought that he had to prepare everything himself at the bakery for tomorrow because Dad always makes and gives Mom a vanilla cake for their anniversary. The father, pouring flour on the table, said that they did not have time because they needed to prepare bread and desserts for tomorrow, and Jin-hyuk suggested that he do it himself. He thought that with the help of his strength he could easily melt cheese, and in just a couple of minutes he could bake several cakes. So he could do it quickly. But when he came to his senses he stopped because he forgot that his dad was now next to him and he couldn't use force in front of him. And at this time my father said that if they work together they will cope much faster. Jin-hyuk got to work and told his father that they would try to do everything quickly and then they would have time to bake a cake for Mom. The father looked at his son with love and said that he had matured a lot and that he could not imagine that his son would change so much for the better. When Jin-hyuk heard such words from his father, he smiled embarrassedly and thought that it was very unusual to hear praise from him. Had done something, or he was sitting at the computer almost every night. And now Jin-hyuk, I'm glad things worked out between him and his father. The happy father said that thanks to Jin-hyuk by 2 o'clock everything was already sold out, and that he was happy because they would now bake bread together in the same kitchen. But at this very moment when there was an idyll between father and son, someone persistently rang the doorbell of the bakery. Father and son turned around to see who was breaking in on them. Jin-hyuk shouted that the store was already closed, but on the other side someone did not stop and shouted that he needed Eunjong, the owner of this bakery. When the father and son gave up and opened the door, standing in front of them was Kim Janil, a former student of Jin-hyuk's father and the owner of the Sweet Baguette Bakery. Jin-hyuk, he asked what he wanted and realized that Janil was drunk. Looking at him as his rival Jin-hyuk, I wondered why he came here to quarrel or to complain. And Janil in turn irritably thought that his former teacher gave the bakery to his son. Interrupting this duel of glances, Jin-hyuk's father Eunjong, shaking off his hands, asked Janil. The drunken owner of the Sweet Baguette Bakery ran into Jin-hyuk, telling him that he should greet people and that he was interested in something. Jin-hyuk looked at him and exhaled in displeasure. Jin-hyuk was angry that not only did this Janil open his bakery right opposite them, but he also came to them in a drunken state and wants to find out something with them. He came close to Janil, folded his hands on his chest, and looking down at him so menacingly told him to come in later, that his father's former student could not object to him. But then the father intervened in their conversation and told Jin-hyuk to leave this guy because he also had something to say to his former student. And Jin-hyuk had to relax his pressure and listen to his father. The father went into the next room and Janil followed him. Jin-hyuk stood and watched them leave and thought that not all people can talk calmly, especially people like Kim Janil. Jin-hyuk looked after them warily, as if sensing that something bad was about to happen, and they hid from his eyes behind the walls of the next room. When Janil walked into the kitchen, he began to look around, remembering how he once studied here. He saw a table with ingredients and a notebook in which the recipe was written. Irritably clenched his fist and thought that I would be a former teacher starting to teach my son the secret recipe. When Eunjong ended up in the same room with him, Janil asked him who this young man was, to which his former teacher replied that he had no need to know. Running his hand along the kitchen surface, Janil began to tell his teacher everything he was thinking about, and hitting the table with his fist said that he forced him to work day and night. Not understanding what Janil is talking about, Eunjong, he said that he was just teaching him. But his former student seemed not to hear him and continued to tell something of his own. The bakery owner, Sweet Baguette, turned to his teacher and said that he couldn't just fail, and desperately shouted that Wang Jiang and his son were happy because he was not doing well. He began to express everything that had accumulated in his soul to Eunzao, saying that he worked tirelessly, and at the same time his teacher could not teach him anything. That Eunjong was a friend of his father, and he thought that he could learn all the subtleties and techniques from him, but instead he just worked like a slave. Then Janel added that he wanted to take revenge on him, and that's why he opened his bakery right opposite the bakery of his former teacher. But Eunjong, not understanding why Janel was so angry with him, told him that he really just wanted to teach him even more than his son. Janel began to slowly seethe with rage, and did not believe that Eunjong wanted to train him even more than Jinhyuk. He looked at the kitchen table and saw all the ingredients for baking and said that Eunjong's son had just returned from the army, and they were already cooking together. Janel became so angry that he even began to shake with rage. His former teacher tried to calm him down and sit him down on a chair, but the drunken owner of the Sweet Baguette Bakery began to go on a rampage. He threw all the bowls of ingredients around, shouting that it was all garbage and that he couldn't fail. Eunjong was shocked by what he saw. Trying to calm Janel down, he grabbed him from behind so that he wouldn't destroy anything else, but the drunk student screamed for the teacher to let him go, and then pushed him away with such force that Eunjong fell and hit his head. Thanks to his strength, Jinhyuk looked into the future in a second, saw this whole terrible picture, and was furious with Janel. Watching him go into his father's room, Jinhyuk decided that they could not be left alone and grabbed Janel's hand and stopped him. Janel turned and looked angrily at the son of his former teacher, and Jinhyuk in turn asked him if he wanted to talk to him first. Janel asked in bewilderment why he should talk to him first, and Jinhyuk, without letting go of his hand, thought that if his father had not been here, this impudent man would already be dead. He peered intently at the drunken Janel and thought through options on how to calm him down. He thought that if he was simply kicked out, his father would not understand this. Janel started shouting that he was not respected here. His former teacher did not understand what was happening there and decided to check if everything was okay with them. Eunjong looked into the room where his son and his former student were arguing, and at that time Jinhyuk, not finding any other way out, decided to use his magic and put a hypnotic discharge on them. Jihyuk's energy surrounded his father. She blocked his consciousness and he immediately froze in place. And Jinhyuk, with the help of his magic, decided to reveal to P his hidden memories that were somewhere deep in his memory. Jinhyuk stretched his hand forward and directed his magic at Janel and thought that even though he might go crazy from these memories, he still had to give him the opportunity to find out the whole truth. Janel, plunging into the depths of his memory, recalled the past when his teacher Eunjong taught him the art of baking. He remembered how he constantly wiped surfaces to keep them clean, while the teacher, while kneading croissant dough, kept telling him that the kitchen should always be clean, and that you need to be able to not only use technology but also take care of it. And that's why Janel did what he did. He washed or wiped something all the time. He didn't like it very much. He thought that the teacher was using him to do nothing himself, and anger gradually accumulated in him. While under hypnosis, Janel saw a picture of Eunjong talking to his wife, saying that Janel still lacks knowledge of basic things, but still he has natural talent. Janel was very surprised that the teacher spoke so well of him, while he himself thought that the teacher did not need him and that he was not teaching him anything. He saw the teacher telling his wife that Janel had enthusiasm in his eyes then, and that in the future this would help him gradually master the baking business. Eunjong's former student was shocked to learn that his teacher thought he would succeed. It was difficult for him to realize that Eunjong really believed in him. But Janel was also interested in the money question. And as soon as he thought about it, he saw in his memories a mother who came into the bakery to see his teacher. When Janel's father died and his whole family found themselves in a difficult situation, his mother came to his teacher and asked him to pay her son's salary. Adjusting Eunjong's glasses, he said that he would be very happy to pay him, but he's not sure that he can. To which Janel's mother smiled guiltily and asked to forgive her for such a request. Then she added that her son did not know how to handle money at all and suggested that she bring money to Eunjong, and he in turn would give it to him as a salary, and said that she would warn her son about this. But Janel, seeing this scene and hearing his mother's words, was at a loss. He remembered that his mother had not told him anything about this and that this was the first time he had heard about it. Then he saw in his memories Eunjong saying that he did a good job this month. He gave him an envelope with money. When Janel saw that his salary was only 100,000 and raged by such a small salary, he felt like a slave. But at that moment he did not even realize that the money he then received was brought by his mother. Then he saw how the teacher was very kind to him then, and kept suggesting that Janel take with him several sausages in dough for his mother. But when anger from injustice filled his entire mind, Janel, without explaining anything, ran away from the bakery, leaving his teacher, who did not understand anything, to be at a loss. And now, when under hypnosis he saw this shocking truth, He regretted his actions at that time and thought that there was simply a misunderstanding then. Jin-hyuk still controlling Janel. I saw that he understood everything. Jin-hyuk didn't understand how Janel could think that his father was using him. Before bringing Janel out of hypnosis, Jin-hyuk told him that since he dared to doubt his father's selflessness, he needed to apologize to him. And then Jin-hyuk ordered him to get out of their bakery. And when he said his last words, he clenched his outstretched hand into a fist to dispel his magic and return his father and Janel back to reality. When after hypnotic sleep Unjong, when he woke up he couldn't understand what had happened to him. But his lack of understanding of the momentary loss from reality was interrupted by Janel. He fell to his knees in front of him and began to ask for forgiveness, saying that he was wrong for disappearing so suddenly and not warning him. With tears in his eyes, Janel also asked for forgiveness for opening a bakery right opposite his teacher's bakery. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk was watching him closely, and folding his arms on his chest, he watched as Janel forever bowed and apologized to his father. And Unjong, trying to calm his student down, told him to get up and they would talk normally. But Janel, as if still under hypnosis, didn't even think about getting up from his knees. Covered in sweat, he turned to see Jin-hyuk's reaction to his repentance. But Jin-hyuk looked down on him with contempt and almost in a whisper ordered him to get out of their bakery. At that same second, Janel rushed to the exit in fear, shouting that he had arrived at the wrong time and he needed to go. And Jin-hyuk and his father watched him go. When Janel ran away from the bakery, he was terrified of Jin-hyuk's power, because he gave him some visions about his past. But before reaching the exit, Janel twisted his ankle and began to fall. He ran so fast that, before he fell, he flew several meters forward headfirst. As he fell, he rammed his head into the door of the bakery and fell in the doorway so that half of his body ended up on the street, and people passing by looked at him and stopped in amazement. He was lying on the floor unconscious, and there was a bloody bruise on his forehead from hitting the door. While the Soman bakery had already closed because Jin-hyuk and his father had sold all their baked goods, the Sweet Baguette bakery across the street was still open. Ilban, Janel's assistant, hearing that customers entered the bakery, he turned to greet them but immediately stopped. He saw Jin-hyuk enter the bakery carrying his boss on his back. Ilban fearfully asked what happened to Zanilium and why the cook from the bakery opposite was carrying him in his arms. Jin-hyuk glanced at Janel and said that he drank well and, unable to keep his balance, fell and hit his head on the door. Not understanding how one could fall and bruise his forehead like that, Ilban said that he would take care of the boss and take him to the hospital. But at that very second he realized that if he took the boss to the hospital there would be no one left in the bakery, and he did not know what the right thing to do would be. But Jin-hyuk eased Ilbong's internal resentment. He said that he would take his boss to the hospital himself and came to him to warn him and tell him not to worry. Jin-hyuk had already begun to leave the bakery, but then he remembered what he wanted to find out from Ilbong and turned around and asked if his boss had information about his loved ones in case of an emergency. Jin-hyuk left the Sweet Baguette bakery and headed to the hospital carrying Janel on his back. He rushed to the hospital with lightning speed, maneuvering between people. He rushed at such a speed that passers-by walking down the street did not see him, but they had the feeling that a strong wind had suddenly blown. When Jin-hyuk brought Janel to the hospital, his mother was already waiting for him, who was very worried about her son. "Put your hand on your son's shoulder," she asked him if everything was okay. Janel, sitting on a wheelchair, said that his head was pounding. Jin-hyuk, watching the conversation between mother and son, thought that Janel was a pretender because he was already completely fine since Jin-hyun tested him with his magic. Jin-hyuk looked at the family reunion and didn't know what to do next with this whole situation. But here's Janila's mom asked him to leave her and Jin-hyuk alone for a while. Janel, having fulfilled his mother's request, began to drive away in a wheelchair to the side, while his mother meanwhile went to Jin-hyuk. When Janel turned around, he saw Mom bowing and apologizing to Jin-hyuk, and he immediately felt uneasy. When Janel's mother approached Jin-hyuk, she began to ask for his forgiveness for the fact that her son caused a lot of trouble to him and his bakery. Jin-hyuk didn't respond to his mother's apology. He looked at her carefully, thinking about something of his own, but after a second he decided to ask the question that worried him. Janel's mother, why her son didn't know about the money she gave to Jin-hyuk's father. But the mother looked at him absent-mindedly, and then said that perhaps she forgot to tell her son about this. Jin-hyuk was shocked that, because his mother forgot to tell Janel about the money, he disliked his teacher. At that moment Jin-hyuk felt something was wrong. He grabbed Janel's mother by the wrist to use his magic to assess the state of her health. Holding her wrist with one hand and her shoulder with the other, Jinhyuk asked a little worriedly how she was feeling. Jinhyuk closed his eyes and used his energy to check the state of Janel's mother's brain, and his worst fears came true. He still held his rival's mother by the hand, and with the help of his strength, he saw that she had clear symptoms of dementia and that her memory had deteriorated greatly. Jinhyuk thought that even Janel had a person who needed his care. He thought about his mother, who said that he was a good son and that someday he would have to close the bakery for a while to take care of her and his father. Jinhyuk let go of Janel's mother's hand and decided to cheer her up, saying that she no longer had to worry and all that was left was to pay the hospital expenses. Janel's mother nodded in gratitude and began to open her purse to take out the money. Jinhyuk looked at her with pity for several seconds, and then abruptly turned away and, taking a deep breath, decided to leave. Before leaving the hospital, he decided to go into Janel's room again to finally tell him something. Janel, with a plaster on his forehead, looked a little trembling at Jinhyuk and asked him why he came to him. Janel didn't feel at ease in Jinhyuk's presence because he remembered that he had some kind of hypnotic gift. Janel, trembling with fear, pulled his knees to himself while Jinhyuk stood calmly near his bed and told him to take his mother to some other hospital for examination. Janel became worried. He didn't understand what his mother had to do with it and what Jinhyuk wanted to say. Forgetting that he was afraid of Jinhyuk, he began to shout at him, call him names, and ask him what was wrong with his mother, but Jinhyuk, without answering anything, simply turned away and wanted to walk away. But unable to bear the shouts directed at him, he turned around and, clenching his teeth, looked angrily at Janel to tell him to shut up. He said that he did not intend to tolerate name-calling, especially from such an unscrupulous person as Janel, and Janel, in turn, unable to answer him, sat with his mouth open. Having put it in its place, Jinhyuk gritted his teeth and continued to stare at him furiously for several seconds. Janel sat on his hospital bed, shaking and sweating from such exertion. He froze and could not even move a finger. He couldn't say anything in response because he seemed petrified. And when he tried to say something, his tongue went numb and he could not squeeze out a sound. He saw how Jinhyuk looked at him and read rage and contempt for himself in his eyes. There was a tense silence between them. Jinhyuk looked at Janel, who in turn was trembling, and thought how much he was worried about his mother. Leaving his room, Jinhyuk walked away, saying that he would look after the bakery's sweet baguette. Then his mother came to Janel's room. She saw that her son was worried about something, and stroking his back suggested that something was hurting him. With tears in his eyes, Janel asked his mom what Jinhyuk was doing here in the hospital. Mom tried to calm her son down and said that Jinhyuk brought him here because he was unconscious. I'm still in a euphoric state. Janel decided to confess to his mother that he thinks that Jinhyuk has some kind of superpowers. Mom looked at her son in surprise, thinking that he was talking about some kind of nonsense, and sternly told him that he hit his head hard and that's why he dreamed something. Then she abruptly took her son by the cheek and began to scold him for the fact that he thought of opening his bakery right opposite the bakery of Jinhyuk and his father. A little angry, she hit Janel on the back and said that now she couldn't just look Uncle Unjong in the eyes. Janel, having endured all his mother's anger at him, looked down and worriedly thought that something was wrong with his mother. Then he turned sharply and urgently suggested that she also undergo an examination in a specialized hospital. Mom looked at her son in surprise and a little confused and said that they had no money at all, but Janel continued to insist and said that he only now realized how important it is to take care of his health. Unjong again correct all his mistakes, and he and his mother would undergo an examination together. The weather was good outside, and the young couple decided to take a leisurely walk in the fresh air. They looked at each other and smiled. But a moment later, a sudden strong wind blew, and they stopped in surprise at such an unexpected change in weather. Jinhyuk, rushing back to the bakery to see his father, rushed past them at such great speed that they didn't even notice him. He returned to his bakery as quickly as he could. Opening the doors, he saw his father, who didn't even ask how Janel was doing. Father and son immediately returned to work, and Unjong showed his son the result of his work. He tried to make cheesecake himself and almost succeeded. Unjong folded his hands on his chest and looked at the cake and said that he wanted to make it rich yellow, but he didn't succeed. And Jinhyuk stood nearby and was glad that his father himself had prepared the cheesecake. Putting his hand to his chin, Jinhyuk looked at the cake and thought that the yellow color was somehow faded, and that he had specially prepared azure glaze for it. Listening out of the corner of his ear to what Jinhyuk's father was telling him, he admired him, and also the fact that he himself had done so much during this time while he was away. Eunjong, adjusting his glasses, said that he needed to try again because this cake didn't work out for him and asked Jin-hyuk to help him, to which his son agreed and began to show his father how to fill the cake with icing. He said that first you need to put the cake on the glass, and then pour glaze on top. He took the already prepared blue glaze and began to slowly pour it over the cake. And when he finished, the cake looked like a blue sea. Eunjong, looking at the new cake, admired his son's skill, telling him, as if he had been doing this all his life. Jin-hyuk, he said that all that remained was to make foam streaks to make the cake really look like the sea, and took white glaze. He began to carefully use a spoon to draw white streaks on the blue cake. The father admired this and said that the cake now looks like a surface of water. Jin-hyuk said that he also wanted to add a couple of shells, but you can do without them, and taking a brush he added that there were a couple of small touches left and everything would be ready. Jin-hyuk asked his father if he needed rings around the cake. His father said that their mother loved buttercream and opened the refrigerator to get it. He pulled out a piping bag from the refrigerator and began decorating the cake with butter stars all around. Jin-hyuk said that these stars look very beautiful. Then Jin-hyuk looked thoughtfully at his father. He didn't know how to carefully ask him why he wasn't interested in Janel. After a couple of seconds, he finally decided to ask this question, and his father answered it. He said that since Jin-hyuk took him to the hospital, then everything was fine with him. And then he added that he trusts his son. Jin-hyuk looked at his father and was immensely happy with his words. After a few seconds, the cake was finally ready. The father raised it on a board to get a better look and asked if Mom would like this cake, to which Jin-hyuk replied that Mom would be delighted. When all the work was already done, they began to get ready to go home, and the father was already taking off his apron. While Jin-hyuk was wiping the surfaces before leaving, his father carefully put the cake in a box and said that they had worked hard today. The father looked at his beloved son, who was trying so hard for their bakery, and thought about how to start a conversation on a different topic. He awkwardly turned away due to the upcoming conversation while Jin-hyuk happily wiped the tables. The father said that he would like to talk to his son about his salary. He asked if he could not pay money for his son's work. Jin-hyuk was shocked by his father's statement and stopped and looked at him in surprise. Then he turned away and looked down, upset, thinking that even though he was working in the family bakery not for the money, he still expected to get paid at least a little for his work. Jin-hyuk, saddened by the fact that he would not be paid his salary, went limp and reluctantly began to wipe the table. Father watched this picture for several seconds. Then he folded his hands on his chest and said with a smile that his son would not receive a salary but something like an incentive in the amount of 50% of all proceeds. Jin-hyuk, I was dumbfounded when I heard this. He turned sharply to his father and began to say that he did not need such an incentive because he did not need it, to which his father replied that Jin-hyuk deserved even more, because every day he wakes up at dawn and goes to open the bakery to prepare the oven and everything else for opening. And also because Jin-hyuk develops the menu, buys ingredients with his own money, and constantly tries something new. Putting his hands on his waist, the father smilingly added that in his youth he did not have the same zeal for work as Jin-hyuk, and that's why he entrusts the bakery to him. The father looked at his son with love and pride and said that he had earned his trust. Jin-hyuk was very happy and a little embarrassed to hear praise from his father. After this conversation, they got ready, and taking the cake that was in the box, they slowly went home. They were walking down the street. Jin-hyuk stuck one hand into his pocket as his father proudly carried the cake. Cars and public transport drove past them. Father suddenly asked if Jin-hyuk knew his friend Hwan Koru. Jin-hyuk looked at his father and said that of course he knows him, and he added that he is the chef of the Goguryeo Hotel. They continued to walk, and the father smiled meaningfully and then said that he came by today. The father continued to talk about how his friend Hwang Koru came to their bakery when Jin-hyuk was in the hospital, how they started talking and how Hwang Koru saw golden cheesecake, that his friend admired this cake and wondered who baked it. Hwang Koru was sure that Eunjong had prepared it, but the father said that it was his son Jin-hyuk who had prepared it. After his short story about his friend, father said that they talked and that now he wants to meet Jin-hyuk. But Jin-hyuk was a little confused at that very moment because he had never been offered this before. He didn't know what to answer to his father, and Eunjong told his son that he shouldn't sit in one place and that he deserves more. Looking at his son Eunjong smiling, he said that Jin-hyuk received a lot of positive compliments about his baking and added that he should think about this proposal. Jin-hyuk was a little embarrassed by these words. They continued to walk down the street passing various buildings. A few minutes later Jin-hyuk told his father that he would think about this proposal. It was already evening. The sun set behind the horizon and stars began to appear in the blue sky. In the house where Jin-hyuk and his family lived, many windows were burning. When they arrived home, Eunjong handed his wife the cake he had prepared for their anniversary. She was happy to see this gift, but then admitted that she thought that her husband had already forgotten about their holiday because he didn't tell her anything during the day. The whole family gathered in the living room. Mom holding a cake in her hands and sister sat on the sofa and father and Jin-hyuk stood next to them. Then Eunjong told his wife that he wanted to surprise her in the evening, so he didn't say anything during the day. Then he sat down next to his wife and began to tell her in her ear that when he was preparing this cake he was thinking only about her. Nuna, who was sitting nearby, looked at them questioningly. The father continued to say romantic things and told his wife that although it may be evening, it is always followed by morning, which means dawn, and that their life is just beginning. And these words from her husband made her blush. While the parents were enjoying their holiday and walking on the sofa flirting with each other, Jin-hyuk and Nuna decided to quietly merge and go to their rooms because they could no longer hear all this. As soon as the children went to their rooms, Eunjong took his wife's palm with both hands and began to massage her. Eunjong, blushing a little, whispered in his wife's ear that he was already looking forward to their evening, to which his wife, embarrassed, replied that the children would hear everything, but the husband gently said that the children would not hear anything. Jin-hyuk, sitting on his bed in the lotus position, mentally supported his father, saying that he definitely wouldn't hear anything. Jin-hyuk, closing his eyes, smiled, exhaled, and thought that now he could calmly practice and improve his strength. Everyone in the apartment went to their rooms. The lights were turned off everywhere, but the rooms were illuminated by light moonlight. It was almost 3:30 in the morning. Jin-hyuk continued to sit on his bed in the lotus position and meditate. He felt the energy slowly flowing throughout his body, and at that very moment memories flashed through his head. He remembered how his father said that he would receive 50% of the proceeds and smiled. Jin-hyuk, I thought that I had won my father's trust, that now they would become partners and that from now on he too would deal with taxes, rent and other expenses. And he also thought about the prospect offered by his father's friend who works in an elite hotel as a chef. Jin-hyuk opened his eyes and looked forward confidently. He already had the answer and knew what he needed to do. He abruptly got out of bed, went to his closet, and began to get dressed. He threw a red vest over his sweatshirt. He put on a red cap and, straightening it with his hand, said to himself that the time had come for him to put an end to one problem. He purposefully walked towards the exit of his room but abruptly stopped near the door. He stood there for a few seconds thinking about something of his own, and then, deciding not to use the usual exit, so as not to disturb anyone, he jumped out onto the street from the window of his room. Under the full moon which illuminated his path, he like a ninja quickly moved from one roof to another. Jin-hyuk headed to Taepyeong Hospital. Jin-hyuk climbed into Janel's room. I thought that I would do everything to prevent him from returning to their lives. Janel, still weakened after the fall, opened his eyes because he felt someone's presence. A moment later he felt Jin-hyuk's finger pressing on his wound. He felt a lot of pain, but he couldn't move. Lights on anywhere in the hospital because all the patients were sleeping in the wards. And the doctor on duty was doing a routine round of patients. She looked at the card with the patient's data and turned her gaze to room 301 in which Janel lay. When she entered, she heard some strange sounds coming from the patient's bed, which was covered with curtains. And at this time Jin-hyuk, who secretly made his way into Janel's room through the window, looked at him intently with eyes burning with rage. He pressed his index finger on Janel's forehead where the wound was and ordered him to close his bakery and never come to them again. Janel seemed to be paralyzed by his magic, and Jin-hyuk's words were imprinted on the subcortex of his brain. His vision became a little blurred and his nose began to bleed. He lay on the bed holding the blanket with both hands and could not say anything. And Jin-hyuk still held his hand to his forehead and looked down at him imperiously. Then he heard that someone had entered the room and realized that he needed to get out of there so that no one would notice him. The doctor opened the curtain that covered the patient's hospital bed and saw a terrifying picture. She immediately rushed to provide first aid to a patient who was having a seizure. Janel, lying with his eyes open, was trembling and foam was flowing from his mouth. Jin-hyuk, flying around the city at night, was glad that now he would never meet Janel again. He thought that now he was beginning to be pleased with his abilities. He remembered the world of Muramov in which he did not feel freedom when he was flying around the city at night just like now. In the world of the Murim, He had to move more quietly than the wind, otherwise in an instant he could be captured by enemies or killed. But now he felt differently. Now he liked to fly under the full moon and feel the night city under his feet. The sun was already high, illuminating all the streets and houses. The clouds in the blue sky floated slowly. Jin-hyuk was fast asleep in his room when someone insistently began knocking on his door. Nuna burst into his room and asked her brother what time he went to bed yesterday. But Jin-hyuk covered his head with his hands and asked to let him sleep. Nuna saw that the window in his room had been open all night and said displeasedly that because of this all sorts of midges had flown into her room. Slowly getting up, Jin-hyuk held his head with one hand and remembered that when he returned home through the window at night, he forgot to close it. "Nuna, I told my brother to get up quickly." Looking at her, Jin-hyuk wanted to object, but when his sister saw his face, she froze in horror and covered her mouth with her hand. When Jin-hyuk lived in the Murim world, he was the head of the Kyeonma church. Every day hundreds of thousands of arrows were aimed at him, wanting to pierce his heart and take his life. But neither the arrows nor the blades were able to do this because with the help of his magic and strength, he evaded them or broke them into small pieces. But today he was helpless and did not notice how the mosquitoes bit him because yesterday he was very tired and slept like a log at night. But Nuna was merciless to him, and standing near his bed, holding out her hand, she demanded that he give her 50,000 won. And Jin-hyuk didn't understand why he had to give her that kind of money. Nuna began to explain to him that this money was needed for a gift to his parents in honor of their wedding anniversary, and that they agreed to give them red ginseng. Jin-hyuk had already forgotten about the promise he made because once he could not keep it because while saving his father from a truck he fell into a coma. He quickly stood up, took out a 50,000 bill and handed it to his sister. Nuna was very surprised that she got her brother's money so easily and asked why he was smiling when she scammed him out of money. But Jin-hyuk thanked her, saying that he had completely forgotten about his promise and that she reminded him of it in time. "And Nuna, I was even more surprised to hear such words from my brother." But deciding to take advantage of this situation, she offered to buy a gift for her mother's birthday next week. Jin-hyuk I asked what kind of gift she wanted to give her. Nuna said that she wanted to look for new shoes for her because she bought the shoes that their mother now wears back in the time of dinosaurs and they were completely worn out. "So my sister wants to go to the mall and buy her mom some new shoes." And then putting her hand to her chin, she added that each person would get about 40,000. After thinking, she narrowed her eyes a little and realized that 40,000 each was a little expensive. Then she condescendingly added that since her brother doesn't have much money, he should give her at least 10,000. But Jin-hyuk, sitting on the bed, said that he would give her 40,000 without any problems. Jin-hyuk I added that she should buy her mom some good shoes. Nuna, looking at her brother a little confused, said that she would try. Then she bit her thumb and began to look closely at him to understand what was happening to him. Jin-hyuk continued to sit on the bed and did not understand why his sister looked at him so strangely and did not say anything to him. After a few seconds he couldn't stand it and broke the silence by asking his sister if she needed anything else from him. Then Nuna sat next to him on the bed and worriedly asked him if anything had happened to him. But Jin-hyuk couldn't understand what she meant. Then Nuna looked intently at her brother for several seconds, and then said that it was good that he had served in the army, but after returning she would not recognize him. "Nuna, I remembered what I was like as a child." She constantly shouted at her brother and quarreled with him all the time. She remembered that before 5th grade they lived in the same room and Jin-hyuk constantly threw his things on her desk and she scolded him because of this. Since they are twins, they have been constantly together since childhood and knew each other much better than anyone else. And now she looks at her brother and doesn't recognize him, as if he had been replaced. Nuna peered at her brother and seriously asked him if it was true that he was the one with whom she grew up all these years. But their conversation was interrupted by their mother calling them to the table as they had been delivered chicken. Nuna quickly got out of bed and rejoicing went to the exit of the room. There were already plates of sauces on the table and the main dish of this meal, fried chicken, which they had ordered at the restaurant. When everyone approached the table, they immediately hovered over the chicken. The whole family was already anticipating how delicious it would be and wishing bon appetit began to eat it. The head of the family was the first to take a fork and having tasted a piece of chicken said that it was very tasty and then added that Jin-hyuk should try it too. Everyone was sitting at the table. Jin-hyuk, he said that mom should try first, but Nuna began to beg for her to try next. And now it's Jin-hyuk's turn. He happily took the chicken leg and took a small bite from it. But as soon as he did this, a crunching sound was heard and the whole family paid attention to him. They were very surprised by what they saw. Jin-hyuk managed to easily bite off the meat and bone without noticing it. And only when his sister asked how it happened he realized what had happened. Jin-hyuk, looking at the bitten bone, thought that he had unknowingly bitten it off and then remembered that in his world bones are not eaten, although it reminded him more of cartilage. Then he quickly began to make excuses so that no one would suspect anything, and raising the napkin to his mouth said that it had already been broken off and Nuna was worried that her brother had been injured. But Jin-hyuk, saying that he was fine and that he wouldn't die from a chicken bone, extended his hand to take another piece while it was still warm. When he carefully took the next piece of chicken, he felt the temperature of the meat with his fingertips. And when I brought it to my mouth, I heard the wonderful fragrant aroma of this and wonderful chicken. But when he took another bite and began to chew it carefully, he thought that the taste of this chicken was not particularly rich. At first he thought that he had become too picky about food, and then putting a piece of chicken on a plate he realized that in fact the reason was in the meat itself. Then he remembered that in the Murim world chickens were raised in fields where they could roam freely and peck insects, and their meat was quite tough but more rich and juicy. And in his real world chickens are raised in captivity in poultry farms, and therefore they are under constant stress, which is why their meat simply cannot be as tasty. His thoughts were interrupted by Nuna, who admired the taste of this chicken and could not understand why there was no bread with the same taste. But father said that such bread exists and added that he once made chicken croquettes. Nuna was surprised by this fact, and my mother said that my father first sold them and then abandoned this business. The father exhaled with folded hands on his chest and said that if you add too many seasonings, the taste of the chicken will be lost, and if you add too little, it will be bland. And then I remembered my chicken croquettes in plastic bags and added that they were not selling well. Nuna turned to her brother and with a smile invited him to try making chicken pie, and if he didn't overdo it with anything, it would be very tasty. Jin-hyuk thought that he had the same idea as his sister to cook chicken pies, croquettes, and much more, and turning to her he said that he would try to do it. While chewing chicken, the father asked his son not to overexert himself because he already works so much, and Jin-hyuk replied that if it was difficult he would definitely tell about it. But then he thought to himself that he would never get tired because even now he was sitting without touching the chair, and no one noticed this because not a single drop of sweat appeared on his face. But then Nuna's words plunged him into despair. She said that Jin-hyuk would go with them to buy her mom new shoes and that he even gave money for this. Jin-hyuk really didn't want to go shopping and thought that he just needed to give his sister the money, but now she's dragging him along with her. Trying to avoid this, Jin-hyuk, while drinking water, cast a bait that if he went shopping with her and mom, then dad would be left alone in the bakery. And Nuna, she said she didn't even think about it. Then Jin-hyuk offered to take his father shopping instead, but Woonjong also didn't want to go shopping and said that this was not a good idea. And then he added that Jin-hyuk couldn't do it alone in the bakery, but he could because he had more experience, and called on everyone except him to go get a gift for their mother. But then his wife worriedly asked if he was sure that he could completely cope alone since he could barely cope even with Jin-hyuk. But then Jin-hyuk, to support his father, abruptly put the glass on the table and said that his father could handle everything. And then he added that his father had already looked for new interns and they would be able to help him. Eunjong, not understanding what his son was talking about, put his hand to his face and asked him in a whisper when he managed to hire interns. Jin-hyuk smiled at his father and then told his mother not to worry about it and that everything would be fine. Mom was very happy to hear such words, but Eunjong was thrown into a stupor by this son's statement, and holding a piece of chicken in his hand, he absolutely did not understand what he was talking about. The next day, early in the morning, a guy in a yellow t-shirt and with a backpack on his back walked into the Soman family bakery. It was Ilbong, who used to work at the Sweet Baguette Bakery, which was across the street from the Soman bakery. He entered the store and joyfully shouted good morning to everyone. Ilbong changed into his work uniform and joyfully entered the kitchen. Jin-hyuk asked him to bring several trays of eggs. Ilbong, fulfilling the order, brought 5 trays of eggs at one time and placed them on the kitchen surface. Jin-hyuk looked at the eggs and thought that he could bring 100 of these trays at one time. And Ilbong, like a dog, was waiting for the next instructions. Jin-hyuk told him that Eunjong would be his teacher today, and this news made the new trainee's eyes light up even more. Eunjong came into the kitchen and said with a smile that he would indeed be Ilbong's teacher, and offered to prepare saburo for him as a small test. Ilbong immediately began cooking, taking a bowl in which he would stir the dough. And at this time Jin-hyuk was closely watching him. He remembered the first time he made saburo. he immediately mixed the eggs into the dough, and because of this he received a scolding from his father. And I thought that Ilbin is doing better now than he was then. Jin-hyuk, I thought that even one egg could ruin everything because it could turn out to be rotten. He looked at his father who was watching the trainees cooking and thought that his father was pleased with Ilbin's work. And so Ilbong got to that stage when you need to add eggs to the dough and broke one egg on the edge of the table. But at that very moment Eunjong stopped him. Ilbin, holding the egg in his hand, stopped cooking and stopped. He didn't understand what he was doing wrong. Then Eunjong explained to him that the eggs need to be broken on a flat surface so that pieces of the shell do not fall into the dough. Ilbin was surprised by this and said that he understood everything. Jin-hyuk looked at his father and thought that when he taught him how to bake dough and desserts he constantly frowned and was angry all the time because his son was doing something wrong. Eunjong, with his hands on the table, asked the intern if the previous bakery taught him how to break eggs correctly, to which Ilbong replied that in that bakery everything was prepared from frozen dough. Then I remembered my training in the past. Ilbong, she said that at school they didn't teach him anything special and he mostly practiced at home alone. Then he lowered his head and sadly said that he wanted to gain experience working in a bakery and then return to university, but he was unexpectedly fired. But after a moment he folded his hands and bowed in gratitude that Jin-hyuk and his father took him to work in their bakery and that he was very happy about it. Eunjong, embarrassed by such a sincere confession, waved his hands and said that it was also great luck for them that they hired such a good intern. And then he happily added that from now on Ilbong and Jin-hyuk are now colleagues and that they help each other all the time. Ilbin was completely delighted and inspired by these words of his mentor. Jin-hyuk at that moment was watching the conversation between his father and the new trainee and was glad that they were getting along with each other. And after making sure that everything was fine between them, Jin-hyuk began his cooking. He quickly rolled out the dough into a thin layer, separated the chicken, and separated the meat from the bones. When he prepared broth from the bones, he thought that a real murim would never cut up a chicken, much less prepare broth from its bones. The father watched his son stir bones and vegetables in boiling water. And at this time Jin-hyuk thought that now he could cook for his own pleasure and not rely on the habits that he acquired in the world of Murimov. He remembered once in the Murim world he saved the life of a man simply because he liked the roast duck he cooked and therefore refused to fight with him. Interrupting his thoughts, Eunjong asked his son why he decided to make broth as well, but Jin-hyuk, not having time to answer anything, simply looked at his father. Immediately at that moment Ilbong began to admire the fact that Jin-hyuk was able to cut up the chicken so that not a single piece of meat remained on the bones and asked how he did it. Jin-hyuk said that he just cut it up with a knife and there was nothing special about it. Ilbong continued to question him, but Eunjong interrupted him by saying that Jin-hyuk is just great with a knife. Then the father asked what his son was cooking. He suggested that it was something from traditional cuisine, perhaps a pie, but Jin-hyuk said that his father almost guessed right. He said that he was preparing xiao long bao. These are steamed dumplings with a thick layer of dough. But he not only cooks them but also various pies. When he finished placing dumplings and pies of various shapes on baking sheets, he said that it was time to put them in the oven. When Jin-hyuk was finishing his Ilbong preparations, asked what time he usually comes to the bakery, to which Jin-hyuk replied that he comes at about 5 in the morning. Ilbong was surprised that Jin-hyun came so early and also burdened himself with cleaning and offered his help. Jin-hyun looked at him incredulously and said that it wasn't hard for him and that he could handle everything on his own, but Ilbong insisted on his help. Giving up Jin-hyuk, he said that he could help with evening cleaning and preparations. Ilbin was very glad that he could be of some help, and then with a smile he admitted that in the future he wants to become at least a little like Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk told Ilbong to follow Eunjong's example, since he has a very good knowledge of the basics, and suggested that he go and help him. After some time Jin-hyuk's pies were almost ready. They stood in the oven and baked slowly. Jin-hyuk stood and watched their readiness with a smile. He made sure that the filling remained inside during baking. Then he, speaking his thoughts out loud, said that he would really like the chicken meat not to be so tough, and Ilbin, holding a pastry bag in his hands, said that his dad works on a farm. Eunjong was a little surprised by this fact and told the intern that his father probably works a lot. At this time they poured the filling into the tubes using a pastry bag. Ilbong said that his father always says that what is good for chicken is good for people. And then, smiling awkwardly, he added that his prices were high. But at that very moment the oven rang, notifying everyone in this kitchen that the baked goods were ready. This is the Ilbin bread that has been prepared. He happily went to the oven for his baked goods and said that this was the first bread that he himself had baked in this kitchen. He took out a baking tray with fragrant saburo from the oven which looked perfectly cooked. Jin-hyuk remembered that in the morning his father gave a task to Ilbong and told him to prepare saburo as a test. Eunjong took one piece from the baking sheet and frowned a little and began to look at what Ilbong had prepared. Saburo to evaluate the quality of cooking. Ilbong was very worried at that time because he didn't know what his mentor would say about baking. And Jin-hyuk looked at Ilbong and didn't understand why he was so worried. Eunjong holding a little intrigue, he soon smiled and happily said that they were taking Ilbong to their bakery. Ilbong began to cry with joy at this news and taking his mentor's hand began to thank him for the opportunity. But then he felt some pleasant aroma and opening his mouth stopped and froze in place. Then he turned sharply to Jin-hyuk and suggested that his chicken pie could smell so delicious. Jin-hyuk confirmed his assumption and said that it was so. Ilbong clasped his hands and began to admire this aroma. He imagined fried pieces of juicy chicken and his mouth began to water. The three of them stood in the corner of the table, and having come to their senses Ilbong asked how many pieces Jin-hyuk could make, to which he replied that he made 24 pieces. Ilbong was very surprised and asked how they all fit on one baking sheet, and Jin-hyuk said that they were all different sizes. Eunjong, languishing with anticipation, wanted to quickly get his son's pies and said that they were already ready. But Jin-hyuk pointed his finger up and said, smiling, that they would be ready only in 15 seconds. Everyone froze in anticipation, looking at the oven. For them, those 15 seconds at that moment seemed like an eternity. And so when the time came to an end, Jin-hyuk grabbed the oven door with one hand, and when he opened it, everyone present was stunned by what he ultimately succeeded in doing. All the pies that were on the baking sheet looked perfect, and the smell from them was divine. Ilbong was in awe of Jin-hyuk's skill. He asked him how Jin-hyuk was. I realized that all the pies were ready, to which he replied that he knew it by their smell. Everyone looked at the pies Jin-hyuk prepared as a work of art and were surprised that despite the different sizes they all baked evenly. Jin-hyuk, I thought that with the help of energy he was able to distribute the air evenly throughout the oven. And then he said that he had to rush a little, but in the end they seemed to turn out quite good. Looking at Wongjong's son's new baked goods, he said that it would be necessary to place large pies at the edges and small ones in the center, since the oven is old and does not bake well in the middle. Jin-hyuk enthusiastically told his father that he could look for a new oven when he went to the candy fair. But the father, touching the oven with his hand, said that he did not want a new oven since this one had been with him since the day the bakery opened, and added that it would be great if it were simply repaired. Jin-hyuk smiled and understood why his father did not want to part with the old oven. A second later, Ilbong called out to him and Jin-hyuk turned around. Ilbong was eager to try the pies prepared by Jin-hyuk and, clearing his throat a little from awkwardness, asked if they would try them. Jin-hyuk, he said that all pies have different fillings and suggested that the new trainee start trying small ones. Ilbong was very happy about this. Out of intolerance, he quickly grabbed one pie and ate it all at once. And Jin-hyuk, watching him, said that they were hot because they had just been taken out of the oven. Because the pies had not yet cooled down, Ilbong burned his tongue due to his haste, and Jin-hyuk meanwhile offered his father to take a pie with hot cream inside. Jin-hyuk began to tell how to properly eat this pie. At first he said that you need to let the filling flow out and then scoop it up with the pie itself and you can eat it. Wongjong followed all his son's instructions and tried a small piece of this cake. He chewed it slowly to get a better taste. Eunjong could not understand what exactly the taste of this pie reminded him of, but then he instantly realized everything. He realized it was chicken dumpling and ginger pie. He even introduced chopped ginger and fried chicken pieces. Jin-hyuk at this moment was victoriously watching his father and his reaction. He was looking forward to what his father would say about his baking. Eunjong, having eaten another piece of the pie, said that it was simply delicious and that the taste reminded him of fried chicken and that it had an amazing crunch. Jin-hyuk said with a smile that the skin of the chicken was so crispy and added that he cooked it separately on the grill. Eunjong enthusiastically said that this pie was more like a snack than a separate dish and said that it would go well with cold beer. Jin-hyuk, looking at the admiring faces of his father and Ilbong, thought that he didn't do it as well as he expected, but if they like it, then this is also a great result. Here Ilbong called Jin-hyuk a master and showed him the pie. He asked if there was cream inside. And Jin-hyuk in turn asked why he started calling him master so suddenly. Ilbong, he said that he calls him a master because he prepared such a delicious dish and tried another small pie. As soon as he took a bite of the pie, he was immediately overwhelmed by a wave of taste. He began to selflessly say that the pie crust is so crispy and thin that the cream literally oozes through it. Ilbong immediately began to wonder how Jinhyuk managed to maintain the ideal proportions, to which Jinhyuk replied that you just need to roll out the dough correctly so that the cream does not leak out. Ilbong asked how to roll out dough correctly. Jinhyuk said that you just take it and roll it out. And after these words, silence fell in the kitchen. Ilbong was in a stupor at Jinhyuk's words, and as if being in some kind of dream repeated the same phrase over and over again, that you just need to take it and do it. Jinhyuk then watched as Ilbong, as if under hypnosis, repeated his words and smiled. Having come to his senses, the new trainee concluded that the taste of this pie is exactly like fried chicken and asked what seasonings Jinhyuk used when preparing it. Jinhyuk began to explain that for seasoning he used crushed garlic, tomato ketchup, red pepper powder, soy sauce, maple syrup, and also added cinnamon for flavor. And now it's time to try the biggest pie he baked. They cut it into pieces and put it on everyone's plate. After waiting a little for it to cool down, they began to try the largest pie prepared by Jinhyuk with the taste of chicken. Having taken a bite, they were very delighted with the authenticity of the taste. Ji's father, looking at his piece of pie, said that the original recipe was British, but Jinhyuk said that he just changed the seasonings. Woo Jong, he said that it was incredible that my son was able to make a cream from butter and cream that perfectly complements the taste of the chicken. Ilbong, having thoroughly tasted his piece of the pie, finally realized what it reminded him of. The taste of this pie reminded him of different types of chicken: salted fried chicken with hot sauce, and fried chicken with calyx sauce. Ilbong said that Jinhyuk managed to combine and convey the taste of each individual chicken. Jinhyuk thanked him for such words and smiled. Ilbong, sparkling with admiration for Jinhyuk's skill, he clenched his hands into fists and said that he was truly a master of his craft, and he very much asked that Jinhyuk allow him to call him master. But Jinhyuk didn't answer him. He only said that he was also thinking of serving ice cream as a side dish for this pie. When he said this, his father and Ilbong turned to look at him. They looked at him in surprise, and Ilbong was completely shocked. The father, after thinking for a couple of seconds, suggested that this was the same ice cream, and Jinhyuk, confirming his words, said that this was indeed the same ice cream that his father bought for him when he was little. Unjong, he said that the peak of popularity of shortbread ice cream has long passed and it is no longer sold anywhere, but Jinhyuk objected to him and said that it is sold, you just need to know the right places. Walking over to the refrigerator, Jinhyuk, he said that he experimented and in his opinion it turned out to be a good ice cream. He took out a small glass and put it on the table, saying that it was garlic ice cream and that you should try it with the pie. Placing 2 more servings of garlic ice cream on the table, he insisted that father and Ilbong try it along with the pie. Ilbong looked at this ice cream incredulously and asked if there were any pieces of garlic in it, to which Jinhyuk replied that there was only garlic juice and cream. Then he handed the spoon to his father and repeated that you just need to eat a piece of pie and some ice cream. My father, holding a glass of garlic ice cream in his hands, looked at it and said that it looked like regular vanilla ice cream. And after a couple of moments, Jinhyuk watched as his father and Ilbong finally decided to try the pie along with garlic ice cream. The father, licking the spoon, was a little at a loss because the garlic ice cream turned out to be quite tasty. And Ilbong, having tasted the pie with ice cream, said that hot pie and cold ice cream go together perfectly and that they simply melt in your mouth. Thoroughly tasted such a delicious dish, Ilbong and his father wanted more and asked Jinhyuk if he had any more. Jinhyuk, rejoicing that they liked what he prepared, took out another glass of garlic ice cream and said that there was still a little left. While trying such delicious dishes, Unjong kept thinking about her wife and told Jinhyuk that her mother would really like this ice cream. Then Jinhyuk, he said that he would be happy to make mom a separate portion of ice cream and give it to her. But after these words from Jinhyuk, the father became very serious and strictly forbade his son to just bring ice cream to his mother. Jinhyuk had a bad feeling and became a little wary. And then he asked his father why he couldn't bring his mother ice cream. Woo-jong lowered his head and said that his mother is predisposed to diabetes, so they should be careful with sweets. Jinhyuk, I was upset because at that moment I completely forgot that my mother had such an illness and said that my father was really right. But the father decided to cheer up his son and, patting him on the shoulder, told him not to worry too much, because his mother had always had a sweet tooth. But Jinhyuk at that very second was upset because he thought that he could not heal his mother with the help of his magic, and then said that he would talk to her in the evening. But the father decided to take the whole blow upon himself and said that it would be better if he talked to her because then she would take her husband's words for ordinary grumbling. A family conversation between father and son was interrupted by Ilbong calling Jinhyuk. He turned and looked questioningly at the intern. Ilbong enthusiastically invited Jinhyuk to star in some cooking TV show so that he could be shown on TV. Jinhyuk was discouraged by such a proposal and said that he did not have time to act in meaningless filming because he already had his whole day planned out minute by minute. Ilbong, embarrassed by uncertainty, said that once reporters came to their university and filmed the process of decorating cakes. Then they added that they were shown on TV and that Jinhyuk and his father could look at this program and evaluate his skills since he is quite good at it. Jinhyuk said a little mockingly that he doesn't believe him, to which Ilbong got excited and said that he was really good because he was one of the best students at the university. And then putting his hand to his chest, he added that soon he would be decorating a cake live with Kyeon Yongda. Jinhyuk looked at Ilbong with a blank look. He didn't know who Kyeon was. Yongda asked what he was doing. Ilbong began to explain that Kyeon Yongda specializes in low-calorie baked goods, and that they often encounter him at the annual May festival. He added that Kyeon Yongda prefers traditional French cuisine and festival participants present their best cakes and pastries and compete with each other. Jinhyuk decided to cheer up the new trainee and said that he should definitely win the upcoming festival. But Ilbong drooped and did not answer him. And Jinhyuk, seeing that he was upset, asked what was the matter and why he was so unsure of his abilities. Ilbong became completely upset and said that last year a guy transferred to their group who had been taught French cuisine since childhood. Ilbong added that the facts that kill him are that the guy's father is a deputy, that he has been to France many times, and that he has his own blog on YouTube. Jinhyuk didn't understand the reason why Ilbong couldn't win. He said that now a fashion for healthy eating has begun, and now Ilbong thinks that he does not hold victory. And then Jinhyuk looked at him carefully and sternly added that Ilbong now thinks that if O lost once, then there is no point in fighting anymore. Ashamed of his insecurity, Ilbong, looking at his hands, said that it's not that, but that this guy is really very good. And a second later he suggested that they see this for themselves. Jinhyuk looked questioningly as Ilbong, after his words, began to take out his phone from his pocket. Taking out his phone, Ilbong found the YouTube channel of the guy he was talking about and showed it to Jinhyuk and Eunjong. Jinhyuk looked at the phone and began to read out loud what was written there. He read the inscription, "Even monkeys can make macarons," from Marie. Surprised by the title of the video, he became interested and asked Ilbong to turn on the video and let him watch it. When Ilbong clicked on the video, music was immediately heard from the phone speakers, and then someone's voice greeted all subscribers. The guy in the video was kneading the dough with both hands and said that Marie is on your screens again and that today he will teach everyone how to make macarons. Jinhyuk was a little shocked by what he just saw on the phone screen and didn't understand what the guy was doing in the video. Seeing Jinhyuk's reaction, Ilbong said that this guy is really very strong because he kneads the dough with such ease, as if he had already done it hundreds of times. And then he added that Jinhyuk and this guy Marie, whose video they are now watching, are very similar because they both have talent. They continued to watch the video where Marie said that macarons are a very easy dessert to prepare, and then added that you need few ingredients for this dessert, and began to carefully make small circles on parchment using a pastry bag. Jinhyuk, holding the phone in his hands and watching the video, said that this Marie made macarons very quickly and at the same time carefully. Even his father confirmed that the boy in the video is very good. At this time, Ilbong began to get even more driven and remember that he once lost at many festivals, and this Mari is magnificent in all areas. They continued to watch the video lesson, and the dessert called macaroons was ready at the 9th minute. Ilbong, despairing of his strength, asked Jinhyuk if he remembered correctly that he was now on academic leave. But Jinhyuk didn't answer anything because at that moment he was watching the video. But Ilbong did not give up hope and asked if Jinhyuk would have helped him win if he had stopped studying and practiced all the time. From this idea, Ilbong's eyes lit up with enthusiasm, but Jinhyuk again did not answer him because this time he was immersed in memories. He remembered the school festival that was held in the open air. I remembered how much fun everyone had there and how there were many shops from each class. Returning from these memories, he exhaled and thought that many years had passed since then, and he shouldn't waste his time on this now. Then he began to sternly say that he now has a lot to do in the bakery. But Jinhyuk didn't have time to finish his thought, and his father interrupted him, sparkling with joy, and asked if there were awards for winning at these festivals. Ilbong, leaning on the table, replied that of course they exist, and the father, leaning a little on Jinhyuk, asked what prizes were given to the winner. Ilbong, raising his index finger up, joyfully said that the winner would be given a large baking oven as a reward. Jinhyuk, who was previously not interested in festivals and competitions, when he heard that the winner was given a stove, turned and said that he had to win for her sake. Ilbong warned Jinhyuk that the competition was not a team competition and that all students could participate. And Jinhyuk asked Ilbong clarified whether students who are on academic leave can participate. Then Ilbong presented to everyone such a picture that if at one of the competitions Jinhyuk could make his famous golden cheesecake, and that if he confidently declared that he would win then many would like it. At that moment Jinhyuk also thought about this idea that Ilbong proposed. But Eunjong again brought the guys out of their dreams and fantasies. Taking and placing a bowl covered with film on the Eunjong table said it was time for red bean bread, since now Eunjong is teaching all the recipes to the trainee. He turned to Ilbong and asked what to do next when the dough is ready, and he said that we need to make the filling. Eunjong said that Ilbong answered correctly and added that the filling is usually made while the dough is rising. But then he said that this time they decided to experiment a little. Ilbong, understanding what his mentor was talking about, said that thanks to this the taste would become more rich. Eunjong was glad that his new student understood him perfectly and said that Ilbong was great. Jinhyuk stood a little distance away and watched as his father and the new intern happily talked about how to properly prepare this or that pastry. He watched his father and to his surprise came to the conclusion that he really liked teaching someone. Jinhyuk, I remembered how I tried to find some new recipes for baking and thought that if the bakery's business went uphill my father would appreciate it and be happy. He felt a little lonely at the moment. He thought that his father of course was then happy that Jinhyuk was doing so well. But he also thought that his father was still young and that it might be very difficult for him to understand the fact that his son could surpass him in the work of his entire life. Jinhyuk, I remembered that in the world of Muramov one person always stood above him and thought that people are not only understanding but also obsessed. A certain man was a member of a political faction. His son received an award for his outstanding skills and he was very happy about it at first. But the young man was very strong already as a teenager and this led his father to the thought of a possible rivalry and his likely defeat, so he decided to attack his child under cover of night. But the man got it from the cook and betrayal from his own person broke this guy's heart. In their little fight the father suffered the very defeat he had so feared. When the boy realized that he had inflicted injuries incompatible with life, the young man left the house and decided to escape from this place as quickly as possible. Then this guy stumbled upon him when he was hiding from assassins sent by his younger brother and was pursued for about 10 days. He did not have the opportunity to eat, normally sleep, or even rest for an extra minute. He approached the guy who was lying in the rocks and was unconscious and thought about how he could best help this boy. He took the guy and lifted him up and then put him somewhere on his shoulder. When the guy opened his eyes he was very surprised because he did not understand where he was now and what happened to him. He sat down on the bed and tried to look around to understand what kind of room it was. The man who saved him stood next to his bed and said that he waited a very long time for the guy to wake up. He asked in a frightened voice who this man was and why he came to kill him. He replied that he was not a murderer and in fact he saved the boy even though he could have just walked by. The guy looked at his body and saw that his chest was bandaged and his wounds had been treated the entire time he was unconscious. Save stood near the door and said that now this guy needs to have a good rest and restore his body. He shouted that he wanted to be killed. He said that he had to escape from his own home and now a large number of killers are hunting him. He tried to run out of the room and kept screaming that he wanted to be killed as quickly as possible because he was tired of waiting for that moment of death. But the guy didn't let him run out of the room and hit him on the back with his palm so that he would stop running around the room screaming. He opened his eyes and realized that he had slept for a very long time and he needed to come to his senses again after sleep. The owner of the house sat all this time near his bed and waited for the boy to wake up. He put food and a jug of water under his nose near his bed. The guy asked why didn't this man kill him and why did he need to save a stranger? He smiled and looked at the boy with a sweet look as if he was amused by all these questions. The owner of the house said that he does not share food with people who are going to be killed and this solemnity means that he is not going to kill this boy. He still continued to look at this guy with distrust and did not understand what his motives were and why he treated him so well. From that moment his training began. He swore allegiance to the master of the house and knelt down and said that he would honor him as his own father. But the boy constantly called him his father and was very annoying. This really irritated the guy and he wanted to shut this boy up with something at times. Jin-hyuk thought that, in fact, this guy was a very good friend to him. Jin-hyuk didn't understand why all sorts of nonsense constantly came into his head and he couldn't concentrate on something very important. He thought that his father's opinion was much more important to him now than the opinions of other people. He thought it would probably be a little weird to ask such things. But he couldn't even tell him that he was really good at baking. The guy with glasses was very happy and joyful and said very loudly that he had worked hard. The father replied to the guy that he had also worked very hard. The guy with glasses thanked the boss for the compliment. Jin-hyuk looked at them how sweetly they communicated and thought that before it was always him in his place. Jin-hyuk looked at him and thought that his dad just wanted to teach someone else this craft. A guy with glasses went home after work and said goodbye to all his colleagues. His father would ask him to be careful on his way home. They walked home and constantly, "What were you talking about? Father, what does he want this? What is very important to talk about with his son?" Jin-hyuk said that he is ready to talk about anything. Father said that if Jin-hyuk wants to take part in that competition just because of the stove, then there is no point in doing this, there is no need to do this, and he will just buy this stove if there is a need for it. Jin-hyuk said that his father already helps him a lot and he should do something for his father. He said that everything will be fine and there is no need to worry about it. The father met his son that he knows that the boy wants to buy a new oven to make it easier for them to work. Jin-hyuk thought that in fact he doesn't need anything for work except ingredients and the oven, and in extreme cases he can buy additional equipment for it. He thought it would be nice if it would allow her to serve for many more years and not have to think about new purchases. He thought that he wanted to stabilize the operation of the furnace by installing new parts. But even so, it would be difficult with the old one. Jin-hyuk said that their team has expanded and they don't have time to make more products and it would be nice to buy another oven. The father looked at his son in surprise and was upset because he was not ready to hear such words from him. The father said that unfortunately the boy does not hear what he is saying and they do not communicate in different languages. He said that he loves their old oven and he has had it since the bakery opened and it was a gift from a dear friend. He said that this friend died in the mountains and this is all that he has left in memory of his friend. The father told a story about how they were both in a mountaineering community and were supposed to go on a hike together, but Jin-hyuk's mother was pregnant with a boy and Kim Jung-kook looked into his eyes and said that he would go to the mountains by himself. He was taken away by a terrible accident, and besides him all the people who were on the bus died, and he left his 9-year-old son and wife without a father. He said that Chunuk worked as a doctor and therefore had considerable savings. And only thanks to his support he was able to open a bakery. He said that after what happened he thought that he was lucky, and if he suddenly died then his mother would inherit the bakery and they would cope with the debts. He said that he had put in a lot of effort to ensure that his mother received a license and that he had to spend a lot of nerve cells to ensure that she received it as soon as possible. He said that doctors have a completely different system. It was more difficult than he thought. He said his friend's wife was so shocked by what happened that she lost her mind because of the scammers. They lost both their homes. Jin-hyuk remembered that he once heard that depression can sometimes develop into dementia, and that is why she might have mental disorders. The father said that his attempts to repay for the help were unsuccessful and everything did not go as he would have liked. He said that he did not understand how to act in this situation, and he went to Janel and said that he was very sorry, but these words did not calm him down, and it seems that he and his mother went to some province. The father said that he is now looking at his son and has had a lot of thoughts in his head about this lately. Jin-hyuk was very surprised when he heard such words from his father, and he did not understand how to react to these words. The father replied that he was very proud of his son, and that he was now over 20 years old, and the father was ashamed to even think about what he did in those years and was not like his son. Jin-hyuk was very shocked by his father's statements and did not understand why Dad decided to share all this with him right now. The father said that he had an excellent son who was the best baker he had ever seen and asked his son not to waste his talents by working only in their bakery. Jin-hyuk now understood what his father wanted to tell him and why he told him this whole story. The father said that he really wants and dreams that his son will realize his dreams and stay here and work to become the best in his field. She thought there that Dad was very worried about him and wanted everything to be okay with him. Jin-hyuk understood that his father blamed himself for tying his hands and feet and forcing him to work in the bakery. Jin-hyuk asked his father to stop because he had something very important to say. He smiled and started laughing. After that he said words of gratitude to his father for what he gave him. The father was very surprised when when he heard these words from his son. The father started coughing and felt very awkward at that moment, and he asked his son what exactly he was thanking him for. Jin-hyuk replied that he was thanking him just like that. They continued this way further down the street, which was lit by street lamps. The windows in the houses were also lit, and thanks to this, the city was quite light despite the fact that it was already evening. Jin-hyuk at some point noticed that this is very interesting, nasty, this is her attention. At the end of the street, he saw a woman standing next to another woman with a child, and they were talking about something very nicely. Jin-hyuk said very happily that he didn't expect his mother to come out here today. She turned her head towards him and smiled when she saw them. Mom said that they came back very quickly, and she did not expect that they would be free not so early. He asked who are these people who are next to her now. The woman greeted them and said that she was the chairwoman of the council of this house and would be very glad to meet him. Jin-hyuk looked at the girl in surprise and greeted her. The girl asked if he remembered her. Jin-hyuk said that he remembers her and she once came with a child. The woman said that everything and me as he says, and she has one request for him. Mom said in a joyful voice that next week there will be elections for the chairman of the school council, and in honor of this they want to make a big order. Jin-hyuk replied that he didn't know that the election of the school council chairman could take place in the summer. But he was immediately told that the previous chairman had been hospitalized due to an accident, and so it was decided to choose a new one. She said that they practically didn't lose in the spring elections, and she thinks that if they can't surprise people with delicious pastries, it will help them win. She said that they usually order hamburgers or pizza, but everyone loves this is already pretty boring and needs to change the order, so she decided to order delicious pastries. The father asked how many people are in one class now. He said that when he was still in school and they had about 60 people, but he does not know how many children are in the class now. The girl replied that there are 35 people in one class, but sometimes there are 40 and their school is in the suburbs. Therefore, there are only 8 classes in one stream. He said that in that case it turns out that they are counting on 360 servings with a reserve, and if they had warned at least 2 days ago it would have been easier for them to fulfill this order. He asked what exactly they wanted to order from food. She replied that she didn't know what exactly she wanted to order, and asked him for help so that he could suggest something. He said that they had a very tasty cheesecake, but it was picky in storage and that they would also have to buy forks. She replied that this option was not suitable for them. The father looked at his son with a frightened look, and I don't understand what else he can offer, and wanted to get help from his son too. Jin-hyuk said that he can offer chocolate eclairs, and he thinks that it will suit absolutely everyone because everyone loves them. She replied that it would be too sweet and she would like to offer something sweet, but even on TV shows all the baked goods are always sweet. She said that she really doesn't care that the food is sweet because she still continues to buy all sorts of delicious baked goods from them. He said he thought they might have something else for this order. She felt awkward and asked what else could they recommend. He suggested she order a pie with caramelized onions, and this pie has 80% less sugar than other food. The father said that his son accidentally blabbed, "These are the recipes, and so now they can cook such a dish." My father said that the dish retains its sweetness due to the caramelized onions, and therefore there is no need to add a lot of sugar, and this dish is healthy. She said that she doesn't even know if she can order this dish in large quantities because it will be very difficult to make. She said she had a hard time making French onion soup. My father said he understood her. But he was very sensitive to this because his wife was diagnosed with diabetes, and so he knows how to make such dishes. He said his son is developing a special recipe that doesn't require huge amounts of sugar and flour. She said that, as far as I know, if you fry onions correctly, they will become sweet, and she was also surprised that they add this to pies. He replied that they make about 20 pieces a day, and unfortunately this woman did not make his signature pie because by the time she arrived everything had already been sold out. She said that she would definitely remember this and ask if there was anything else that she could suggest. He replied that they also have a special chicken pie and it is also almost sugar-free and very tasty with a rich taste. She replied that this would be enough to place an order and she wanted at least 2 pieces for everyone. Mom replied that everything would be done in the best possible way. She promises that she will not let her down, and they prepare very tasty dishes because she was even able to lose a little weight. She was very surprised when she heard these words from her. She saw the red shoes on her feet and asked when she managed to buy them because she had only seen her in black shoes before. Mom replied that these beautiful red shoes were a gift from her son and husband. She said that she had seen these shoes recently. They were a new product from Un Kang Jaewa. She said that sheepskin shoes wear out very easily and therefore have to be changed often. She said that if this woman plans to wear these shoes every day, she will have a lot of problems because she will have to be careful and the shoes can quickly get ruined. Jin-hyuk thanked the woman for her advice and then said that they would take care of them and do everything to ensure that they maintain their perfect appearance. She smiled and said that she would come to them tomorrow to check everything and try it out, but she would only be able to come to them in the evening. Father replied that he would prepare everything for her arrival. The lights in the windows of the houses were already turned off because it was very late. The father saw that his wife was upset by this woman's words and asked her not to listen to this woman's words, gently squeezing her fingers against his palm. Suddenly he apologized to his wife and he looked very scared. She smiled and said that he didn't need to apologize because nothing bad had happened. She told her son and husband that everything was fine and that she still really appreciated their gift and was pleased that they wanted to give her the most beautiful shoes. Jin-hyuk said that I can't go home and he will catch up with them a little later because he still had something to do. He put his hand in his pocket and tried to find something in his pocket. He took his phone out of his pocket and started talking on the phone to some girl. The girl picked up the phone when she heard someone calling her and asked what happened. He said he wanted to talk about the shoes she was picking out for his mother. She smiled and asked her how his mother reacted to such a gift, and she hoped that she liked everything. Jin-hyuk said that his mother said that they make him feel a little smaller and she really liked this gift. He thanked the girl for also participating in choosing this gift. Without her, nothing would have happened. She said that he wouldn't just call her and asked what the reason for his call was. He replied that he wanted to ask her to buy 6 more pairs of these shoes. She became alert and asked in a surprised voice what happened and what was the problem. She said that they only had brown, red, and black shoes. She explained that his mother tried to take the black shoes, but she talked her into taking the red one. She said that his mother told her that in her youth she often wore similar shoes, but she doesn't understand why I need to buy 6 more pairs. Jin-hyuk said that the main problem is that they are made of sheepskin and therefore we would quickly become unusable. She was very surprised when she heard this and didn't know how I should react to this information now. Jin-hyuk heard her screaming into the phone that she couldn't believe that these shoes were made of sheepskin. She said that she was sure that these shoes were made of imitation leather. She was shocked by this news and now did not understand what to do. He was very surprised when he learned that sheepskin is so fragile. He thought that in that world sheepskin was used to make clothes and was worn mainly by the nomadic peoples of the north, and several layers of high-quality sheepskin fabric. There were similar chainmail and not a single arrow could pass through such protection. He asked you, is sheepskin really that fragile? She said that almost no shoes are made from sheepskin, and if you wear such shoes every day they can easily get ruined. She said that her mother kept looking at these shoes while they were choosing them, and it was difficult to persuade her to buy these shoes. She said that she had acted like a fool and blamed herself for being very stupid. He asked her not to worry and said that he would take care of it. He said that he would go to some shoe store and ask them to fix these shoes, and thanks to this they would last much longer. He returned home and went into his mother's room. Jin-hyuk opened the closet that contained all the shoes in their house. He saw the red shoes that were on the top shelf and thought that these were the very shoes he was looking for. He said that his mother had been bringing these shoes all day, but they still looked like new and she must have been very careful when she wore them. He said that he doesn't value his own feet as much as he values these shoes. This gift is very important to her. He took these shoes in his hand and said that first they need to be filled with internal energy. He held these shoes in his hands and thought that they had a very fragile structure and that one had to be very careful with these shoes. He remembered that he was told that since he was the head of the Ilwal Church, then he would not be able to succeed in using the inner power. He knew that he would succeed and therefore did not give up, and upon returning to his hometown, he began to train constantly and constantly improved his skills. He said that he had to fight with the bloody sects that created the Gansi, and these are vile monsters with human skin lined with sheepskin and resembled stone. He said that the cultists were instilling ghosts into the corpses of people and carving a spell on their bodies. He said that the more blood they raised, the stronger their skin became. The higher-ups of the Ilval Council decided that they could not defeat them. Many experienced warriors and defenders were ready to fight these monsters. He ordered to destroy all these monsters and leave nothing of them, and he wanted them to die as soon as possible. But in the end, the Church of Ilval fell, and it was a very stupid decision because of this battle all the defenders and the warriors lost. He said that it was not worth the sacrifice they had to make to protect themselves. He pricked his finger with a needle and blood started flowing from his finger. Jin-hyuk said that a drop of an adult man's blood has more power than a child's blood, and considering his current age, he is still a child by the standards of the previous world. Jin-hyuk touched the protective shell with his finger and said that now all that was left was to share blood with this energy so that the shoes would be stronger. The protective layer was immediately activated after a drop of blood hit this shell, and they began to envelop the shoes. He saw that he succeeded and was happy about it like a child. He cast a spell saying that he wanted this shell to protect his mother and absorb any damage and keep her healthy. He thought about how he could further improve the appearance of these shoes. But he didn't have time to do this because he heard someone approaching his room. He heard footsteps in the corridor that were constantly approaching this door and did not understand who it could be. The man slowly continued to approach the door. His shadow was already visible on the floor. Jin-hyuk saw that a boy was standing in front of him. It was the son of the council representative. He thought that this boy was very unlucky with his mother because she hardly even gives him sweets and she definitely wouldn't let him out of the house at 10 o'clock p.m. He opened the door lock and decided to find out what happened to this guy because he could have run away from home. The boy saw the door opening and was very scared. Jin-hyuk, why did he decide to come here so late? He shouted loudly and said that he wanted to talk to Mr. Baker and that he had important information. He said that first he wanted to ask Mr. Baker when he would be working on the order they had made for Friday. Jin-hyuk said that he would work on this order on Friday, and it turned out that it was very logical and there was no need to ask about it again. The boy stood silently and looked away. He wanted to say something, but Jin-hyuk didn't understand what exactly. Jin-hyuk thought that at his age, the students of the Ilwal Church go on special missions, and by completing this mission, the student proves his independence, but in this world, everything is completely different. In the past world, children and other people weak in rank and status knelt down and bowed to their master, afraid to move. Boy, village gentleman guardian, could they not make this order? Jin-hyuk looked at the boy in surprise and asked what is the reason for the order being rejected. The boy said that his opponent is better than him and he thinks that it will be right if the opponent wins this confrontation. The boy said that his rival was actually very suitable for the position of the school council chairman. Jin-hyuk asked, is he really that good and the guy is ready to give up his position and give it to someone else? The boy replied that he is ready to give him this place. He smiled and said that no one but this guy should occupy this position, and now he is sick but will definitely return soon, and then he will become the best chairman in the world. Jin-hyuk said that the boy is exaggerating how he says all this, and in fact he does not believe that this unknown guy is the best chairman in the world. The boy looked at the baker in surprise and said that he did not understand what this gentleman meant. Jin-hyuk asked if the guy would really be better off if he refused to cook those pies. The boy replied that this guy would not get better if he did that. Jin-hyuk asked the second question and asked him if his mother had made the order temperature. The boy answered that his mother had already ordered the pies. Jin-hyuk asked the boy what will happen to him if he does not fulfill the order that his mother ordered. The boy answered that he will not get his money. Jin-hyuk said that he will be considered an irresponsible person who does not keep his promises. This is a very bad reputation. The boy got upset and put his head in it. He said that he absolutely didn't think about it when he came here. The boy said that he wanted to tell this gentleman baker something else and try to carry out his plan. The boy said that he wanted the baker to cook something tasteless and that people wouldn't like this dish. Jin-hyuk was very surprised when he heard these words from the boy, and he was confused because he did not understand how to help this guy. The boy said that the baker always has very tasty food in his establishment and that the food is so tasty that you want to eat it again and again. The boy said that if Mr. Baker cooks such delicious food for them, he will definitely be elected as the new chairman. He said that he cannot allow this and does not want to take the position of chairman. He asked the chef to make his dish a little less tasty, at least a little, and he said that it was very important to him. Jin-hyuk looked at the boy and was very surprised because he did not expect to hear such a request. And now he had a very serious decision in front of him. The boy said that he promised to take care of the school and bring it to the best level, but if he is elected as the chairman, he will not be able to fulfill his promise. Jin-hyuk smiled and said that in that case he had a plan, and after that he told the boy that he could go home. He approached the door and tried to be quiet and unnoticeable so that his steps could not be heard. He opened the bedroom door and saw that his mother was now sleeping. He came closer to her and thought that she actually had diabetes. He sat next to his parents' bed and thought about how his mother had been eating eating a lot of sweets lately, and he had also made a lot of baked goods with a lot of sugar for her. He blamed himself for the fact that because of his sweet pastries, his mother now had health problems, and he acted thoughtlessly and simply wanted to please her. He took the blanket in his hands and squeezed it. Jin-hyuk touched his mother's shoulder and back with his palms and thought that he could help her using his power. He used internal energy to feel her body, and in this way he learned that her condition was not the best and that some of her internal organs were not working well at all. He thought that he should heal her with his energy. He knew that even if the disease grew, the difficult process of therapy would begin much later, and he didn't want his mother to have to go through this. He thought that he needed to completely heal her body, but it couldn't be done in one go, and he would need to constantly help her with his energy. He knew that his mother's body would change greatly due to the impact of the force, and today he could give her just a little bit of his energy. Jin-hyuk understood that if he constantly helped her for a year, her health would improve and her indicators would be good. When morning came, he went to the kitchen and called his mother. She asked what he wanted and why he called her. Jin-hyuk asked your mom if she has the number of the chairwoman who recently ordered a large amount of onion cakes from him. She replied that she has the number of this woman. Mom said that she felt very embarrassed because she didn't give this woman's number right away and she forgot to do it. He looked down and noticed something very strange. There were black boots on the floor near the door, and they were his mother's boots. He took the red shoes he had given her recently and said he wanted her to wear them. He put these shoes on the floor and said that he wanted to help her put them on. She said that these shoes were a gift that her son and husband gave her, and she doesn't want to damage these shoes. Jin-hyuk said that he did a little magic with these shoes yesterday, and now everything will be fine with them, and they will not be so fragile anymore. She asked her son how he managed to achieve such a result and make these shoes better. He said that he just wanted her to touch them. She touched her toes to the shoes and felt that it didn't feel that way anymore. She said that these shoes now shine so brightly as if they were covered with some kind of varnish. He replied that in fact he covered them with a special varnish. She asked him where he learned to varnish expensive shoes. He replied that there were many of them in the army, we trained them. Jin-hyuk helped his mother put on these shoes and said that he wanted her to try walking in them now. She said that he was acting like a consultant from a shoe store. Jin-hyuk saw that his mother's tights had torn and thought that he would need to buy her new tights. She put on the second shoe and said that something happened to these shoes and now it is very pleasant to walk in them, and she said that her son tried very hard when he worked on these shoes. She picked up her phone and saw that she had received a message that she was late for work, and she said that it was time for her to leave. She said that it was high time for her to go to work and asked her son if he was ready for work. He replied that he had everything ready. He said that before she left he wanted to tell his mother something else. She turned her head and asked what exactly he wanted to say. He said that the bakery's revenue is slowly growing and therefore it can no longer work and rest. Mom smiled and said that she doesn't want to sit at home and that working is very important to her. She started laughing and asked what she should do when she retires because she will be very bored sitting around doing nothing. She said that the bakery's revenue is growing now, but it could fall at any moment. She said that it was time for her to go and wished her son a good day. He replied that he wished his mother a good day too. He smiled when he watched her happily go to work and thought that he was very happy that he had such a good mother. The sun went down over the horizon and the evening slowly began. Someone opened the front door and the bell that was hanging on the door started ringing. The chairwoman went into the bakery to check her order. A young worker met her and told her that he was glad to see guests at Soman Bakery. She asked why the meeting time was moved to the evening. She wanted to know what was going on. He was very surprised when he heard her questions. He asked if she had agreed on a meeting with the boss. He said that he knew nothing about it. She said that something had to be put aside for her and it was black onion pie for her and her son. The guy asked this woman, is she really the little chef's mother? She looked at him in surprise and asked what he meant when he said the little cook's mother. He smiled and said that now the little chef was cooking with Mr. Baker. She was shocked when she heard these words and did not know how to react because she did not allow her child to take part in the preparation of pies. She asked, is her son really in the kitchen right now with the other cooks? He replied that everything was so and he did not expect that it could cause any problems and thought that his mother should be happy that the boy was making pies with his own hands. She said that it was a very big problem and her little boy was terrified of fire because of the severe burns he had and he couldn't be in the kitchen. She ran to the kitchen and screamed that she had to find her son Juan. She couldn't let anything happen to him. He said that she couldn't go there and that she had to wait until the cook was free, and together with her son they would go out into the main hall. Huan He, at that moment I was busy cooking the pies and taking them out of the oven, but suddenly he saw that a woman appeared in the kitchen. He turned his head towards her and was happy when he saw his mother. At that moment he looked very happy. She was very angry with her son and said that she did not allow him to come into the kitchen and cook. She grabbed his hand and said that they needed to get out of here immediately, and she was shocked by everything and the situations that were happening. Jin-hyuk said that if she keeps shaking his hand he will soon fall and might hurt himself. She asked the boy to give the guy the shovel and immediately move away from him. Huan He said that he can't leave here until he finishes making the pies, and said that it is very important for them to win, but his mom kept scolding him. Jin-hyuk looked at the dish and realized that it was still not ready because the onions were not completely fried in the pan, and they needed some time to finish the dish. He understood that he needed to speed up because it was already evening and half of their portions weren't ready yet. He increased the heat, and this helped him fry the onion as quickly as possible, and when everything was fried enough he put the spider on the plate. Jin-hyuk understood that now he needed to explain the whole situation to this crazy girl, otherwise she would simply destroy him. She very loudly shouts to me, a person that wants to hear an explanation to this guy why her son ended up here in the kitchen. She was yelling at her son for coming here instead of going to class with the other kids, and she was unhappy that he skipped class today. She hugged him and said that he was very afraid of fire, and she could not allow such horror and would allow you to be near the fire for so long. Jin-hyuk was surprised when he heard these words from this woman, and he did not understand how he should act correctly and what to do in order to fix this whole situation. Huan He told his mother that the baker was always watching him and helping him cook, and he treated him very well, and that's why he wasn't afraid to stand near the fire. The woman started yelling at her son because she knows he is afraid of fire and fire is dangerous, and she doesn't want to let him get burned. Jin-hyuk told this woman that her son wanted to make a pie with the baker himself and that it was very important to him. She turned her head to this guy and looked at him in surprise because she didn't expect to hear this from the cook. Huan He told his mother that he wanted to go to the hospital. His mother asked in a scared voice, "Why did he need to go to the hospital?" He replied to his mother that he wanted to make a pie and take it to Doyoung. She was very surprised and could not believe that her son actually wanted to do such an important thing and wanted to take care of his friend so much. Jin-hyuk asked the woman to wait outside for his son because they hadn't finished cooking yet. Huan He was very happy because he understood that he would also be allowed to finish this pie and he would be able to cook it himself. Jin-hyuk said that the boy won't be making the pie either, and he should find it with his mother and wait for him outside. They walked out into the main hall together and left the kitchen. Jin-hyuk said that now he will have to start all over again, and it will require a lot of strength and energy. There is no other option. He said that first he needed to fry the eggs with onions in order to prepare the filling for the pie. After that he needed to add this mass into the baking dish. When he had done all this he needed to hide the pie pan in the oven. At the very end I used my power to slightly improve the quality of the fire and speed up the process. He created a small flame inside the oven that was supposed to help improve the taste of the pie and make it tastier. He said to add a little balsamic vinegar at the end to improve the taste. He took the finished pies out of the oven and said that he would give one to himself to try and the other one he would give to them. Suddenly this woman came into the kitchen and said that she had yelled at the baker in vain, and she felt very embarrassed about it. She apologized for this and said that she was just scared and that's why she did it. The guy said that there was nothing wrong with it and that he had a nephew who could understand this woman, but next time she should first find out the whole situation. He said that they didn't know he had burns and were sure that the boy had warned his mother. The girl replied that he hadn't told her anything, that's why she was so scared. Jin-hyuk asked the girl if she wanted to try the pie her son had made. She looked at him very surprised. She said that she didn't expect to be treated to a pie too and she would be very interested in trying it. Jin-hyuk said that he brought them 2 pies and she could try the dish that her son cooked. He put these pies on the tables and they didn't look very nice. She looked at these pies and was very surprised. She said that she was sure that her son was still very young and would hardly be able to cook a whole dish, and she thought that her son needed constant care, but he was already a grown man. Jin-hyuk said that he was very pleased that she understood that her son had grown up and could already cook food. She apologized for yelling at him and said that the pie actually turned out very tasty. She said that the thought of him being near an open fire again broke her heart. She said that his loud screams and continuous crying constantly remain in her head, and that is why she immediately ran to save him, and then she forbade him to enter the kitchen. Jin-hyuk said that now he understands why she reacted so sharply to this whole situation. Jin-hyuk looked at the boy and said that it was time to tell his mother something and confessed to her what he told Jin-hyuk yesterday. The boy looked at his mother and said that he did not want to be the chairman, but he was very afraid to tell her about it, because he thought that she was violating his. Hyun-hee said that he wants to visit his friend Daeung to apologize to him and treat him to some pie. She smiled and said that she wanted to talk about all this with her son, and next time asked him to tell everything at once. Jin-hyuk told the boy that if he refused this order, it would have a very bad effect on his reputation. The boy said that in that case he wanted to bake the pie himself and help Mr. Baker. Jin-hyuk said that the boy was talking nonsense and that he should go home and go to bed because it's already late. Hwan-hee said that he was very scared, and that's why he came here to ask for help. Jin-hyuk asked the boy what exactly he was afraid of, and wanted to know how she could help him overcome this fear. Hwan-hee said that he has a big burn on his hand from fire, and after he got burned he is very afraid of fire. Jin-hyuk looked at the boy's hand and was very surprised when he saw his terrible burn. He said that in that case he has a plan on how they can deal with this situation. Hwan-hee asked Mr. Baker to tell him about this plan, and said that he wants to overcome his fear as quickly as possible. Jin-hyuk said that in order to make a black onion pie they would need a lot of fire, and told the boy to come to his bakery tomorrow and help him make the pie without being afraid of the fire. Then he would fulfill the boy's request. Hwan-hee asked the baker if he would really make a bad cake if the boy helped him. Jin-hyuk said he wasn't going to make a bad cake, but he would give the boy a chance to tell his mother about his unwillingness to become the chairman. He said that whether to come and cook a pie or not is the boy's decision, and he must make his adult choice. Jin-hyuk thought that a person who is able to face his fear should be respected regardless of age. Jin-hyuk told his partner that what he did for the boy was not help. It was just simple interest. He looked down and thought that he was like that person who was also afraid of fire. He thought about how during his training on one of those terrible hellish days he extended a helping hand. He thought about how this man had lost his home and his entire family in a fire, and because of this even the slightest spark caused him to panic terribly. He remembers that he had to kill this guy and it was unavoidable. He knew that out of 100 disciples only one had the right to life, and he returned to his family in heaven. Jin-hyuk suddenly heard his partner's voice and realized that he was still standing there watching him stand there. The partner said that Mr. Chef is very kind and has a big heart. Jin-hyuk said that is not true at all. Jin-hyuk said that their order to make a large quantity of pies was just cancelled. The partner looked down and thought that the chief was most likely upset because they weren't making money. Jin-hyuk asked his partner if he ordered or about the necessary ingredients to make such a large amount of pies. The guy replied that Jin-hyuk's father had made a large order of ingredients, and that this morning, he said that they had to search for a long time for suppliers who could provide them with a large quantity of ingredients in one purchase. He scratched his hand and said that the formal purchase had not yet taken place, and therefore everything was fine. I could not cancel the order. My partner said that their chicken pie always turns out very tasty, and it doesn't matter whether the meat in the pie is from the store or from the farm. Jin-hyuk asked his partner how many chicken pies they managed to sell today. The partner replied that he had sold absolutely all the pies that day, and by the evening they had nothing left on the counter. Jin-hyuk asked what the name of the farm was where he ordered chicken meat. His partner replied that it was called Peace Farm. He closed his eyes and said that he was assigning the task to his partner to find the sample. The guy asked in a surprised voice what kind of sample the boss wanted to find. Jin-hyuk said that he wants to establish a mutually beneficial cooperation with them. Jin-hyuk said that their collaboration will involve them combining a premium pie with the main ingredient being farm-raised chicken. Jin-hyuk said that if his plan works and they succeed in this cooperation, he will reward his partner with money. He lowered his head down and looked to the side. He tried to figure out how best to carry out this whole plan. The partner ran up to him and wanted to hug him and thank him for such kindness. The boss was against it and asked him to stand still. Jin-hyuk said that first they need to make one pie and try its taste. If it is not tasty, then he will not pay his partner anything. He looked at the chef and said that when he saw that boy in the kitchen, he thought that his mother asked him to come. Jin-hyuk said that this boy doesn't stomp at all. Why would she suddenly ask him for such a thing? The guy said he was incredibly happy to work with such a wise chef and a great man. Jin-hyuk said that he didn't originally intend to help me, that boy or that assistant. It just happened that way. The partner said that the fair will take place next Friday. Jin-hyuk asked, "Is that really what the professors decided?" The partner replied that these people really liked everything. If they didn't like it, they wouldn't have immediately refused to come here. He said that he might be told to come to the university on a certain day and he would have to close the bakery at that time and he would have to miss 4 days next week. Jin-hyuk said in a dissatisfied voice that 4 days is too much. The partner said that he had already warned him about everything and all these days he will come and help and his mother will help them along with them. Jin-hyuk said that in that case he agrees and we need to have time to prepare everything. He returned home late in the evening when it was already completely dark. Jin-hyuk went into the big room and asked his mother if everything was okay and if she was in any pain. She replied that she was fine and asked why her son was asking her about this. Jin-hyuk said that he was just wondering and decided to worry about his mother. She replied that sometimes her body aches, but this is due to her age and recently it has become less of a problem for her. He said it might be because it was summer, but in reality he knew it was all the result of his efforts. Jin-hyuk said that he recently started doing health gymnastics and thought that it would be good for his mother to do it too. She looked at him in surprise and said that it sounded very good, but she was afraid that it would be difficult for her. She smiled and looked at her son. She was very pleased that he was taking care of her. She smiled and asked if her son had brought anything from the bakery today, for example dark cookies. She said they were very tasty. Jin-hyuk became wary when he heard this and realized that she shouldn't eat these cookies. The father was also wary and did not know what his son answered to this question. Jin-hyuk replied that he brought something else from the bakery, 100 chocolate puffs. He said that sugar and chocolate, if consumed in large quantities, can cause diabetes. She smiled and said that her son always makes very tasty baked goods. She said she didn't know what he did, but now her feet don't hurt at all in those shoes after he fixed them. Those shoes fit perfectly. The father asked his son what he did with those shoes. She said that her son covered her shoes with a special varnish and says that he learned this in the army and now they are very comfortable and she brags about her shoes all day. Jin-hyuk said that he met a man in the army who taught him how to repair shoes. He thought that using this technique was still a bit dangerous, but since there were no complaints, everything was fine. The father said in a rough voice that he had one request for his son. He said that his father also had shoes and he wanted his son to help him with these shoes. The guy replied that he would do these boots tonight. Jin-hyuk said that his father always takes care of his shoes, but nevertheless he can take these shoes and improve them a little, and regarding gymnastics he still recommends that his mother do it before bed because it is very useful. She didn't ask if all this was really necessary and if she really needed to do gymnastics. He looked at his mother and said that yes, it was really necessary and he didn't want to hear any excuses. She looked at him with a surprised look and did not understand how and best to act in this situation. Jin-hyuk realized that he had just spoken very rudely to his mother, and he shouldn't have spoken so rudely to her. He said that he was worried about her and asked if she wanted to try this gymnastics. He massaged her shoulders and said that she was very tired today. She needed relief. Jin-hyuk said that a light massage would help her relax and feel lightness throughout her body. She was very surprised when she felt lightness in her body after several touches, as if she was filled with energy after each of his movements. She started laughing and said she felt very cheerful. He replied that if she started doing this more often she would feel even better. My father came to them when he saw their activities and said that he could try it too. Jin-hyuk said that you need to start by setting up and spreading your legs shoulder-width apart, transferring your body weight onto them and then straightening your back and not hunching over. He said it shouldn't be difficult and they should have a good starting position. They tried to repeat after him but they were very bad at it and they moved awkwardly and incongruously as if their movements were like robots. He looked at them and understood that they were doing something not quite right. He explained to them that they should not hunch over or bend over during this exercise. They said that it was too difficult for them to do it the first time. Jin-hyuk said that it is actually very difficult for them and it is very good that it was he who ended up in the world of the Murim and not his parents because they would hardly have coped there. 2 guys came into the bakery and one of them, the short fat one, asked where he could find Jin-hyuk. He looked at these guys and greeted them. He said that he was very glad to see them in his establishment. They were surprised when they saw this guy behind the counter. The tall guy said that he wasn't surprised at night that this guy was the same Jin-hyuk who made the cheesecake for them. The father came out of the kitchen and said that these people were most likely familiar with his son. He was surprised when he saw these people a little closer. He didn't expect to see them here. The tall guy said that the man who came out of the kitchen was named Im Woo-young. He gave his name and said that his name was Kim Man-seok. He said that he heard from Koru that this gentleman founded a small bakery, but did not know that this bakery was located here. Kim Manseok said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and he was very happy to see him. Kim said that Im Woonjung was his supervisor when he was a freshman and didn't do very well. The boy asked the teacher why he talks about himself in such a way. The man said that Kim Manseok said that he knows this person who can bake bread very well, and most likely this person is now standing in front of him. His son must have accepted this teacher's talent. He said that they were pleasantly surprised when they tried the cheesecake he had prepared and that the idea, the obvious skill, and the execution really impressed him. Jin-hyuk thought that it was also ironic because he didn't attend lectures very often, so his grades weren't the best. He looked to the side and began to examine them. Jin-hyuk thought that their hands are too weak for those who bake every day or at least a couple of times a week. This is all very funny, of course, but he doesn't need them. He knew he would have to refuse their request if they wanted to join him. Kim cleared his throat and was about to say something very important. He said that as they already know, Hyeonjeonkin is a traditional event that has been held for 20 years, but unfortunately they are not sure that they will be able to win this year, and they need the help of this bakery. Jin-hyuk replied that he had already heard about this, and for him this information is not new. The man said that the multi-layered cheesecake that Mr. Jin-hyuk made would definitely win the admiration of the public. Kim said that it would also be ideal for the role of the main dish of a 5-star hotel, but it would not be enough. Kim said that we need more desserts, and naturally these desserts should be of the same level, and suggested making macaroons or maybe chocolate candies. Jin-hyuk said that it sounds very tempting, but he has to tell them something. The guy happily replied that their chef can cook almost anything they want because he is a real talent. Kim said that if they look around they will see that there are cookies and cakes on display. Kim asked Eunjung, the owner of this establishment, did he really develop a new menu? Eunjung replied that it was all his son who did it and he came up with this brilliant menu. The guy said that the chef is a very capable person and he came up with not only a cheesecake recipe but also many other delicious desserts, and the combination of garlic ice cream and chicken pie was a real discovery in the world of cooking. He said that they still haven't tried anything in their establishment and have missed a lot. Because if they try this, then I will immediately understand the level of skill of their chefs. He said that he had to urgently prepare several signature desserts for them so that they would immediately understand what they were dealing with. They replied that this guy advertised the desserts so much that they could not object and refuse such an opportunity to try these desserts. He brought it to them under their noses where they found desserts and said that there was a chicken pie, a pie with black onions, and a whole 100 chocolate eclairs. Kim said that 100 chocolate eclairs is a very large amount and he is not sure that he will be able to eat it all. He put the chocolate eclair in his mouth and started chewing it. He bit into the eclairs, enjoyed their taste, and really liked how this eclair constantly crunched when you bit into it. He looked down and stood silently for a few seconds chewing this delicious cake. He enjoyed the taste, and what were you constantly thinking about in order to make your verdict? He needed to fully appreciate this dish. Jin-hyuk asked the gentleman how he felt about this cake and whether he liked eating this dessert. Jin-hyuk said that baking and chocolate definitely go well together. But to get a crispy crust, he pours chocolate on the dough. He said if you grease the dough with chocolate, then nothing will work. Kim asked how he got such an incredible chocolate layer inside this cake. He wanted to know how this cake got such a perfect shape. He said in an admiring voice that such a masterpiece could only be achieved after hundreds of attempts and trials. Kim shouted very loudly that this guy has a real talent in cooking, and this talent has been hidden from the world for a long time. They tried the chicken pie and the taste of this pie was amazing and it couldn't be compared to anything. He said that there was an incredibly tasty broth inside the pie and he used rice dough to keep the broth from spreading. Jin-hyuk said they were almost right, but he used slightly different ingredients to achieve this shape of the cake. He said that he used something other than rice dough to make this chicken pie. Kim said that without the rice dough his pie would have turned out tough and the taste would have been spoiled. They took another dish that was lying on their tray and began to examine it before taking a bite. Kim said he was very surprised because the creams inside this pie did not mix and he did not understand how this happened. He said that usually the creams are mixed together after they are put into the bread mold. They suggested that the chef made the cream using a decorative pen. They began to discuss among themselves the various ways of mixing the creams and the ways by which these creams would not mix. The student shouted loudly and asked his teachers to look at him because he wanted to show something important. He cut it into dessert and said he wanted them to see what it looked like inside. He said that the filling inside looks like real multicolored marble and it always surprises him when he cuts it. He understood that thanks to this he was able to convince the teachers that the chef was a real genius. They couldn't understand what secret this chef was hiding from them because chocolate and milk always mix, and in order for them not to turn into a common mess and for the smell not to mix you need to put in a lot of effort. The onion pie he brought them looked delicious and was like real culinary gold. They said it all looked pretty good at first glance and its strong sweet aroma was attractive. Kim asked the chef if he added sugar to this dish. Jin-hyuk replied that he didn't add sugar because there was absolutely no need for it. Kim said he couldn't believe that these were no sugar pies because the taste was so sweet and he assumed that the chef was using some special onion. Jin-hyuk said that he just fried the onion and brought it to a certain stage where it tasted really sweet. Jin-hyuk knew that if I didn't want to repeat his dish and I didn't make many attempts they still wouldn't be able to recreate this dish exactly. Kim said it must have been very difficult to achieve such perfect caramelization. Kim said that he and his friend needed to go out for a short smoke and digest all this information. Jin-hyuk said that his father does not smoke cigarettes. Im Won-jung said that it is okay to see him once with friends and smoke. The son replied that he will tell his mother everything. The man started laughing and said that Kim Man-seok should quit smoking immediately. If he had such a caring son, he would be able to quit. Kim said that in that case he just wants to go outside and talk without cigarettes because there is something that needs to be discussed. They left the establishment and said that they would return soon after they talked about everything. It was already dark outside by this time. Kim said that Jin-hyuk turned out to be a man who recently returned from the army. Im Eun-jung asked why his friend started this conversation. Kim said that before the army his son was not such a good cook, and when they practiced caramelization his practice pan burned. Kim said that he then had to buy a new one and he was shocked that this guy was now such a good cook. But the most important thing is that the guy then could not compensate him for the loss. Im Woo-young suggested that his friend is currently having very big problems with the budget. Kim said that it's like this everywhere now. Kim said that this time it is much more serious than usual because they have suffered a series of defeats, and therefore the board of directors will stop paying them subsidies, and all because he was unable to teach the students well enough. He said that fortunately Im Woo-young was able to teach his son well, and now he has hope, but he said that for now they won't be able to offer anything regarding the menu because they are not at that level. He said that, in fact, this is exactly how this guy made a mess because he wanted to become a sous chef. He said that, at that moment, he thought that the guy was just exaggerating. Kim said that he has been in the bakery business for about 8 or 10 years and the menu he saw at the bakery was delicious. Im Eun-jung said that his son recently returned from the army and has already been able to do a lot of things. Kim said that this guy has real talents, he is not inferior to his father in anything. Im Eun-jung said that this guy has already surpassed all his talents in baking. He said that he didn't believe Il Bon's words at first when he said that he was working with such an outstanding baker. He said that if he had such a predisposition then he would have shown himself in the first year, but with Jin-hyuk everything happened completely differently and in the first year he was inexperienced and not the best cook. Im Woo-young said that the army actually had a big impact on him and changed him. He said that their boy had grown up a lot and gained intelligence and experience and he began to make them do gymnastics before going to bed. Im Woo-young revealed that he also began experimenting with recipes because his mother was diagnosed with diabetes and he tries to preserve the taste of the dishes without adding sugar, and this is an incredibly amazing move on his part. Kim said that he actually should apologize to Im Woo-young. He replied that it was not worth doing anything about it and Kim should not apologize. Kim said that if he hadn't given up his teaching position, then the current him wouldn't be here now, it's all thanks to him. Im Eun-jung replied that he simply didn't want to stay there then and he didn't want to study either. Kim replied that the professor always liked him more than he liked himself. He said that if he hadn't said that he wasn't interested in a master's degree and the rest, then he definitely wouldn't have done that. Im Woo-jung said he didn't want to talk about it anymore and asked his friend to stop. He told them that he had gone through a lot to achieve this and that he didn't need to apologize to him. Kim was very happy when he heard this. His heart melted at that moment. Kim said he was very happy that his friend raised such a good son and did not lose his skills. Im Eun-jung said that he just got old, it was his son who made his establishment what it is now. Jin-hyuk thought that it was not at all like his father said, and in many ways his father helped him. Jin-hyuk thought that he was now hearing their dialogue as if he was walking next to them and they had to go somewhere by train so that he would stop hearing their dialogue. Jin-hyuk thought that the teacher really wanted to somehow annoy him, so instead he tried to apologize to him for his actions. Jin-hyuk saw that the second man was still standing next to him and looking at him. The man asked the guy if Lev had heard the new theme of the competition and what was he going to cook this time. Jin-hyuk said that he heard that the theme of the cooking competition this time will be fruits. He answered the guy that everything was correct, but Jin-hyuk still hadn't chosen the dish he would cook. If he recalled the past years, there might be problems with choosing a dish. Suddenly the younger partner appeared and said that this time there would be ice or chocolate. He said that the teacher himself talked about it in a lecture, and not once in the last 5 years chocolate or ice was used as decoration. The teacher said that it is too hot for ice now, and besides the budget for events is the same everywhere, so it is unlikely to be ice. Jin-hyuk said that it would most likely be chocolate. The teacher asked the boy if he had ever done any chocolate modeling. Jin-hyuk said that he had never done anything like that. The teacher said that the boy should be able to do it well. This is because he saw his eclairs and they were delicious. He is sure that the boy will definitely cope with chocolate. But nevertheless, the guy should remember that the lack of experience in making chocolate products can have a very bad effect on his final dish. The teacher said that they only had small candies, cookies, and chocolate cakes in stock. He said that this assortment is not enough to prepare a culinary chocolate masterpiece from the guy's pimples. Did Leon prepare something more from chocolate? He wanted to know what his maximum was. Jin-hyuk thought before answering this man's question he wanted to remember what his maximum was. He remembered his past life when he was in the world of Murim. He remembered that he once made a statue out of Gansi so that all the bloody cultists could see it. Jin-hyuk said that he once made an art installation. The man asked how he made the installation. Did he cut it out or glue it? The guy answered that he cut it out. The teacher said that there are times when you need to glue some part to give the object shape. He said that there is a chocolate rose, and if they just cut it out, then it will turn out to be a very crooked installation for decoration, and the petals need to be made separately in order for it to look beautiful. The teacher said that he could teach this skill to the boy if he wanted. Jin-hyuk asked, "Is this really what they teach me in my second year of university?" He said that a man named Ken Mario knows exactly how to do this and that the university is already teaching it. The partner shouted at the teacher that he should not watch the video of this man because in this way he helps his enemy. The teacher said that he should not be so bad about analyzing the skills of his opponent. He said that he also watched this guy's video, but after that he regretted it because he just helped him earn more money. He said that even if you watch his video you are unlikely to get the same result. Jin-hyuk asked her partner, is he really that upset because he can't do chocolate modeling? The partner replied that it upset him. Jin-hyuk said that if they are talking about modeling the shape by adding starch syrup, then he can do it. The teacher asked, did the boy really learn this on his own? Jin-hyuk said that for his parents' anniversary cake he needed chocolate planets and he had to learn how to make it. The partner is shocked when he finds out that Mr. Baker learned this and loved them without any help. The teacher said that if the boy could make small cakes then he would be able to make big ones on his own. At that moment the father entered the bakery with Kim Jung-kook. Kim said that they came here the day before the competition and most likely it may already be too late. The teacher said that they just dropped by to visit just in case and shouldn't have come earlier. He said he had something else he wanted to say. The teacher told his friend that this guy is a very good cook and he needs to be trained because he already knows a lot of things and can handle it himself. Kim looked at this guy and said that this is the first time I hear my friend praising some guy like that and asked if Jin-hyuk is really better than Marilyn. The teacher said that Marilyn is a good cook, but their strengths can only be compared during a culinary duel. The father came out of the bakery and said that no matter what his son cannot just come to the competitions to beat everyone, and he said that they were already very tired for today and wished his guests a good journey. He watched them walk away and followed their gaze. The partner said that everything the teacher said here was meaningless because Jin-hyuk already knew it all. Jin-hyuk replied that he had never done anything really big. He looked at his partner and saw that he was very upset but did not understand why. The partner said that before he didn't understand why he was called talented. He said that these thoughts constantly tormented him and he did not understand why they kept saying that he was talented, but now he completely understands them. He came to the conclusion that the world is unfair. Jin-hyuk got tired of listening to his partner's constant complaining and whining and told him to finish up and go home. The partner said that tomorrow there will be a competition and he will first prepare for this competition and only then go home. Jin-hyuk said that he is leaving now. When they returned home they saw that their mother was sitting on the floor with a small kitten and feeding it. Jin-hyuk, you are very surprised when you see this picture and ask your mother what is going on here? At that moment, the kitten was shaking and barely moving. She said he looked very exhausted and couldn't even eat. Jin-hyuk asked her where she got this kitten. She said that she found it near the trash can near her house, and she was scared to imagine what would happen to it if she hadn't noticed it. She said she couldn't just leave the kitten in trouble. Jin-hyuk looked down and tried to figure out what he should do in this situation. He remembered how in the world of Murim, he destroyed crowds of opponents and created a high pile of corpses from them. He stood silently for a few seconds and looked at his mother and the cat. She turned to him and looked at him in surprise because she saw that he was approaching her. Jin-hyuk asked his mother if she really wanted to keep this cat at home. She replied that she wasn't sure that this cat would be able to survive even this night. She said that this baby is clinging to life with all his might, but it seems too late and it is unlikely that he will be able to survive. Jin-hyuk understood that one day he was given a helping hand and thanks to this he was able to survive, and he would have repeated the fate of this kitten if he had not been helped. He looked at his mother and said that he had thought of something. Jin-hyuk said that he will save this kitten and promises mom that the kitten will be okay. She looked at him in surprise and did not understand how he was going to save this kitten. She smiled and said that he had a cooking competition tomorrow, so he needed to get some rest and sleep. He said that in any case, first of all, they need to do gymnastics, and he said that his mother should feel better after constant exercise. She said that she feels a lightness in her body after she does these exercises. Jin-hyuk said that Dad can do gymnastics with them too. Dad said that he didn't think that he would have to do gymnastics every day. Jin-hyuk heard a little kitten meowing very loudly and asked her mother if she had thought of a name for him. She looked at this kitten and for a few seconds thoughtfully did not take her eyes off him in order to come up with a name. She said that the kitten is Gino and this name suits him very well. The father said that this is a name for a male cat, and as far as he knows most calico cats are female. She said that he has 3 colors so that he is strong like a tiger and does not get sick. Her father suggested that she think again about the name she had chosen, but her mother said that she wanted to choose a name for him before he died. The kitten was shaking from fear and cold and looked very sick. Jin-hyuk said that this kitten had traces of vomit on all of its paws and on its face, and it was unlikely that it would be able to live long. Jin-hyuk said that he will take care of this kitten, the parents don't have to worry about it, so I can't go rest. Jin-hyuk said that if they don't want to go to bed, then they will do gymnastics all evening. The morning came and the weather was incredibly good that day. The kitten slept soundly on his towel and felt a little better than yesterday. The kitten woke up when he heard someone's footsteps approaching him. Jin-hyuk held the cabbage in his hands and tried to figure out how he could be helped. He fed the kitten from a bottle and said that the treatment with internal energy had borne fruit and he was on the mend, and today the same procedures need to be repeated. He saw that there was a sleepy kitten lying in the box and sleeping after eating. Jin-hyuk decided that he would take care of this kitten first and then take care of the parents. He threw the bag over his shoulder and said that now he needed to go with Gino and save him. Jin-hyuk moved very quickly using his power on the rooftops of buildings. The girl raised her head up and said that there was a man running on the roof. The mother replied that she didn't see anyone and there was no one there. Jin-hyuk heard the girl talking to her mother downstairs and realized that he was actually very good at moving quietly and that he could be a good killer. Jin-hyuk continued to run very quickly along the edge of the roof in order to reach his destination as quickly as possible. He stopped at the edge of the roof and saw a large building with a purple billboard. Jin-hyuk read the inscription on this billboard and realized that there was something else going on here today besides the competition. He thought that he would most likely have a lot of fun today. He approached the doors and tried to open them, but the doors were closed and he realized that he had arrived too early. Jin-hyuk saw that there were posters of guests hanging on the windows and decided to take a closer look at them. He saw that one of the invited chefs was Adriano Janbu. Jin-hyuk thought that this was very interesting and that such connections could be useful in the future. The girl who was in charge of inviting guests said that she was now calling participant number B3 and he should come here. Jin-hyuk approached this girl and said that number B3 is him. She asked this participant to sit down on a chair next to the others. Jin-hyuk sat on the table and said that he thought he and Kong Mario would compete one-on-one, but it turns out it was a group competition. The girl said that the participants of Group A and Group B should get ready and take their places, and after the competition begins, each of them should prepare the dishes they have chosen in the allotted time, and the winners will compete with each other. Jin Hyuk thought that because there wasn't enough space for all the participants, some had to wait until the others had finished preparing their dish. He understood that the organizers were primarily to blame for this because they had not calculated the budget. He reassured himself that he had been able to find out the theme of the competition in advance and decided that he wanted to choose a zodiac sign and prepare a dessert that personified the animal. He remembered all the zodiac signs that exist and wanted to choose the right animals. Jin Hyuk thought about what he knows which animal is best for his dessert. He tried to imagine what ingredients would be needed to make his idea a reality, and hoped that all these ingredients would be in the kitchen when he started cooking. The organizer came out of the hall from the kitchen and informed Group B that they should get ready. Jin Hyuk thought about how Kong Mario won Group A and made a pork pie in the shape of a pig. Jin Hyuk wondered how this guy managed to make such a pie and keep its shape. Jin Hyuk knew that the smell of this pie could be smelled even here, and he definitely used a lot of pork because the smell was so strong. He thought that for pies it is natural, but still this guy made a good dish. At that moment, he heard that some guy next to him constantly calls him. Jin Hyuk turned to the guy and asked what happened. He didn't understand why this guy like you looks at him and doesn't say anything. Suddenly, the guy showed him his badge, which said number 2. He said it's not just a number and you actually need to put it next to your plate when you're done cooking. Jin Hyuk thanked you guy for this information. The guy replied that there was nothing to thank him for. I said that his name was Kim Eun-dong and he came from Asin and he was 28 years old. Jin Hyuk asked this guy why is he telling him all this? Kim said that she told him all this just like that. Jin Hyuk looked at this guy and thought that he was an ordinary loser. Jin Hyuk used his super hearing and found out that the jury could come up with something new. Jin Hyuk heard that the jury was most worried about the fact that they would see almost identical dishes in the end result. Jin Hyuk understood that the members were very worried about the fact that none of the members would be able to truly surprise them. He smiled and thought that this was his chance and now was the time to prove his talent to everyone. He realized that he was the person who would surprise absolutely everyone and prove that it was possible to prepare a dish that was incredibly tasty and visually unique. The girl came out into the hall and announced that Team B was now starting their test and invited number 1, 2, and 3 to start cooking. She said they only have 2 hours to prepare the dishes. The cooks heard the bell and realized that the test had begun from that moment. And they immediately started cooking. Jin Hyuk poured chocolate into the pan and thought that while the chocolate was melting he would prepare other ingredients. He added some magical ingredients to enhance the effect of the dish. The jury was watching the contestants and the girl saw that the third number was doing something suspicious and she became interested in what he would cook. She said that this number will make something out of chocolate and he was now going to make waffles, and she did not understand why he decided to make chocolate and waffles. Jury number 2 said that if he does this then everything will probably just fall apart and he should understand this, but he still continues to cook this dish. Jin Hyuk knew that his dish wouldn't fall apart and he knew for sure that the waffles could withstand 2 to 3 kilograms of chocolate. The jury understood what exactly this guy wanted to surprise them with because the combination of waffles and chocolate is very ordinary. They noticed that this guy has excellent decorative skills and he will be very unlucky if the dish is not tasty. Jin Hyuk thought that if his partner Ilbin was next to him now, he would be crying with delight when he saw this dish. Jin Hyuk deliberately does everything slowly and does not use his strength, and he tried to somehow show awkwardness so that everything would not look too perfect. The other participants noticed that this guy was now behaving very strangely and was attracting too much attention to himself. They don't understand why he does this and why he attracts so much attention to himself. It felt like he's completely gone crazy. But suddenly the participants also noticed that this guy started to cook his dish very quickly and his movements were incredibly fast and it was impossible to follow them. He thought it was him, that he was Kim Eun-dong, he was 28 years old and he was a soldier, but then he was demobilized and 3 years ago he started baking and he is not sure about the decor, but everything he cooked should taste perfect. Kim imagined a picture of him being forced to cook something he doesn't want and he screams that he came here to practice decorating and this is not a game at all. He touched the ingredient with his fingers and wanted to cut it, but then he thought that if he was so fussed over the decor then he would not be able to control the taste of the dish, but he had his own trump card. The girl informed the other participants that time was up and they needed to show their dish. The jury saw that the dish of these participants was brought to their table. There was a plate on the table with a bunny-shaped cookie on it. Chef Jury asked the girl who made this what she made it from. She said rabbit. He said that, unfortunately, she is leaving the competition. He said that she added meat to the cookies, and it was absolutely tasteless. If she had added bacon, maybe the taste would have been much better. He called the next contestant number 2 to look at his dish. The girl saw the dish that participant number 2 made and was surprised because it was pretty good. In front of her on the table stood a dish that looked like a small cockerel. She asked, "Where are the eyes of this cockerel?" She said that it was possible to do this to my cockerel with the help of 2 black ingredients, and at the moment this cockerel looks as if he has already died. She said that this cockerel was a good attempt, but it had many shortcomings and needed to be worked on better in order to go further. He understood that he didn't have time to put it in the eyes of this cockerel because time ran out. The jury decided to taste this dish and understand how good it is in terms of taste. They took the egg that was near this chicken and decided to try it. The jury said it was much tastier than they might have thought. She said that it was very surprising to her that such an unremarkable bird turned out to be very tasty, and he deliberately made it look like that to surprise them in the future when they tasted it. Kim was delighted when he realized that the jury appreciated the taste of his dish and thought that he had every chance of winning this competition. Participant number 3 prepared a dish in the shape of a Chinese dragon and brought this dish to the table of lazuri. The jury was either delighted when they saw such a dragon, they were shocked by this, and they don't even know how to react to such a beautiful presentation. They said that this dragon looks incredibly beautiful and it would be a shame to cut it open to taste it. Jin-hyuk took out his signature knife and made quick cuts, cutting the dragon perfectly. They were shocked when they saw his incredible skill in cutting this dragon and said that it was his perfect technique because he didn't damage one of my whiskers on this dragon. He put a piece of this chocolate wafer in his mouth and began to chew it. He chewed this wafer with chocolate and thought that he had already felt this taste and it was something unforgettable. He asked what flavorings the chef used. He suggested it might have been habanero or chili pepper. She assumed that the chef used something based on capsaicin, and in Mexico there are many desserts with chocolate and chili. But in Korea they are not so popular. Jin-hyuk smiled and said that he just added green pepper to it. Jin-hyuk said that the great Chinese dragon symbolizes great power, and he wanted to express this through the spicy taste of green pepper. They said it looked amazing and tasted delicious, and they were shocked that they had such a participant. The jury that participant number 3 unanimously wins this competition and goes through to the next stage. Jin-hyuk went outside after the test ended and heard someone calling him on the phone. He picked up the phone and answered the call. Jin-hyuk at his mother's. How did she know the end time of the competition? She replied that there was nothing complicated about it, and she simply asked her dad. She wanted to know what the result was after the first competition. Jin-hyuk said that he still has to try tomorrow to win this competition. Mom was very happy because he passed the preliminary selection. Jin-hyuk said that there are many of them. The kitten Gino survived his hardest times and his paws were not so badly damaged, so now he is fine. Jin-hyuk said that he would hardly be able to keep this kitten for himself, so they are now looking for a person who would take it from them with me. She said that you can offer this kitten to the chairman of the house because she has a child, and if she is not against it you can give this kitten to them. He replied that he likes this idea and I think they will not necessarily talk about it. He returned home after the competition and it was already evening. His sister saw him when he came home and said that she had already heard that he had passed the qualifying round among 6 people and asked what he had prepared. Jin-hyuk said that he made a dragon and it was a big and delicious dragon made of wafers and chocolate. She was very surprised that he made a dragon because she thought he would have to bake something like cakes for the competition. Jin-hyuk replied that he worked on figures and chocolate yesterday, and that's why he decided to make something like that for the competition. She said she didn't expect him to be able to cook something like that. She looked at him closer and said that she was starting to be afraid of him because he was kind of weird. Jin-hyuk asked her why she was afraid of him. She hit him on the shoulder with her elbow and said that she was afraid when he was so serious and asked why he had been acting so serious lately. She said that he lives a very interesting life and that's why I'm a little scared to stay behind him. She said that she thought that at 20 years old she could do anything, but she tried to work and realized that she was wrong, and now she is at a loss and does not understand what to do. Jin-hyuk looked at her with a surprised look and realized that she was in trouble now, but he didn't quite understand how to help her. He asked her why did she come today, because he knew she wasn't going to come. She replied that he had a cooking competition here, and he was also busy rescuing a kitten which his mother was very worried about, so she came to help. Jin-hyuk said that the kitten is fine at the moment and they recently took him to the veterinary clinic and the doctor said that the kitten is healthy. Jin-hyuk said that her father was against getting a kitten, but this time he didn't say anything. She said that the kitten was named Jinho. Jinhyuk asked her what the meaning of this name is. She was very surprised that he did not know the meaning of this name. She said it would be hard for her to tell him this story, but this was the name of their unborn younger brother, and the mother gave this name to the kitten in honor of her dead brother. Jinhyuk realized that he was supposed to have a younger brother, and they wanted to name him Jinho too. She said that she was sure that the kitten was okay and that she could leave now. Jinhyuk asked your sister, did she really come here just to check on the kitten's health? She said that she came not only for this, but she will not talk about it. He replied that this information is already enough for him. She said that it was time for her to leave and said goodbye to her brother. He said goodbye to her in return. She closed the door after leaving the apartment. Jinhyuk felt something very soft and warm touching his leg. He lowered his head and saw that there was a small kitten next to his leg. Jinho meowed very cutely and looked at his owner. He looks like the cutest creature on the planet at that moment. Jinhyuk at least took the kitten in his arms and said that his fur is very soft and it is already much better than it was yesterday, but he needs to be treated. He began to stretch his fingers and thought that now was the right time to do important things because there was no one else in the house except him. He put his hands forward and began to accumulate energy in his hands, saying that now he needed to start doing what he had been putting off for a long time. He said that he is not the kind of person who fights with an overwhelming amount of internal energy, and there is another way to do this, and this method is called soul training. He tried to concentrate on his breathing and direct all his attention to inhaling and exhaling. When I finished doing this exercise, he said that I had already worked hard enough and that I could gradually change my body and appearance. He told himself that he needed to pay attention to his face and improve it for the next 2 months. But suddenly he heard a kitten behind the door meowing very loudly and calling him. Jinhyuk opened the door and saw a kitten sitting below and looking at him and asked the kitten what does he want. Jinhyuk took the kitten in his arms and said that he already looks much better and more cheerful than before, and his mother is very worried about him. Jinhyuk said that while no one is looking, he can still heal the kitten a little with his energy, and a small amount of energy will be enough and he will be cured and will not die. Suddenly the kitten closed his eyes and threw his head back. It seemed as if he had died. Jinhyuk looked at this kitten with a scared and surprised look, and he couldn't believe that this just actually happened. Jinhyuk said that he hoped that this kitten didn't die and thought that he needed to use a little more energy to revive it. But to his great surprise, the kitten suddenly opened its eyes and looked at him. Jinhyuk saw that something was happening to the kitten, and he didn't understand what exactly but continued to watch him. Jinhyuk saw that this kitten had completely recovered after he filled its body with his internal energy. Jinhyuk said that he has lived for many years and has seen many things, but this is the first time he has seen this, and this animal does not need much energy to recover. Jinhyuk took a rag and started to wipe the excrement he left on the floor. This kitten, he said that this kitten has slightly increased in size. It is unlikely to weigh more than 1.5 kilograms. He said that Jinho made a very big puddle on the floor, and that means that everything is fine with his body. The kitten continued to meow and look at its owner with its cute eyes. He became interested in checking this kitten and finding out what name he responded to. After all, if he responded to any name, it means it's not very good, and he decided to call him by another name, Guanonma. He called absolutely different names, all that came into his head, but the kitten did not react to these names at all and continued to lick its fur. He called his name. Jinho immediately responded to this name and began to meow. He stroked the kitten's head and said that his face and fur color had changed a little after he recovered, and now you understand that you probably shouldn't worry about his health. He realized that he would still insist on his own and continue treating the kitten as he sees it. The door opened for the guy and a visitor came in. He looked at the door in surprise and asked his wife why she decided to come here. She replied that today Jinhyuk would be at a cooking competition and she thought that at the bakery it would be nice if she also helped with the baking, and so she decided to come here and help. She said that luckily she had a free day today and was able to come here early to help. The younger partner bowed to the lady and said that he was glad to welcome her. She smiled and said that she had heard a lot about this guy, and as far as she knew, he was her son's partner. The guy replied that everything was so. Her father asked her to look into the oven so she could see how much they were cooking. She was delighted and asked what this delicious thing was. Are they cooking it in the oven now? He replied that these were buns with lamb meat. She said that the lamb buns have been selling really well lately, and she thinks they'll be able to sell them out in just 2 days. The father that his son became a great man, and he does not even know when this guy managed to make such a large number of buns, and the day before the competition his friends came and gave some advice to his son, and he listened to these advices and now uses them to the fullest. She asked, "Is Mr. Monsiok still teaching at the university?" Father replied that he was Jin Hyuk's supervisor at Hyanjin University. He said that when his son returned from the army, the professor praised him for trying to change for the better. She suddenly said that she wasn't feeling very well, and for some reason she felt bad. She said that their son had always been a gentle and soft boy. Well, something happened to him, and his sense of responsibility suddenly increased, and he began to think not only about himself. The father said that their son had simply grown up and there was no need to worry about it, and that it was a normal process of growing up. Mom said that she is very worried because he does not tell them anything. She said that she was very worried because he was behaving like an adult and seemed to respect his parents. She said that recently when she was crossing the road, he suddenly covered her with his body and protected her so that nothing bad would happen to her. She said that he treats her like a fragile saucer and cares for her like he never did before. The father said that after their son returned from the army, he changed his views on the world and became much more mature. My father said that this often happens to men after the army, and apparently it was difficult for him there, and he had to overcome himself and become more mature. He asked his wife if she had asked the chairman of the house whether she wanted to take the kitten home with her. She said that her son and this kitten found a common language, and the kitten considers him his father, and it will be hard for them to survive the separation, and she thinks that it is better to keep him with her. She asked her husband if he had spoken to Mr. Mansok. He replied that he had spoken with this gentleman and he still had a lot to learn, and he couldn't let me learn from his son. The junior greenhouse raised his hand and shouted loudly that he had finished cleaning the bakery. Jin Hyuk saw that his parents opened the front door to the apartment. He went out to meet them and said that he was very glad that they had already returned. The father said that he did not expect his son to be here and thought that the boy would spend the night in Seoul and only then return home. Mom said that if he goes there again tomorrow, he will be very tired because of the constant road. He replied that everything will be fine and he will not get tired. The father asked his son if he had prepared enough pastries. The boy replied that he had done quite well and the father need not worry about it. Suddenly they saw a kitten sitting on the floor and meowing happily. This kitten already looked cheerful and healthy. Mom looked at this kitten and was very surprised because he was not at all like the weak kitten that she took from the street just recently. She asked where her kitten Jinho was, because she didn't believe that right now in front of her was that very kitten. Jin Hyuk said that this is the same kitten. He does not understand why his mother asks him about this. Mom asked again how in a day and a half the fur with the kitten could have changed so much. Jin Hyuk said that he just bathed this kitten and therefore the fur became much softer, and apparently the shampoo he used was very good. The cat began to meow and confirmed Jin Hyuk's words. The mother picked up the kitten and began to examine it. She said that the shape of its muzzle seemed to have changed. The son replied that this could not be and reminded the mother that she had to give the kitten to the chairman of the house. She said that she would not give this kitten to anyone, and her plans changed. Mom said that every time she tried to leave the apartment, this kitten immediately got scared and ran to his room, and several times he even managed to get out of the house. Jin Hyuk said that he probably knew that she wanted to take him with her. She replied that she would be watching the competition closely. Father said that next week he plans to have a small celebration and they will be able to rest for one day. Jin Hyuk said that his father told him that the bakery works all 365 days a year without days off. The father said that his son should go back to university and should graduate from this university to become a real chef. Jin Hyuk said he doesn't need a college degree to be a real chef. His father said his son has only 1 semester left in school, not a few years. Father said that he decided to return to university to teach. Jin Hyuk was very surprised when he heard this information. He couldn't believe that his father would now be giving lectures again. Father that his friend has been telling him about this for several years and says that they need a good capable teacher. Only once or twice a semester the lecturer will come to check. My father said that doing gymnastics helps him a lot and he feels a surge of strength, and therefore even if he starts teaching again, in that case he will get up much less. Jin Hyuk said that in that case they should do gymnastics. The next day he picked up the phone and heard his father asking him if he had seen the kitten in the morning. Father said that they can't find him since the morning and don't understand where he is. Jin Hyuk was silent for a few seconds and thought about how this furry kitten was bothering his parents. Jin Hyuk said that he would come now and find this kitten, but his mother shouted into the phone that he shouldn't do this because he had an important competition now. He said to ask his friend to help them with this. The father said that it would be very good and asked for forgiveness for disturbing him. He hung up the phone and ended the call. He said that if he uses his power, then he will need 5 or 10 minutes to complete this task, and we will definitely have enough time to do everything before the start of the competition. Suddenly a guy appeared next to him who called him by name and smiled and looked at him. He said that he knows that Jinhyuk is from Hyunjin Culinary University. Jinhyuk said he didn't expect to see Kim Maria here. Kim replied that he has a different last name and first name. Jinhyuk saw the checkered towel on this guy's hand and immediately noticed him. He took this towel and said that he had to borrow it for a while and then he would definitely return it. Kim looked at the guy angrily and said that he did not allow him to take this towel and ordered him to return immediately. But he couldn't get this guy back and he disappeared somewhere very quickly. Jinhyuk was running home very quickly at that moment across the rooftops and couldn't waste time on nonsense. Jinhyuk ran and thought that his father was late for work because of this kitten and could not find him for a long time, but suddenly he heard the kitten meowing. He landed on the roof of the house and saw this kitten. He said that he finally managed to find it. Jinhyuk said that now everything became clear to him and the kitten felt his scent and followed him to the roof, but now he needs to be returned back. Jinhyuk told the kitten that his mother was very worried about him and he shouldn't act like that anymore. He heard his mother's voice downstairs shouting the kitten's name very loudly and trying to find him. She is very worried and walks the streets. In search of this kitten, do not worry that something might happen to him. He jumped from the roof to the ground and said that I should throw this kitten in such a way that the mother herself would find it. Kitten, you meow very loudly, and he didn't want to be pulled out of my hands to be let go. Jinhyuk ordered this kitten to shut up immediately and not scream so loudly. Mom heard the kitten meowing loudly and decided to look around the corner, and when she turned the corner she saw some man. She saw that this man was holding a small kitten in his hands, and it was her kitten that she was looking for. Jinhyuk understood that now he needed to somehow give her this kitten, but the situation got out of control and he did not understand what to do now. She said that the kitten that this person is holding in his hands is her kitten, and he ran away from home. She said that if this young man lets her see this kitten, she will be able to tell for sure whether it is the right kitten or not. He asked, is she really looking for this kitten? He made a low, rough voice so that she would not recognize him. She said that this was the kitten she was looking for and ran closer to pick it up. He gave me this kitten, but do it so that she doesn't see his face. He said he was glad to help her find this kitten, but now he had to get out of here. She shouted loudly and called this student because she wanted to somehow thank him for his help. But after a few seconds she realized that he had disappeared around the corner and she never saw this man again. Jinhyuk walked up to the guy he took the plaid shirt from and said he wanted it back. Kim asked this guy where he was all this time and why you took his shirt. Jinhyuk said that they are not close enough friends for him to tell him where he was and what he did. This guy got angry and said that he took his things and had to tell him where he was. Jinhyuk said that if this guy talks to him in this manner, then he will also talk to him in this manner. He scratched his head and said that he meant it to me. Jinhyuk said that he just borrowed his shirt for a few minutes and if something was wrong he could pay for it. Jinhyuk said that if this guy doesn't need money for wearing his shirt, then he has nothing else to talk about here and he'll move on. He approached the hall in which all the participants were standing and noticed something very interesting. He realized that only those participants who received recommendations from the university could go further, and therefore, he did not think that there would be such a big competition. The woman behind the counter was loudly talking about the fact that visitors should pay attention to the fast-growing yeast to the pasta and be sure to look at the variety of wrapping paper. Jinhyuk walked past all these departments calmly and was not particularly interested in other people's products. Jinhyuk suddenly saw something suspicious on the counter and turned his attention and couldn't pass by. He immediately noticed that something was wrong here and he became interested in what exactly. Jinhyuk approached the seller and asked what of all that is lying on the table is grade 55 flour. Shop assistant asked this customer, is he looking for pastry? The shop assistant said she must be using Francesi flour. Jinhyuk replied that it doesn't matter to him whether it's French flour or not, and he looked at all the recipes in the book. At that moment Jinhyuk realized that unlike in Korea, in Europe wheat flour is not divided into strong, light and soft. Because of this, the amount of protein may differ as well as the result of the prepared dish. She said it's best to experiment a lot until he gets the texture he wants. She said you can mix 45 and 55 to get the closest texture to what you want. She said he could see a dish made that way. Jin-hyuk said he would take one small piece to try. Jin-hyuk tried the bun and slowly began to express. He chewed the anvil for a long time, the taste of this dough and the feeling of unusual sensations, and some of his receptors were delighted with this taste. He said that this bun has very good elasticity. She said that they mainly get their wheat flour from France and that this has a positive effect on the quality of the dishes they prepare. She started laughing and said that they should definitely note that her client is very handsome and therefore she will tell him something. She said their flour is used at Adriana Jongbu's dessert factory in Gangnam. She said they asked not to make it public because it would be difficult to keep the same ratio all the time. Jin-hyuk at that moment thought that despite the same cooking process the taste may be different, and that's why it was all different from the very beginning from the ingredients, and this will become the hook to recreate that very galactic cheesecake. Jin-hyuk said that he needed 5 kilograms of flour of grade 55, grade 45, and grade 75. The seller asked him where to get this order. He gave her the address to which all this flour should be delivered, and the seller said that they are always happy to have such clients. Jin-hyuk thought that she wanted to know if there was any other wheat besides imported one. He saw that in the far department there was a guy standing and behind him there were a lot of boxes. He approached the seller and said that he had several questions. The seller greeted the guy and said he was ready to answer any questions. Jin-hyuk asked the salesman what was in the boxes behind him. The salesman replied that there was wheat in there. The seller took a bag of wheat and said that this is their wheat and it contains less gluten than foreign ones. Can be safely consumed by diabetics and is ideal for Koreans. He said he wanted to be honest and that wheat was too expensive to compete with the wheat that was brought from the US. Jin-hyuk thought that this seller was a client in a small number and why didn't they buy wheat from him? He said that he wanted to ask the seller if he was ready to deliver the goods to the bakery. The seller said that recently he has been trying to make noodles and ramen from this wheat and it turns out very tasty. Jin-hyuk said that he would like to try using this flour to make his own dishes, but he needs to figure out which type would be best for baking. The salesman put his head down and got upset when this guy talked about different varieties of wheat because he realized that his variety would not be the only one competing. Jin-hyuk said that it was time to try new types of flour and that's why he wanted to buy some from this man. He said that he had all the ingredients he needed with him and so he could bake the loaf right there. The seller asked how he was going to do it without an oven. The seller is beautiful. This guy, is he a participant in the competition that is taking place in this building? He said that it is unlikely that he is allowed to use the oven just like that. Jin-hyuk replied that he will take care of it, but he wants to know if there is a place here that he can use as a kitchen table. The seller offered the guy the analyzed table and Jin-hyuk said that it should be enough for him. Jin-hyuk made some buns with this flour and now he needed to put them in the oven to bake them. Suddenly a guy showed up and said he could help with the oven because he knew the guy was looking for it to cook something. This guy said that he has an oven and this model has a volume of 50 liters and a fairly affordable price and it is suitable for both home and commercial use. The seller said that if this guy wants he can try this oven right now. The seller said that he is a partner of the company that sells these ovens and now this oven is clean and can be used. Jin-hyuk thought that he wanted to use his energy to make these buns but now he has to use this oven. The shopkeeper said that he wanted to know how long it would take to make these buns. Jin-hyuk said that he himself time in the oven. He understood that with this method he could use his internal energy and help the dough to bake evenly right in the oven. The seller asked the guy if he had kneaded the dough for these buns himself. Jin-hyuk replied that he had done it all himself. The seller said that if it is made from whole grain flour then at that temperature it needs to be baked for 20 to 30 minutes. Jin-hyuk said that this is a special dough and it needs to be prepared according to a special recipe. The seller suddenly said that he was at a culinary competition yesterday and was watching the competition. He said that he saw this chef yesterday make such an incredible dragon out of waffles and chocolate, and in order to prepare such a masterpiece you need to have incredible culinary skills. He said that if this gentleman did not have incredible cooking skills, he would not have been able to cook dragon scales in such a short time and such chocolate modeling skills. This is not a joke and this chef has excellent taste. He said that before this gentleman leaves, he wants to get his autograph. He brought a piece of paper and a pen and said that he wanted an autograph. Jin-hyuk was very surprised by such a request because he did not expect that someone would admire and clarify the autograph, but thanks to this he remembered something. He remembered how in another life he filled out paperwork every day and had a terrible headache because of it. He started writing his autograph but suddenly stopped because something was wrong. Jin-hyuk said that he almost signed the old one with a signature like in his past life, and it's good that he stopped in time. The seller said that the gentleman on the cook has very beautiful handwriting. Suddenly Hello said that by this time the bread had already arrived and was starting to take shape. He asked the baker, will these really be the preparations for the final round of the culinary competition? Jin-hyuk said that he just decided to try baking bread from the wheat he bought here recently and he needed to bake it. It was for an experiment. The seller asked if Mr. Baker needed someone who could taste his culinary experiment. Jin-hyuk said that he wouldn't mind having a taster and so he'll let this product try his bread, but first he has to cut it. Jin-hyuk took out his sword or cut the bread into several halves. The seller said that the baker is very skilled with a knife and he does it well. He took a piece of bread and began to taste it. At that moment he felt like he was in a wheat field and continued to chew the bread, trying to feel the fullness of its taste. The seller said that this bread is very tasty and he is sure that this bread is perfect and he cannot imagine how the master baker prepared such perfect bread. The seller is delighted because in his oven you can bake such delicious bread and it tastes great, and thanks to this he now feels happy. Jin-hyuk thanked the shopkeeper for letting him bake his bread in his oven, and after that the shopkeeper left bowing to Mr. Baker and wishing him luck. Jin-hyuk said that this bread is made from wheat flour and it looks very delicious. The flour seller said that this bread is very tender and fragrant and the smell reminds of autumn. But the most important thing about this bread is its piquant aroma. The seller asked the baker if he could taste this bread. The guy replied that that was why he brought the bread here. The seller tasted the bread and slowly began to express his desire to taste it with all the receptors of his tongue. He felt an incredibly pleasant taste in his mouth after he started chewing this bread. He enthusiastically shouted that this taste deserved a Nobel Prize, and he could not imagine how this gentleman baker managed to achieve such an incredible taste. He said that during the Japanese colonial regime they were unable to improve the composition of their wheat to sell it to the Japanese, and then some American agronomist made wheat even better than theirs and was awarded the Nobel Prize for it. Jin-hyuk said that he really likes the result that he got and he thanks to this makeup he would like to buy this flour. The seller loudly shouted that if this guy was able to cook something so delicious from his flour, then he was ready to give him this flour for free without money. This situation attracted strangers who were passing by, and they became interested in the baked goods that the master baker had prepared and asked if they could taste it. Jin-hyuk said that people need to line up so that everyone can try his bread if they want to. People were delighted when they tried this bread and did not say that it was incredibly delicious, and after they ate one piece they wanted to try more. Jin-hyuk heard the jury call the member of Group A and Group B who won in the last round, and he said that it was time for him to leave. Suddenly a guy's voice was heard in the shopping pavilion shouting the word dad. The flour seller turned his head to the side and saw his son Undong there. The father asked his son what he was doing here. After all, he was supposed to be at the competition. Undong said that yesterday he thought that he would easily pass the preliminary round and that no one would be able to compete with him, but he was wrong. He lowered his head down and said that he wanted to please his father, but unfortunately, he could not do this and asked his father for forgiveness. Father put his hand on his son's shoulder and said that everything is fine, a person grows only when faced with difficulties, so he reacted normally to his son's loss. Undong said that to be honest there was a fairly experienced opponent and he thought that there was no one better than him in the city, but it turned out to be completely wrong. The father patted his son on the shoulder and said that the boy came here to have a little rest and should not worry about it. The boy replied that he wanted to help his father and that is why he came here. Father said that everything is fine and we recently, in my opinion, are a very kind young man and therefore there is no need to worry, and after all they have a very good day today. He showed his son a bag of buns that this guy had made and said that it was wheat bread made from his flour. Undong reminded his father that he said that the dough was badly aged because of his flour and therefore it was very difficult to bake anything from it. The father replied that this guy was able to make incredibly delicious bread and offered his son to try this bread. Undong took a piece of bread and said that she sees that it looks very appetizing, but she doesn't think that this bread will taste as good. He put this bread in his mouth and was afraid that now he would feel very tasteless bread. But suddenly it was as if something incredibly tender and delicious got into his mouth and different images and thoughts began to appear in his head, and this taste created new neural connections in his brain. He felt like he was lying in a wheat field. It was an incredible feeling that could not be compared to anything. He thought there that he added wheat bran to the dough, and this is not the best way to improve the taste of bread. He said that he tried to make the bread softer, but he was used to using other flour, and when adding bran the dough should not be soft. Undan said that the fact that this bread turned out like this is all very strange. Father replied that it is surprising, but he really liked the taste of this bread, and he thinks other people will like it too. Undan promised himself that he would learn to bake such bread and achieve the same result. He said that he had to explain the whole situation to him and ask if he could teach him the same recipe because the person who made this bread was a great baker. The father said that this guy hated was very young and he was the same age as his son. Father, if his son really doesn't want to, he can introduce him to this person. Undan understood that the guy who made this bread was one of the finalists in the culinary competition, and there were only two of them, and now it remained to figure out which of them was that very chef. There are many people in this place to watch the final battle of the best chefs. People looked at the two finalists and admired how dignified they looked. The jury said that the final tests are starting right now, and the theme of this competition will be a dish called brunch. Many of the people in the room were fans of a chef named Marie and wanted to get his attention. Marie said that brunch is his specialty and he is the best at it, so no one can beat him. He looked into the hall and saw a large number of fans who admired him and watched him cook. He smiled, greeted his fans, and let them know that he sees them all. The girls who came here to support their favorite chef were surprised because they did not know who the person was who was the second chef and was opposing him. People or discuss it and said that they never saw it, do not know how well it is prepared. Jin-hyuk heard all their conversations between themselves and understood that many girls call him cool despite the fact that he stands and does nothing. The jury asked the people in the room to be quiet and listen to them. Jury number 1 said that they now want to see you as the theme for the second course, and this is what they see but what is not really so. From this moment, the time countdown begins and the participants have 3 hours left to prepare this dish. Jin-hyuk threw his signature knife into the air, twirled it in the air, and said that now was the time to make brunch. He looked at his knife and thought that he didn't know much about preparing this dish. He suggested that McDonald's morning set should be suitable for this dish. He said that instead of egg yolk and cream cheese with lemon and pineapple, he would cook meat with bacon and by long frying potato chips, and the same but from sweet potatoes. He thought that he couldn't do everything too quickly because there were cameras everywhere and they would suspect him of cheating. He imagined himself as a turtle, thought about doing everything as slowly as possible, and constantly reminded himself that he was a turtle. Maria took out the marshmallows and put them in a deep plate. He was watching these marshmallows that were on the plates. He thought that the ingredients he was mixing now should be ideal for each other, and sugar should be mixed with other additives and melted, and in this case you get a dough that can be added to the dish for flavor. He thought that there would be a soft-boiled egg on top of the toast, and that this dish is called a woman's hat because of its appearance. He put it in the oven for a few minutes. He said that while the marshmallow is in the microwave, you need to melt the coconut oil. He thought that the yolk should be replaced with yellow coconut cream and the white egg white with lipstick. He knew he had to toast the bread until it was crispy. He also needed bechamel sauce and melted butter, flour, whipped cream, and milk, but it doesn't go well with coconut oil and the preparation alone would take a lot of time. He said that's why he would boil a mixture of coconut water and sugar and add cream to it. Homemade coconut milk caramel sauce, this is the best thing about this dish. He said the quiche was more suitable for brunch, but he had made it here before. He thought that it was not worth repeating and that it would be very banal. The fans were screaming and supporting their idol very loudly, and they hoped that he would succeed and win this competition. The flour seller said that a lot of people support the first participant, which may make it difficult for the second participant. Undong told his father that the second member is not the type of person who will be nervous and worried about what the crowd thinks. Jin-hyuk didn't need anyone's support to win this competition, he just calmly did his job. The seller of his son, how does he know so much about this cook? Undong replied that he couldn't bake bread from their flour. Although he had completed individual baking courses where they studied flour, naturally imagination. He said that these courses were taught by a man who himself studied in France, and he tried to make bread from their flour together with him, and he tried to do it more than 100 times and decided that if he comes back again then he can try again. Undong said that in the end the member number 3. The seller said that it would be very good if this participant won. The participants simultaneously pressed the red buttons indicating that they had finished preparing their dishes. She said that now it was time to evaluate their dishes for taste and visual component, and Mario will be the first. He brought a plate with his dish and placed it on the jury's table. They were looking at this morning toast with an egg on top. Mario stood and waited for the jury's answer about the dish he had prepared. The woman said it looked very beautiful, but she was not expecting to see this dish here. He said the egg looked great and it was a real cromatin. He said the bottom was a perfect coconut sponge cake. Jin-hyuk thought that he also made a sponge cake, and he and his opponent think the same way, but their dish looks completely different. The jury was told that now was the time to taste this dish and evaluate its flavor components. She put a piece of this sandwich in her mouth. She chewed thoughtfully and tried to analyze the taste of this dish. She asked, "Is there really coconut cream on top of this dish?" He said that this dish looks perfect, but the taste doesn't match its appearance. He said that the sponge cake and coconut cream are a good combination, but there is too much cream and therefore it is too sweet, and the overall taste is not balanced. Because of the caramel, it became even sweeter. The first jury said that participant number 1 could reduce the amount of sugar and add a little salt, and it would end up less sweet. Prio did not agree with the jury's opinion, but nevertheless listened to the comments and responded that it would actually be better that way. The girls who were rooting for the number 1 contestant were shocked that his dish was tasteless and the jury didn't like it. Jury number 1 said that he could have used blueberries or raspberries to add some castious flavor to the dish, and that way he would have been able to achieve a balanced taste. He said he would give this dish a 7 out of 10. Jury number 2 said they would give this dish 6 out of 10. The jury called the participant number 2 and asked him to bring out his dish. Jin-hyuk placed plate after dish on the jury table, and his dish looked like a sandwich with an egg next to it. She asked, "Is this just a regular toast?" He replied, "No, this is an unusual toast." Jury number 1 asked this contestant if they would be surprised by the taste of this dish. He replied that they should just try it themselves to see for themselves. She looked at the ingredients in this dish and said that she smelled citrus and saw in this dish. She said lemon is an unusual toast. They put a piece of this toast in their mouths and began to chew it. Jury number 1 was very surprised when he tasted this toast. Jin-hyuk looked at the jury's reaction and tried to figure out whether they liked the taste of the dish or not. Jury number 1 cut the scrambled egg and then said that it was not an egg at all. Jury number 1 said that contestant number 2 didn't use lipstick like Mario, and he made the yolk out of pineapple curd cream. Jin-hyuk said that this dish has lemon buttercream on top. The jury was very surprised and said that it was not like him, and the abilities of the participant number 2 amaze him. He said that he had met candidates who made flowers out of cream, but this was the first time he had seen a participant make a real yolk out of cream, and pineapple cream cheese goes very well with lemon buttercream. Jin-hyuk smiled when he saw that the judges were delighted with his dish. Jury number 2 said it was time to try the bacon and feel its taste. She chewed on the bacon, trying to feel its taste and crispy shape. She said it was not ordinary bacon and it was actually thin chips. She asked him how he managed to make it so naturally brown. He said he did it with maple syrup. She said it took a lot of work with white flour and salt to get it to that color. Jin-hyuk said that in order to cover up the harsh taste, he put it on a thin layer of pancakes and had to bake it very carefully to get it so thin. The judges said maple syrup and chips go great together, and his idea was incredible. Jin-hyuk heard people in the audience discussing how the judges liked dish number 2 the most and that he would most likely win this competition. At the end of the competition, the winner was announced, and that winner was Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk earned a huge amount of points for this competition, and he collected 20 points out of a possible 20. The host of this event approached the winner and asked what he was feeling at that moment. Jin-hyuk said that he didn't prepare a speech, but he is very happy that he won and got his victory oven and hopes that his dad will be very happy about it. Suddenly Mario appeared behind him and asked the winner why everything happened this way. Mario asked this guy where he's been all these years and why I've never seen him before. Mario said that there was supposed to be a contestant named Ilbin in this contest, and he asked where that guy was now. Jin-hyuk replied that he was working at their bakery. Mario, this guy's strength, does he really already have his own bakery at such a young age? He said he couldn't believe it and that he had such good cooking skills because he had a bakery. Jin-hyuk replied that it was their bakery and that his dad was the owner. Mario said he couldn't believe that this boy at such a young age had received recognition from his father, and would inherit his bakery. Jin-hyuk thought that this guy was very loud and he was bored listening to all the screams of this idiot. It was already evening outside and lights were on in the windows of the houses. Jin-hyuk walked home kicking rocks with his sneakers. Jin-hyuk thought that if there were so many stones lying on the road his dad might trip over them and it would be dangerous for his father because they were easy to miss. He imagined a situation in which someone got burned by a rock and didn't notice a bus passing by that could have hit him. He lowered his head down and thought that he needed to concentrate on something more important and interesting. He watched the video of the award and thought that since he would receive an oven as a prize his dad would be very happy. Ilbin watched the awards video and said that Jin-hyuk won the cooking competition. He was jumping for joy, he couldn't stop. He said that they had won it. They were discussing how talented this guy is as a chef and how thanks to him their establishment will soon become the best in the city. The father asked his younger partner if he really decided not to participate in the competition and gave up this opportunity to Jin-hyuk. Ilbin said that if he had participated in the competition he would probably have lost right away, and in that case he would not have been able to win this nasty Mario, but now this arrogant idiot will treat the other participants with respect. Jin-hyuk thought that now would be the perfect time to take a short walk. He looked at the rooftops of the houses that surrounded him on all sides. He remembered the fun times from another life when he was the head of the clan and often arranged fights. He said that they were looking for talented fighters at the time. He taught them various fighting techniques and those techniques that he knew himself. He was constantly surrounded by murder, blood, and destruction. But the most problematic thing was that he was constantly working with a huge amount of documents that were annoying, and he sat and tried to understand each piece of paper. Now he felt more free, and thanks to this he felt very good. He looked down and thought that this energy that he was feeling now was very suspicious. He felt the energy of his grandmother who was below and walking down the street. The soldier screamed so loudly there that people don't even suspect how many people this monster could kill. Jin-hyuk replied that he knew the number of people killed by this man, but he already said that they took care of him there. Soldier, did this man really save the master's life, and that's why he speaks about him like that? The bald captive sat on the ground and looked at the master but said nothing. Jin-hyuk looked at this man and thought about what I was doing completely wrong, save life or not. The bald guy hit the handle of the throne with his fist. And at that moment everyone fell silent. He stated that the person in front of him was not from a noble family and therefore he could not give him a chance. Bald is another problem, that it is simply impossible to find another person with the same outstanding skills. At that moment Jin-hyuk had just entered the world of Murim and he was getting used to the local traditions and rules. Baldy said that this guy has his own vision of justice and he adheres to this vision, and he was a decent and honest man. The master showed him to beat the man, but this warrior refused because the victim once took care of him and he was in debt to this victim and refused to carry out the order. The master was unhappy with this position of his mercenary and therefore was very angry. Jin-hyuk landed on the edge of the roof and said that no matter how you look at it, it looks like the situation with Jinchul. He looked down and saw that there was some activity going on down there and assumed that there was some kind of fight going on down there. Grandma said that these nasty teenagers beat people and then just leave. The guy laughed at the cigarette in his hands and said that he didn't touch anyone, and that the old woman was telling a lie. The old woman said that even a blind man would be able to notice the wound on the girl's forehead. The guy said that he does not advise this old woman to continue this conflict because she will now also get a blow to the forehead. He said that the old woman had to leave here to do her business. Jin-hyuk thought that if this guy actually just hit a kid, that means he's the most moral scumbag he's ever seen. Jin-hyuk came down and said that there was no need to offend his precious visitors. He threw his cigarette right at this guy. The hot end of the cigarette hit this guy's forehead and left him with a small burn. This cigarette got stuck in his forehead for a few seconds, and during that time it managed to cause him a severe burn. The bully started screaming very loudly in pain and running in different directions. Jin-hyuk returned to the roof again and started running towards the house as fast as he could. The father was very happy when he saw that his son returned home and said that they already knew that he had won. Jin-hyuk asked, your father, why does he meet you on the street? Father replied that he was waiting for you to come and couldn't wait at home. The father told his son that he was a great guy and now he is proud of his son more than ever before. Jin-hyuk thanked his father for his compliments and said that he was very pleased to hear such words from his father. Jin-hyuk said that he looked at the stove that was given to him and it turned out to be not as big as they thought originally, and therefore it is possible to use both the new and the old stove at the same time. The father said that it was necessary to celebrate, and he wanted to arrange a festive evening for his son. The father said that the son himself said that he wanted to have a snack of their delicious chicken. They went to dinner and father said that they needed to hurry because mother would be there soon. Ilbin was so excited when he saw Jin-hyuk after he won the competition, and the guy couldn't stop his emotions. Jin-hyuk looked at this guy with a surprised look and did not accept why does he react so violently to events every time. They went into the restaurant and met a girl near the entrance who said that she would take them to a table. The girl said that in order to celebrate their victory and not cook chicken for dinner, and boiled meat in broth along with spicy stewed chicken and chicken ribs should brighten up their evening. She said that they always take care of their son and love to please him with different dishes. Ilbin asked his mother not to embarrass him in front of his friends. Ilbin said that his father was busy at the poultry farm and so he would arrive a little later. But they needed to start their evening meal because soon the food would get cold and would not be as tasty. They sat down at the table and said that it was actually time to have dinner. Mom said she was very surprised because they removed all the bones from the chicken ribs and it was the first time she saw such care. The owner of the house replied that chickens raised in the wild have harder and stronger bones, so they need to be removed so that no one gets hurt. Jin-hyuk watched these two mothers communicate with each other and realized that it would be very good if they became friends and spent more time together. Dinner began and the whole family talked to each other on various topics. When night fell in the city, all the lights went out and there were no lights in the windows either. They were sleeping in their bed and next to them lay a small woolly lump and was also sleeping soundly. The kitten looked up and saw that someone had entered the room and immediately woke up. Jin-hyuk didn't expect to see a kitten here, and he wasn't prepared because this little furry dove would meow loudly. Jin-hyuk showed this kitten that he needed to be quiet or he would confiscate his treats for a week. Jin-ho immediately realized that he had better be quiet because going without treats for a week was very dangerous. Jin-hyuk looked at this kitten's reaction and I thought that it seemed this kitten understood everything. He walked up to his parents' bed and knelt down. He healed their body with his magic while I was awake. Jin-hyuk was happy that he could help his parents and no one would know about the secret and it would be a secret. Little by little he became aware and accepted his energy, and this energy from me you his body. So that one day the caterpillar turns into a butterfly and you need to break free on your own and how much it and put a lot of effort into it, and only in this case it will become a butterfly and do it itself. Jin-hyuk understood that you can't force someone to accept someone else's power without their own consent. But he was not like all the other people and was able to do it, and he was confident in his abilities. He said that with the help of his life force he calmed the disordered energy in his body and saved a man named Guan Onma. Guan shouted that retribution was definitely awaiting him and he was absolutely sure of it. He said that he almost made the transition to his deprivation of these opportunities and now he is angry at this person. He wanted revenge for not being allowed to transition and it made him angry. Jin-hyuk hit him with his palm. The vacuum cleaner said that you can't talk to your elders like that and you need to know your place. Jin-hyuk used his energy to fill his parents' affairs. He said that he thought that the preparation was finished and that he could proceed to the next stage. He said he assumed that toxins would be released during the transition, but he couldn't imagine such a terrible stench. Jin-hyuk wanted to get this over with as soon as possible and move on. The man shouted very loudly that he couldn't believe that some unknown guy had won the competition and he was sure that Mario would be the winner. He punched the kisser and said that this can't be, he doesn't believe it. The guy took charge of the gentleman and asked for forgiveness for such bad information. The man said that this guy said that Mario would definitely show the highest class at the competition and that his victory would be the best advertisement for their oven. The oven would have been seen by hundreds of thousands of Mario's followers and they could have made a lot of money with such advertising. Now we haven't lost a lot of money and hundreds of thousands of potential buyers have disappeared and there is absolutely no quality product if no one knows about it. They said that the winner of the competition was some unknown guy who suddenly appeared and cooked an incredibly delicious dish. The boss was furious with such news. He said that such a guy couldn't win because he doesn't even have a YouTube channel. The boss said that tomorrow we need to go to this guy's house and try to reach an agreement with him. Let him write a review as if it were a letter from his beloved. After the parents woke up they were shocked because their faces looked very young, and the woman stretched her hand forward to touch her husband's face. He too extended his hand forward to touch his wife's face. They discussed the fact that their faces had become much less wrinkled and their hair had become the same as it was in their youth. She said that you don't understand what's happening, and if this is the effect of yesterday's chicken, then you need to take it more often. She said that she had heard that chicken helps even with fractures, but that chicken helps so well she had never heard anything like that. He touched her face with his palm and began to feel her soft skin. He said that your wife's cheeks are now as tender and soft as a chiffon cake. The house was filled with love, harmony, and admiration. Jin-hyuk had been at work with his younger partner since early morning, and he saw the first customer approaching. A schoolboy entered the establishment and shouted that today was the very first. He was very happy and joyful and said that today they want to order everything as usual. Jin-hyuk said his signature order is 2 pieces of triple-layer cheesecake and 1 chocolate cream cannon éclair. The boy said that yesterday the cheesecake tasted different, but he still didn't understand why and what it was connected with. Jin-hyuk was very surprised and realized that this boy was much more attentive than it might seem at first glance. He said that on the first day of preparation he was engaged in precisely this preparation on the second day, and it was not possible to taste the differences practically. He said that today it would be delicious as usual. The boy replied that then 2 more pieces of chicken pie, it would be nice if they cooked it for him. Ilbin put the bag with the order on the table and said that everything was ready and the boy could pick up his order. The boy took his order and walked towards the school. There was a lot of activity on the street that day. Many people were walking along the street about their business. Ilbin stretched his muscles before doing more important things. He said that only an hour had passed since the opening, but all the goods had already been sold out and they knew what to do next. Ilbin said that sales were going very well and asked Mr. Baker if he wanted to try selling products online. Ilbin said that representatives of the Green Farmers Union want to talk to them and that they work exclusively with environmentally friendly products and are engaged not only in offline but also online sales. He said that ready-made meals also sell well on the internet and cakes can be put up for sale right now. Ilbin said that in addition the revenue for the week has already exceeded 10 million, and it is necessary to continue to improve this result. Ilbin, you said that you can increase this result by 4 times if you entrust this matter to him. Suddenly the father ran into the bakery and shouted very loudly that he was late and did not look at the time at all. Jin-hyuk replied that everything was fine and they had done well during all this time. Therefore, there were no problems. Ilbin said that the gentleman looks different today and he is not used to seeing the gentleman in such good shape. Ilbin said that the gentleman's skin was glowing and he seemed to have grown 10 years younger that night. The gentleman said that the chicken they cooked for them yesterday was definitely good for them, and then he started laughing. The younger assistant said that it seemed that this chicken was healthier for them than for everyone else. Suddenly the door to their bakery opened and some man walked in. Machine said he needed to find a man named Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk looked at this man and said that most likely the stranger is looking for him. The man said that he should introduce himself. He said his name was An Yonan and that he was the head of the Marketing and Culinary Technology Department. An Youngwoong said that first of all he wants to congratulate this guy on winning the competition. But then he said he actually wanted to discuss the operation of their oven. He said that he would have to take a few minutes of his precious time to discuss these exploitative moments. Jin-hyuk knew something was wrong here and this guy was clearly not telling him something. Jin-hyuk said that he doesn't understand what to talk about here because it's just a prize and a competition. The man said that this is actually a prize. However, to get this oven you must meet certain conditions. Jin-hyuk asked what conditions should be followed and invited the man to come to the kitchen. They went into the kitchen to take a closer look at the oven. It stood on the table and looked new and clean. The man asked, is this really an oven and their company because it makes an incredible impression? Jin-hyuk replied that it is, and how can he notice that this oven is already 20 years old and they use it regularly? He opened the information about this model on his phone and said that this oven is actually very old. It was produced many years ago and now it is impossible to buy one like this even if you wanted to. Jin-hyuk said that he forbids the man to take pictures of anything in his kitchen. The man said that he just wants to take a picture of the oven. My father said that this oven cost a fortune at the time and it was good that his friend helped him buy this oven. He said that this oven means a lot to him and that is why he has been taking care of it all these years, but still if it were of poor quality it would not have been able to work for so long. The man apologized and said he wanted to be told more about the oven. He said that this oven was made to order when they first appeared on the market and the man replied that he heard something like that from the director when the director was drunk. The man said that the director would be very pleased to know that the oven was still working. He said he needed to go out to make one call. Ilbong said that the man just came and was already leaving after one look at the oven. Jin-hyuk replied that they were unlikely to bring a new oven today. The father said that this man talked about some conditions for using the oven and most likely he did not bring it today. Jin-hyuk looked at the man who was talking on the phone on the street and said that this guy didn't come here to give him an oven in the first place. Ilbin asked why was this oven necessary in that case. Jin-hyuk said that he couldn't answer that question yet. The man called the director and said that he had urgent information that needed to be announced immediately. He said he found something very unique in the kitchen of this bakery. He said that he found the oven that the director had talked about many times and that it was the same oven that was custom made when the company was on the verge of collapse. The man said that this was the same oven that kept their companies from going bankrupt that year. The director said that he was not interested in this oven at all, and he wanted his agent to just deal with this unknown bakery. He said that he was telling the truth and would now send the director a photo of this oven. At that moment there was silence between them, and they both stood silently and waited for one of them to start a conversation. The director asked his subordinate who took these photos, and the man replied that he personally just took a photo of this oven. The director asked his subordinate to convey his gratitude for the fact that they used this oven carefully and asked him to tell them that he would soon also visit their bakery sometime. He returned back to the bakery and happily announced that the new oven would be delivered tomorrow. He said that to tell the truth his director had been looking for this unique oven all this time. Father replied that their bakery had been here all this time. The father said that he had completely forgotten that his friend had originally ordered the oven to be delivered to his home. The worker replied that this was precisely why they had not been able to find it. Man asked the owner of the establishment if he wants to sell this oven. The father replied that it was a gift from a deceased friend, so he wants to continue using it. The man said that tomorrow a repair company would come to them to check this oven and fix it. Ilbin saw that the door to the establishment opened and greeted the new visitor. An old woman came into the establishment and said that she heard that their new chicken pies were just some kind of real horror. Jin-hyuk asked why his pies are what the woman calls them already. She said they are terrible. She said that the thing is that in their nursing home there are completely toothless guys and asked if they would be able to go get these pies. He replied that they would be able to chew this pie without any problems. Jin-hyuk said that they will make the cake soft so that you can enjoy it even without teeth. The schoolboy has visited this establishment for the second time today and he asked to make the same pie for him. Jin-hyuk asked why he was asking for this. Did he really have teeth too? He said that he just wanted to try this pie. Jin-hyuk asked, what do you mean he just wants to try the pie? The boy replied that it would seem that way the pie would taste better, but grandma had a good reason to make a special order and he didn't. Jin-hyuk said that this pie is for him too and he can come tomorrow. The door "You Are Such a Radio" opened again and a new visitor came in. This visitor said that he enjoys watching the regular customers of this bakery because they are very nice. Jin-hyuk said, I'm your customer, decided to try his baked goods when he first started working at the bakery. Ilbin suddenly interrupted their conversation and said that I have customers who come here every day, and there are many other customers too, but these two are constantly visiting them. Suddenly the father appeared and asked the man to wait. He put the bags with his order on the table and said that everything was ready and he could take his order. The man said that he hadn't ordered anything at all and couldn't accept such a gift, but father persuaded him to take it because it was a gift from the establishment. The father smiled and said that judging by the license plate this man came from Seoul and he should take some buns with him on the road to have some food so that he wouldn't have to buy anything on the way back, and these buns are definitely tastier than what you'll have to eat at roadside kiosks. He took the bag of buns and thanked the owner for such a generous gift. He thought that he would give these buns to his daughter. This man ordered noodles and sushi. He ate noodles with wooden chopsticks. He tasted the noodles and said that they were very salty and that they needed to be immediately washed down with something to remove the salty taste. He started drinking coffee to get rid of this taste. Even the coffee was salty and tasteless. He was very angry all day on the road because he had a bad lunch. He wanted to eat something sweet and thought it would be nice if there was some candy nearby. But when he opened the box that was supposed to contain candies, it was empty, and he was again upset because there were no candies. He was driving the car and shouting that today the whole day was going wrong and everything was falling out of his hands. He felt a very delicious smell and immediately turned his attention to this smell. He turned his head back and saw the bag of buns and thought that he had completely forgotten about them. He said that if he eats one bun nothing will happen, but at least he won't be hungry.